Picture this, you're a sales whiz hustling to meet your targets and build those client relationships. But hey, you've got things, all those leads, contacts and deals can be a real headache. That's where Salesforce swoops in to save your day. Hello everyone and welcome to this session by Intellipaat. This session is all about Salesforce. Salesforce is like a well-organized digital treasure chest for all your sales-related information. It's got all the tools you need to manage your contacts, track your sales pipeline, and collaborate with your team. And the best part, Salesforce is super user-friendly. You don't need to be a tech genius to navigate its colorful and intuitive interface. It's all about simplifying your life and making sure you spend less time juggling spreadsheets and more time closing those deals. But wait, there's more. It goes beyond the basic CRM and offers a plethora of other amazing features. Want to keep an eye on your social media presence? Salesforce has got your back. Need to send out personalized email campaigns? Yet again, Salesforce has you covered. Also, the platform itself is cloud-based. That means you can access it from anywhere, anytime, as long as you have an internet connection. All in all, to say that Salesforce has all the tools, features and support you need to skyrocket your sales game. But before we deep dive into the intricacies, make sure to enable both the subscribe button and bell icon so that you don't miss out on multitude of updates coming from Intellipaat YouTube channel. Now, let us take a look at the agenda. First, we have what is Salesforce. Next, Salesforce Campaigns. Third, how to create Salesforce Campaigns. Fourth, administration of Salesforce application. Fifth, how to convert leads on Salesforce. Next, what is App Manager. After that, creating applications on Salesforce, how to create objects in a Salesforce application, employee validation rule, Salesforce Hands-on, last but not the least, interview questions. I hope I've made myself clear with the agenda. So without any further ado, let's dive into the session.
Cloud computing technologies has exploded in popularity in recent years. Salesforce is one such technology that has had a significant impact on the computer world. Let us see how it all began. Customer relationship management (CRM) solutions used to be housed on a company's own server before Salesforce. Can you imagine how much money and effort it required for business to develop their own CRM systems? It used to take months, if not years, to set up, and the cost might easily reach millions of dollars. They were difficult to use even when they were set up. What is a reasonable answer to this problem? I'm sure you guessed it right. Creating affordable CRM software and delivering it as a service totally online. Salesforce has founded on this principle. Salesforce began as a software as a service company and has since evolved to become the world's fifth largest software company. So let's see what is Salesforce. Salesforce is a cloud-based software as a service provider, which means it maintains an online application that customers can use. It is based on a subscription-based pay-as-you-go business model. Now let's check how does Salesforce work. Customer 360 is the world's number one CRM enabling digital processes for the new way of working by simplifying communications and information exchange between customers, teams and partners. It provides tools that brings all teams together around a single shared view of client data on an integrated platform, including marketing, sales, commerce, service and IT. How? Companies can fix customer issues faster because they have a holistic perspective of each consumer. It also reduces communication redundancy and enables highly tailored interactions. Now let's check what are the different certifications for Salesforce. There are various certifications for getting certified in Salesforce like Salesforce Administrator, Salesforce App Builder, Salesforce Developer, Salesforce Platform Developer. So let's check what are the different benefits of Salesforce. Number 1, Salesforce allows you to go from idea to app in the shortest amount of time. Salesforce customers generally say that it's unique for 3 major reasons: fast, easy, and effective. Because Salesforce is hosted in the cloud, your staff may access it from any computer with an internet connection. Salesforce is also cost effective, especially when you consider its extensive feature set. Salesforce is suitable for both startups and small businesses. Now let's see the salary prospects of a Salesforce professional in India. An entry-level Salesforce developer with less than 1 year of experience can expect to make an average total salary of Rs 3 lakh per annum, while an experienced Salesforce developer with 10 to 19 years of experience gets an average total salary of 14 lakh per annum. In the US, an entry-level Salesforce developer with less than 1 year of experience can expect to make an average total compensation of $65,000, while an experienced Salesforce developer with around 10 to 19 years of experience gets an average total salary of $116,000.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers Salesforce Administrator Certification Training. This training has been created by industry experts to help you understand Salesforce in a better way. This training is designed by experts from top MNCs who aim to make you proficient in the significant modules and techniques in Salesforce, such as capability of core CRM objects, creating encrypted fields, and more. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonies on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to a new height. So visit the course page link given in Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of Salesforce.
Way back, I'm talking about not recent times, but I'm talking about somewhere around late 80s and early 90s. Okay, late 80s and early 90s. So I'm talking about the US region in details. Okay, so at that particular point in time, when some customer wants to have an insurance, if he wants to raise a claim, okay, the only way where this person can raise a claim is to go to the office and do it, or to call up a call center. Okay, so if you call up a call center and if you want to raise a claim for any policy related things, so first thing is the call center representative will take down your ID. Okay, that ID would be your social security number. Okay, I'm talking purely about the US market. Okay, so that person would take your ID, which is the SSN, and using this SSN, he will pull out your customer details from his customer system. This is one system. So he will pull out your customer details from the customer data system.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, what is Salesforce? And your options are a customer relationship management platform, an enterprise resource planning system, a content management system, or a social media marketing tool. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
Okay, so from here, based on your SSN, your customer data system will give your ID. So using this ID, he or she, whoever is the call center representative, they will pull out your policy data from the insurance system. So if you look at it, this is system number 1. Okay, and if you look at this policy data, this is system number 2. And from the policy data, you will get, like you may be having multiple policies. So your policy 1 will be there, your policy 2 will be there, and your policy 3 will be there. So he will ask you which policy is it. Based on the policy that you give, he will pick up that policy ID and he will raise your claim in the claim system, which is your third system. So to do all these things, okay, to do all these things, at least one customer, okay, one customer should be online for like on an average for 10 minutes. Okay, so on an average, a person, not only for this insurance related thing, for any policy related or any thing, they used to have a minimum 6 to 10 minute interval for one particular customer. So there is one gentleman in Oracle Corporation. Okay, there is one person in Oracle whose name is Thomas Siebel. And this gentleman had looked at this. He studied the complete issue that is there with the call center and how much time they are investing to serve one particular customer. So this person has coined the term CRM software. He coined a term. So this, whatever you're doing here, you're trying to do some customer relationship management. Okay. So he said, if we develop a software that will support all the policies that are, in fact, CRM is nothing but a set of policies. It is a theoretical topic. So customer relationship management are a set of policies that tells you that you have to do this with the customer so that the customer will be happy. So Thomas Siebel was proposing something like, why can't we bring this out into a system? So this person had come up with a prototype, and that prototype has been showcased to Larry Ellison. And Larry Ellison has negated this idea of building a CRM software. But for some reason, Thomas Siebel was very confident on his particular thing. So he had quit his position in Oracle and he opened up a company called Siebel Software Systems Inc. Okay, he launched his own company and he has built the first application, which is called Siebel Call Center. Okay, and this Siebel Call Center got released in the year 1993. The first version of this got released in 1993. And the beauty of this is it was very, very futuristic. And 93, it is like a desktop-based application. Lot of coding was there, and a lot of features were involved. Like what he has noticed is the call center representatives are connecting to multiple systems, three systems. So what Thomas Siebel had tried to do is he tried to integrate all these systems and bring this entire data into one single screen. And also for every operation that you do, you have to go click a save button. So moving your mouse, taking your pointer to the save button and push the save button is pretty time consuming in those days. So he introduced, for the first time ever, he introduced shortcuts. So these are the regular shortcuts that are there for saving your work. Control S for save, Control S for save, Control C to copy, Control V to paste, all these things. So he has introduced shortcuts inside an application. Well, right now, shortcut Control C, Control V is there everywhere. We are in 2023 right now, but I'm talking about 30 years back. At that time, we are still with Windows 98. Okay. And this was a local machine installation. And when it comes to 1996, okay, he had made it like a web application. So, or in those days, it's more like a client server application. So there is a server and there is a client that is running on different machines. So only one installation. Here in 1993, every machine that is running Siebel should have the entire Siebel installation. Whereas when you come to 1996, they refined the architecture so that the entire Siebel application was kept in one server, and then the client of that is going to come up to you in a browser. So in 1996, the supported browser is IE, Internet Explorer. Okay, the supported browser is the Internet Explorer. And see, I told you this guy had made it a habit from 1993 for the shortcuts. So now people started asking for shortcuts in Internet Explorer. That is where Thomas Siebel has cleverly used. I don't know how many of you have heard about this concept. Right now, in the present day world, we are calling them as cookies, but earlier, way back in 1996, they are not called as cookies. They are called as ActiveX controls. They're called as ActiveX controls. Okay. So ActiveX controls are the Microsoft proprietary coding, which works on Internet Explorer's version 6 and above. So if you have to run Siebel, you have to have Internet version 6 and above. So here the Siebel had attained enormous popularity, and a lot of people started using Siebel, and a lot of people wanted to configure Siebel. So now there is a requirement in Siebel software systems Inc. to train the clients on how to configure the Siebel application. That is where they launched something known as Siebel University. They launched Siebel University somewhere around 96, 97 kind of a time frame. And my association started with Siebel University in 1999 in Redwood Shores, California. So I started my US job with Siebel University in 1999. And then I was working for Siebel. And then, well, they had grown exponentially, I should say, between 93 and 1999. The growth of Siebel is phenomenal. A $10 share was there around $160, $170 also at one point in time. That is the popularity of Siebel way back in 1999. And then 2000 started the downfall of Siebel. 2000 started the downfall of Siebel because everybody started jumping into this .com boom in the year 2000. So everybody started this .com boom. And Siebel was pretty adamant in terms of jumping into that .com thing, and they released a web version of Siebel in a very hasty manner, and that was Siebel version 7, and this was a web version. This was a web-based version, a client-server-based system, but the client is somewhere, and you can use a web browser as a client. And again, they released it hastily with a lot of bugs. They released this very hastily with a lot of bugs, and people started getting disappointed with the performance of Siebel, and they had to release a lot of patches like that. But while all this is happening, there is another gentleman again in Oracle. Who is keenly watching this entire story that is unfolding. And he is none other than Mark. All right, so he is none other than the CEO of now Salesforce, Mark Benioff. He's also a part of Oracle earlier, and then he had quit Oracle and he launched his .com company called SFDC in 2000, which is nothing but if SFDC stands for Salesforce.com. It was called Salesforce.com. It was a .com application. And then Salesforce was telling people that, hey, you don't need to worry about anything. We are going to do everything for you. People liked it. But there is one additional catch which Mark Benioff had said, that you don't need to take care of anything, including your data. We are going to take care of your data. Now, that is where people got pissed off a lot. When you say, give me your data and I'm going to protect it, nobody is going to believe you, because data is the most valuable thing for any organization. So people were not ready. People were not embracing Salesforce. But then, maybe after a couple of years, the concept of www had moved away from www to HTTP, and HTTP, www is a protocol, HTTP is a protocol. So these protocols are easy to be sniffed, that where they use this protocol to transfer data over the internet. So when you're transferring the data over the internet, you can sniff the lines and you can pull out the packets of data that are going. That is where the most interesting thing happened, wherein HTTPS had come into the picture, which is HTTP protocol in a secured manner. And then after this, you had 128-bit encryption. But there is no guarantee that your data is getting encrypted and it is being transferred over the line. So that is where companies like PCI, and then there is one thing called VeriSign. These companies, and I think even Norton also has got that. I don't exactly know, but I know for sure this PCI and VeriSign, they came up with encryption techniques. So you buy this, and if you can, while you're transferring the data, these people, PCI and VeriSign, they will encrypt your data, and they used to guarantee you that nobody, even if they sniff your data, they will not be able to decrypt that, because the algorithm, encryption algorithm, has an equivalent decryption algorithm that is only available at the end of the transmission. So that made people believe in data security. And then Salesforce had come up with a lot of showcasing of their data centers which have almost like 4 or 5 levels of security at physical levels of security. So then people slowly started believing it, Salesforce on one end is growing, and the what do you call, the glow of Siebel is slowly coming down. And then the share value has gone down, and people started embracing Salesforce. The number of people who are embracing Salesforce has gone up. And we are working with Siebel University even in 2000, and then in 2006, again in 2005, Siebel launched the new version, which is Siebel 7.5, which was again embraced by people a lot. So that was one of the most stable things. And then in 2005 itself, they came up with a new version, Siebel 8. But the adoption has gone very badly. We're down. The adoption of new licenses of Siebel are going down drastically. The new versions of Siebel adoption are going down drastically. And finally, the last nail in the coffin had struck on Siebel in the year 2006, when Oracle acquired Siebel. Siebel has been acquired by Oracle not because of its technology or anything, just for the sake of getting Siebel's customers. Siebel's clientele includes the top companies. You name the top companies, top 3 companies in any industry, they are Siebel customers. Let's say, for example, if you go to healthcare, insurance for that matter, Blue Cross Blue Shield is one of the largest things. Then there is MetLife. There is, I don't remember, there's something to do with SunTrust. These are all the big names in insurance, and then they are running Siebel. If you look at the entertainment industry, Disney is the world's #1. They used to use Siebel. Shipping industry, shipping transport, Maersk Lines is the largest thing. They are Siebel customers. When you go to banking, Citibank is the biggest customer. Similarly, if you go to the telecom industry, British Telecom is the largest customer. So they had fantastic clientele. And that clientele had are bearing Siebel. Okay, they did not disavow the Siebel, but still they are looking for alternatives. And after the Oracle takeover, investments into Siebel have not been done a lot. So that is where in 2006, they wanted to revamp Siebel, and they want to make it like Salesforce. So that is in 2006 was my first experience with Salesforce, where I had to give a POV on Salesforce.com and Siebel CRM on demand. This is Siebel CRM on demand.com and Salesforce.com. I have to give it. And this was my first experience with Salesforce. and then slowly, the Siebel stopped growing, and then finally we moved out of Oracle in 2008, and then moved into a different organization where I was working on both Salesforce as well as another new technology at that point in time, which is called Pega. So I'm a certified trainer for Siebel, certified trainer for Pega, and a certified trainer for Salesforce. And then still I'm with the same company. So almost counted from 1999, 24 years, and I'm into my 25th year right now in the CRM space. But I started working in the year 1996. So if you add those 3 years, it is 27 years. I don't know how many of you are born in 1993, but I started working in 1993. So I gave you a background of Salesforce, Siebel, as well as mine. The amount of manpower that is required, okay, the amount of manpower that is required to manage that application up and running is huge. I'll give you examples. Okay. So the world's largest call center application, okay, the world's largest call center implementation has been done for British Telecom. Okay. This is the largest seater call center thing. And the organization that supported this was our erstwhile Mahindra. Okay, so to start this, Mahindra and British came into a joint venture, and they started an organization in Pune as Mahindra British Telecom. Okay, or this is more commonly known as MBT. Okay, I don't know if you have heard about this name MBT. Okay, so there were so many people employed in MBT. So there is a huge property that belongs to one of the top politician, Sharad Pawar. So that's a huge property. So that entire property is taken by Mahindra British Telecom. And slowly, when the what do you call when the business is going down, the number of people are getting reduced. So they cannot lose these people because there are a lot of people who are working on development for a long time. So that's where this Mahindra British Telecom had this Mahindra British Telecom pact had been broken, and then they had come up with an organization called Mahindra Tech. They came up with the organization Mahindra Tech. And Mahindra Technologies, Mahindra Tech, whatever you call it. And then that was the time when the Satyam fiasco happened. And then they renamed this as Mahindra Satyam. And finally, this became the current Tech Mahindra. So Tech Mahindra's starting was a Siebel implementation. Tech Mahindra starting was a Siebel implementation. See how large that Siebel implementation is. How large the Siebel implementation is. Similarly, you have Citibank. Citibank had got a large team of Siebel implementation, and then they were part and a parcel of the Citibank. And then that particular division has grown big. That particular division has grown big. And then they also had other technology people working in there. And that division has been separated out of Citibank. And then after a few iterations, that became Patni Computers. Again, the seed of Patni Computers is the Siebel implementation. There is HSBC again, which is running a lot of Siebel implementations. So HSBC's software operations have been outsourced to an organization called Canbay. I don't know how many of you know about Canbay. They've outsourced this to Canbay, and Canbay is working as the implementation partner for HSBC. The amount of money HSBC is paying to Canbay, they realized that it is way too much. So they had completely taken over the employees under HSBC, and they started their own computers division as HSBC Tech or something. I don't know the actual name. So the number of people that are required to maintain Siebel is so enormous that as an offshoot, new companies have come out of that entire team. So that may be one reason why IBM wasn't able to sustain people on Siebel implementations, where they have gone out of that and then look for an easy sales connect or some kind of a thing. You understood the complexities that are involved? Like almost all the customers have moved away from Siebel customers, I'm talking, have moved away from Siebel to Salesforce. But still, there are customers. I'll tell you who. So there is something known as law of the land. And as per the law of the land, any banking customer information should reside in the boundaries of that particular. The data should reside in the geographical boundaries of that particular country. So the data cannot be transferred out of the geographical boundary of that particular country. So that is the reason why none of the banks, either in India or in Europe, were adopting Salesforce. The reason behind that is Salesforce had got data centers only in US. So none of the banks were doing it. All the banks were with Siebel. All the banks, even till date. So Salesforce had now come up with data centers across the globe, and slowly some of the banks have moved to Salesforce. In India, you have few banks, but the first bank I think that has moved to Salesforce is IDFC. So they are moving into Salesforce because Salesforce had got data centers across the globe, but still, Middle East market is booming for Siebel. So a lot of banks in Middle East are still buying Salesforce licenses, but not all, but Middle East banks are coming up. So even what I heard last is that Oracle is investing on, Oracle has got good systems in other things, but Oracle hasn't got a good CRM. So they are investing money in revamping the architecture to make it more web-based. And I think, again, we might see some or the other big player buying in a Siebel license. May not be immediate, but someday it would happen. That's what I sense.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers Salesforce Administrator Certification Training. This training has been created by industry experts to help you understand Salesforce in a better way. This training is designed by experts from top MNCs who aim to make you proficient in the significant modules and techniques in Salesforce, such as capability of core CRM objects, creating encrypted fields, and more. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonies on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to a new height. So visit the course page link given in repeat. Without a doubt, repeat. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description. Repeat. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of Salesforce.
Now, James and Archana are with, let's say, AT&T. So they are using AT&T mobile phones. They're using AT&T mobile phones and they are paying maybe around $49 a month. Okay, and James is with AT&T for almost like last 70 months. And let's assume that Archana is now connected with AT&T for last 38 months. So this is the duration with which James and Archana are with AT&T mobile service. Now, both of them, Archana and James, are pretty happy with the services that are being provided by AT&T. So long distance calling, they are happy with the long distance calling. They are happy with the reception of the calls. They are happy with the connectivity. They're happy with the data speeds, everything they are happy. But then they have seen one advertisement that has been put up by Verizon. So what Verizon had put up something with $64.99. And they say what they are offering is whatever they are getting right now in this $49 package, they are getting 1.5x of that. And they are also getting 2 OTT channel subscriptions free. This is the offer that is being rolled out by Verizon. So even though they are very happy with the current AT&T connectivity and other things, with another $15 or $16 more, they are getting 1.5 times more. If they are getting 20 GB, they are getting 30 GB. Okay, and if they are getting some 100 minutes, they are going to get 150 minutes. So like that, they're getting everything 50% more. And then they're also getting free subscription to two OTT channels. So they're getting it for 2 good channels, let's say Prime Videos, and they're getting it for Netflix. So 2 channels they're getting it. Now, James and Archana wants to disconnect their AT&T connection. Now, as soon as you call up AT&T or you just send an SMS for disconnection, what happens? Will the AT&T disconnect your... This is a question to everybody, guys. It's just not a question to either James or Archana. This is a question to everybody. So as soon as James and Archana have put up a disconnection request, will AT&T disconnect their things, or what would AT&T do immediately? There is something known as a retention team, and immediately someone from the retention team will call up James and Archana and say, hey, why do you want to disconnect? Are you not happy with the services that we are providing? Are you not happy with the quality of the connection? What is the reason for which you are disconnecting? So they say, no, this is the reason we are pretty happy with this connections, but we are only problematic with this particular thing. Verizon is giving us 1.5x more for 64.99 plus 2 OTT channels. So now what AT&T will do is they'll say, okay, fine, forget about AT&T now. You are ready to pay $64.99. You give me $69 and I'm going to give you 2x plus 2 OTTs. Okay. Or you give me $84.99 a month, and then I'm going to give you 3x of whatever you're getting plus 3 OTT channels for free plus 50% off on other 3 OTTs. This is the offer that I have. Or you use the same thing, you pay the same money, and just sign up for 36-month contract. Then I'm going to give you an iPhone 13. So this is the offer that are given to James. Similarly, Archana also will get offers, but they may be little different. The reason behind that is the longevity of James versus the longevity of Archana is different. So the loyalty of Archana towards AT&T versus the loyalty of James towards AT&T is more. So they value that relationship, and they give some offers to James. There may be overlap of offers, but same offers may not be given for Archana. So James and Archana will pick up the offers. Archana picks up the offer that is given to her, and James picks up this $84.99 36-month contract offer. Now, once James picks up this offer, call center retention team guy says, hey, James, if you would like to have the phone immediately, you got to go down to a mall where we have an AT&T store, and then give your ID over there, sign the contract documents, and you can pick up your iPhone. Or if you feel that you can't go to a store nearby, I will email you all the documents. You print out those documents, sign the documents, scan the documents, and send it to me, and then I will ship your phone overnight. So James prefers to go to a store. So James will go down to a store and meets up with the store manager over there. Now, when James meets up with the store manager, first thing, how will the store manager pull out the details about James? So the store manager will ask for the mobile number of James, and he will pull out the data. Next question. When the store manager pulls out the data, will the store manager see the interaction details between the call center agent and James? Will that information be available to the store manager? Yes or no? So the data will be available to the store manager. Now, what does the store manager do? The first thing the store manager will do is to say, James, pretty good decision of picking up this plan of $84.99. Now, I would like to give you something beyond this. I would like to offer you one more thing. Instead of $84.99, if you do $89, just an $89. Everything remains same. Everything remains same, but I can upgrade you from an iPhone 13 to an iPhone 13 Plus or iPhone 13 Plus or Max, whatever you call it. Or I'm going to make it iPhone 14. Okay, so this is what I'm going to upgrade you. All right. Now, on top of this, if you add another $1 more, you will get 36-month insurance. So whatever happens to your phone between now and the 36th month, anything that happens, no questions asked, we are going to take care of the repairs or replace the phone. And I can give you a 50% discount on screen protector, or I can give you 75% discount on phone cases. So he'll try to sell these things. So now what happens is James will pick up whatever he wants, and then he'll go home and he will start using it. So once the month passes, okay, once the month passes, James have to pay the bill. So where will James pay the bill? He can walk down to the store, pay cash. He can walk down to the store, drop a check, or he can mail a check. Apart from this, how can he pay the bill? Online. So once James goes online and pays the bill. Now, the moral of the story over here is when the call center, the retention team from the call center called James, they knew everything about James. When the store manager pulled out the data, the store manager was aware of James. When James went online, James was able to see all the data pertaining to him. So when the company is looking at James, whatever may be the channel, so call center, store, online, all these are channels. So whatever may be the channel, okay, they are getting the same details of James. So in short, the company is able to get one single view of the customer. Similarly, when the James is talking to a call center agent, or when James is talking to a store manager, or when James is going online, James is getting the same view of him. So everybody are aware of James. That means James is also getting one single view of the company. James is also getting one single view of the company. How is this happening? All this is happening because of one single thing, which is this. So you have one single database. You got one single database, and this database is the one that is being accessed by everybody. So this is one single database. So now when there is an interaction that is happening between the call center agent and when there is an interaction that is happening between the call center agent and James, the interaction history has been put into the interaction history has been put into the database. When the store manager is pulling out the data, store manager is connecting to the same database. Store manager is connecting to the same database. And when James is connecting to the online portal, James is also getting the same information from the same database. So everybody are connecting to the same database and they are able to get the data. So if you look at this, okay, all right, now here, everybody are connecting to the same database. So now, what exactly is happening when Archana and James have put up the cancellation request? When Archana and James have put up the cancellation request, immediately a message has been triggered to the retention team. Message triggering happened. Now, when the call center team called up James and Archana, okay, they got.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, which programming language is commonly used to develop applications on the Salesforce platform? And your options are Python, Java, Ruby, or Apex. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers Salesforce Administrator Certification Training. This training has been created by industry experts to help you understand Salesforce in a better way. This training is designed by experts from top MNCs who aim to make you proficient in the significant modules and techniques in Salesforce, such as capability of core CRM objects, creating encrypted fields, and more. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonies on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to a new height. So visit the course page link given in Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of Salesforce.
The details of the offers that are to be presented to James exclusively, or the offers that are to be presented to Archana exclusively. Now, what are the questions that are supposed to be asked? One question after another question, the sequence of questions. So that is the smart scripts. Those are generated one after the other automatically. Here, the interaction tracking and data management is being done. Then, if there are some offers, so you have to trigger messages. So let's say birthday wishes, or maybe some festival wishes. All these are triggered by someone. And who is that someone? There is someone that is taking care of all these things. And that someone over here is my CRM software. In our case, it is Salesforce. All right, so all these things are being taken care by my Salesforce application. All these are being taken care by my Salesforce application. Now, in this entire story, who is the focal point. Customer is the focal point. Okay, the focus is on the customer. Let's assume that, okay, let's assume that AT&T in 2019 has got 100,000 customers. AT&T in 2019 has got 100,000 customers. In 2020, it has got, so in 2021, it has got 100,000 customers. 2022, it has got 100,000 customers. 2023, it has got 100,000 customers. So what do you think about AT&T? So is it good? It's doing good or fantastic, or AT&T is not good, or it's going bankrupt? What do you think is happening with AT&T in this situation? So I don't say good or not good, it is going bankrupt slowly. See, in 2019, you got 100,000 customers and you are getting a revenue of, let's say you're getting a 50 million revenue. Okay, and then your expenses are 20 mil. So you have a profit of 30 million. Now you don't increase the price on the customers as you wish. So your inflow will still remain there, but you have to pay for your property, whatever you have to pay for all the things. And then you have to also have increase in salaries of your customers. So your expenses will increase to 25 million. So now your profit has gone down to 25 mil. So if your expenses, your income is 50 mil and your expense has come up to 49 mil, and then you're left with only 1 mil, it is not going to be profitable to you. It's going to go bankrupt next year. Do you agree? Why is it happening? The reason behind this is in this piece in customer relationship management. Okay, customer relationship management. Salesforce is known as the customer relationship management, but only servicing the customer comes under the CRM part. Only servicing the customer will come under the CRM part. So when can you call a customer? Sorry, when can you call a person as your customer? There are 100,000 people who are using the services of AT&T now. Okay, so the product gets registered for you. Okay, the product gets registered. So now there is a requirement with Chitra, and Chitra walks into HP store, and there are various laptops that are kept over there, and she browses those laptops, and she looks at the laptops and she comes out. Okay, she looks at those laptops. Nobody really bothers to ask Chitra about what is the requirement, what does she do. Okay, all that is there. Now she comes out of the HP store, and Chitra walks into a Dell store, and immediately a salesperson will come And then that particular salesperson will ask what exactly Chitra is looking for and what is her purpose of the laptop. Or when I say purpose, not exactly why is she going to buy it, but what is the nature of work for which this laptop will be used. And he recommends that, okay, it is good you buy this laptop. This model in Dell works good for this. This model in Dell works good for this. So she compares the prices of HP with Dell, and then relatively Dell is $10-20 more expensive than HP. So will Chitra buy the laptop where it is $10 less, but she is not even care to be asked about what is she required, or she's okay to spend that additional $10-12 and buy the laptop from the place where she has been cared about? But it's not better service, it is better sales experience. So always the sales experience should be a positive one. So even though the marketing has done its job and ensured that it was able to pull the customers to the brand stores, if the sales experience in the store, or for that matter anywhere, if that sales experience is not good, then definitely the people won't buy that product or service. So sales is pretty important. Now you got good sales team, you got good marketing strategy. Okay, you got good marketing strategy. So you are getting customers, but whenever there is a problem with the product, the service is pathetic. There's nobody to really do the service. So definitely when someone asks you, see, when I asked you to recommend me 3 products, you recommended me Dell, Lenovo, and HP because their marketing has worked, the product got registered, and your sales experience is also good because people are buying that product, and the service experience is also good. That's the reason why you are recommending that product. Even the service is bad, whatever marketing you do or whatever the best sales experience that a person has, repeat sales will not be there. So you should have good marketing strategy, sales experience, and a service team. All these 3 things should work together to ensure that you get more customers. This is customer acquisition strategy. So once you have a customer with you, then you can ensure that the best service is applied and he or she is serviced so that he feels happy about it. Now, the question, okay, now Salesforce out of the box offers a sample for marketing, a sample for sales, and a sample for service. Okay, Salesforce offers like a preview of marketing, a preview of sales, and a preview of service as applications in the default Salesforce application. Okay, so now what is that we are going to learn? Are we going to learn sales? Are we going to learn service, or are we going to learn marketing? We are not going to learn anything over there. Then what is that we are going to learn? So what we are going to learn is, okay, so what is that we are going to learn in marketing, sales, and service? Okay. So now, let me quickly check the set of names over here. How many of you have the experience of opening a bank account in State Bank of India? So you have to physically walk down to a branch, and then you got to fill up all the application forms, give your ID proof and your address proof, and paste your picture over there, sign the documents, and then give it to the bank person over there. Then the bank person verifies your data with the original IDs that are provided by you, and then they will accept your request for opening a bank account. How many of you have opened a bank account in either ICICI or Kotak Mahindra Bank? So you don't even need to move out of your house. You can just sit in your house, go to their website, fill in your details, take a picture of your ID cards, whatever may be your ID cards. You take a picture of those ID cards, take a selfie of yours, put it, and within a couple of hours, your account is ready. So both the places, the process remains the same. Both the places, the process remains the same, but how did we run that process is a little different. How did we run that process is a little different. So what did we do? We have created a customer interface. Okay, we have created a customer interface, and we are using that customer interface for creating the bank accounts. Whereas in the government bank, we did not create a customer interface. We only have the employee interface, so only the employees can enter the data. So the interface is the difference over here. The interface is the difference over here. So who has created that interface? People like you are there who created that interface. Now, if you have to create a whole new interface, you got to write a lot of code. You got to write a lot of code. Okay. Now, there may be requirements where there is a sales team, where there is a sales team which is using Salesforce application. Now, for that particular application, okay, in India, if you're doing any business, you got to pay the tax, and you call that as GST. So every business should have a GST number. Now, when you buy a Salesforce application, do you have a GST number there in the sales application? By default, you don't have that field where you can capture the GST number. So you have to ensure that you put in that single field. So you're not changing any UI, you're not creating any interfaces, you're just adding a field over there. Or if you want to add, so in US, you will use a social security number. In India, we use an Aadhaar number. So if you want to capture these details, okay, if you want to capture these details, you can just put in a field. You don't need a huge interface to be designed for that. You just add a field. So to do that with the Salesforce applications, Salesforce comes up with three kinds of offerings. One is no code platform. The other one is low code platform. And pro code platform. Or let's not call it as a platform, we call it as three offerings: low code offering, no code offering, and pro code offering. So as a part of no code, we are going to look at all the admin tasks are no code offerings. Okay. Admin / app builder tasks, I should say. Okay. Now, in low code, Salesforce provides you a feature called flows. So flows comes under low code offering. Okay. Flows comes under the low code offering. Then there is something called as a pro code. Your development comes under the pro code. So we will be learning these two things. So this is our area of discussion. So what we are going to do is we have this marketing, sales, and service application. So what we are going to do is we will look at one simple example, not simple example, we will look at this marketing, sales, and service, and then we will look at what are the outcomes. Okay, what are the important outcomes of each application? Okay, so the most important topics in marketing will be campaign and lead. So a campaign and lead are the most important outcomes of marketing. Okay. The outcomes of marketing are campaign and lead. Then when you come to sales, okay, when you come to sales, the outcome of sales will be account, contact, opportunity. Along with this opportunity, you will also understand, along with this account, contact, opportunity, you will also understand about product, price book, quote, and contract. These are the 4 other things that you will learn, but the 3 most important things are account, contact, and opportunity. Now, the important outcome of service will be a case. All right, so from marketing, you will be learning a campaign and a lead. From sales, you will be learning account, contact, opportunity, along with product, price book, quote, and contract. Then service, you will be learning the case.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers Salesforce Administrator Certification Training. This training has been created by industry experts to help you understand Salesforce in a better way. This training is designed by experts from top MNCs who aim to make you proficient in the significant modules and techniques in Salesforce, such as capability of core CRM objects, creating encrypted fields, and more. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonies on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to a new height. So visit the course page link given in Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of Salesforce.
So this is your marketing app. If you look at it over here, it says marketing. And here you have the sales app, which says sales over here. And this is your service app, which says service over here. So now what we are going to do is let's go and let's create a campaign. So like you have to advertise your product. You have to make people aware of your product. You have to make people aware of your product. So to make people aware of your product, you can run TV commercials, or you can have radio jingles. You can put up billboards, or you can put up lollipops, or you can put in flyers in the newspapers that come to you on a daily basis, or you can have a full page, half page, quarter page, or whatever may be the dimension of ad in your daily newspaper or the tabloid that is popular in your area. Or you can put up standees in different critical locations. There are a lot of things. So if you want to make people aware of your product, one single thing is not one single way of doing it is not possible. So just if you put up all if you send in only flyers, maybe there are people who will look at flyers, or there may be people who don't get that particular tabloid or newspaper, and then they may not see your flyers. So there may be flyers is one way. The same advertisement, the same thing you can print as a front page ad. That is one way. So what if people don't buy that newspaper? They buy a different newspaper, and getting it on all the newspapers may be a little difficult. That is one thing. Now, there are people who are interested in listening to radio FM. So they listen to FM radio. So you want to run jingles in the FM radio about your product. That is one way to do it. So for the same product, you're running TV commercials, you're running the full page ads, you're running radio jingles, you're signing up billboards, you're doing all that. So all of those things will come under campaign. All of those things will come under campaign. So we can have multiple campaigns like that. And in each campaign, either you can have a series of campaigns, or you can have a hierarchy of campaigns, or you can have one campaign which you will run for a number of times. So I can create a new campaign. I will say April sales campaign active. Type is, see, as I told you, there are multiple types of campaigns. Then I can go back to campaigns, and then I can say, I can create a new campaign. I will say April trade show. So this is a campaign that I'm going to run in a trade show. And then from the type, I'm going to say trade show. Now status is in progress. And again, this is going to run from 1st of April to 15th of April. I can do this. And then if you look at this, there is a parent campaign. So you can say my parent campaign is April sales campaign. So this is a sub campaign that I'm running under April sales campaign. I can save my work. So as a part of this April sales campaign, what happens is people will come. So let's assume that there are a lot of people visiting. Let's say I sell laptops. People are coming in and then they are looking at the laptops and they are giving their details. Okay. So the people who are interested in your product, the people who are interested in your product, you call them as, okay, so now I have created the campaign and then people are coming. So I am a company. Okay. So this trade show, this advertisements are for a company that is selling laptops. Okay. These are the company for which it is selling laptops. So what is that we are going to do? We are going to inquire about the product. So the people who are interested, okay, the people who are interested in your products, okay, the people who are interested in your products, they are known as the people who are interested in your products. They are known as leads. So a lead is a person, who is interested. Okay, a lead is a person who is interested in your product or service. A lead is a person who is interested in your product. Okay, a lead is a person who is interested in your product. So now let me create a lead. So here I'm just using the names that I see in the list that I have. So James is interested, James M is interested in the product, and he gives his mobile number and he says his company is architect.com. So here, when you look at the lead source, you just say others. Industry is construction. Annual revenue is 90 million. So James is working for architect.com. So here, and then you can give the address over here and you can give all the data and you can save this. So one lead got created. Okay, one lead got created, and now I'm creating another lead. So now I am going to create my second lead as Prabal A, and then Prabal A is working for a newtalk.com, and then lead source is again others. Industry is communications, annual revenue is 75 million. So now these are the two leads. These are the two leads that were created. So now in the leads, what I can do is I can just go here, click on the leads, and see these are the two leads. I can select these two things and I can say add to campaign. And it shows me the campaign. So I'm going to say April sales campaign trade show. See, it's showing me April sales campaign trade show is a part of April sales campaign. So I will select this and I'm going to say submit. So now these two people are members of this campaign. So when I go to campaigns and then when I say April sales campaign, you see when you look at the related data, campaign members, it is showing two campaign members. Okay, click on this campaign members. You will see two campaign members who are leads over here. Who are leads over here. Now, let us go and what happens to these leads? That is what we have to discuss. But before we do that, okay, Before we do that, what we are going to do is we are going to create one more lead. Okay, let's create a new lead. Now here I have, let's assume Anushka. Yes. Now the issue is Anushka is a master's student and she is not working anywhere. So she doesn't bother of entering company name and she would like to save the record. Now what is happening? It is not letting me save this record without the company name. It's not letting me save the record without the company name. So does that mean that Salesforce does not allow anybody who is not having a job buy anything? Or is Anushka not eligible for buying a laptop from this company because she is unemployed? So why is it happening like this? Why is it happening like this is the big question. Like this is not letting you, so this is not letting you sell the product to a person who is not employed. So let's look at it from a different angle. Okay, so let me just come back and I'm going to talk about a couple of things over here and then we will go forward. Okay. Okay. So let's look at some theory over here. Now, Anushka is in need of a laptop. So Anushka, if you have to buy a laptop, where will you go? So if you're based out of India, either you will go to a Reliance Digital or you may go to a Chroma or a Reliance Digital, right? You will go to a retailer. So if you will either go to a Best Buy or you go to a Target or you go to some other place, Radio Shack, anywhere. Okay, you'll go to some retailer like that. Now, let's assume that here Anushka is going in for Reliance. Okay, so she's going to go to the product to Reliance Digital. So between these two parties, which party is running Salesforce over here? Any idea which party runs Salesforce to manage customer relationship management? Okay, so now what is going to happen is Anushka is directly buying it for Reliance, and between Reliance and Anushka, who is the buyer, who is the seller? So between Reliance and Anushka, who is the business and who is the consumer? So the transaction that is happening between Reliance and Anushka, this is going to be a business to business transaction. Sorry, business to consumer. It's a B2C transaction. All right, the transaction that is happening between Anushka and Reliance is going to be a business to consumer transaction. Okay, let us talk about a different thing. Now, Anushka is now representing, let's assume that a company called nowires.com. Okay, Anushka is representing nowires.com. Here, Anushka is representing nowires.com and she requires 150 laptops. So they are hiring all new college graduates for their company, and they want to give a laptop to each one of the person. So they want to buy 150 laptops.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, what is the purpose of a Salesforce sandbox? And your options are to test and develop applications in a separate environment, or to store customer data securely, or to integrate with external systems, or to generate reports and analytics. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers Salesforce Administrator Certification Training. This training has been created by industry experts to help you understand Salesforce in a better way. This training is designed by experts from top MNCs who aim to make you proficient in the significant modules and techniques in Salesforce, such as capability of core CRM objects, creating encrypted fields, and more. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonies on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to a new height. So visit the course page link given in repeat. Without a doubt, repeat. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description. Repeat. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of Salesforce.
Okay, so nowires.com needs 150 laptops. Now, Anushka is representing nowires.com. So for her personal laptop, Anushka went and bought it from Reliance Digital. Now, if Anushka has to buy 150 laptops per nowires.com, will she go to Reliance Digital, or where will she go? Okay, so let's assume that there are three suppliers. Dell is there, HP is there, and Lenovo is there. So these are the three companies that she can directly go. Here we discuss that Reliance is managing Salesforce. Similarly, Dell, HP, Lenovo will also manage their customer data in Salesforce, correct? Now here, who is the buyer? Who is the seller? So we yet don't know who is the seller. It may be Dell, it may be HP or Lenovo. So one of them will be the seller. And then nowires.com is the buyer. But is nowires.com buying it? It's not Nowires, it's Anushka who is buying it on behalf of nowires.com, but the sale will be on the name of nowires.com. Now, let's come back to this. Now, who is a business over here? So this is a business. And nowires.com is not a consumer. It is also a business. The end consumers of this will be the young graduates who joins nowires.com. So the transaction that is happening between one of these and nowires.com will be a B2B transaction. It will be a B2B transaction. And when you come back over here, by default, Salesforce, okay, by default, Salesforce works in a B2B model. By default, Salesforce works in a B2B model. All right. By default, Salesforce only works in business to business model. But again, business to business model is not the only model that is available. You have to have business to consumer also. You should have business to consumer also. So how are you going to do that? So what you have to do is, as soon as you buy the license, all right, you cannot have a B2C model. You cannot have a B2C model when you are working on a non-licensed product. Okay. So you have to buy a licensed Salesforce application and then approach your customer. You will have one designated salesperson. You need to approach that salesperson to enable B2C model. So internally, they'll do something that enables the B2C model. Okay, then only you will be able to work in a B2C fashion. So if you have to do business using Salesforce in a B2C model, you need to buy a licensed version first and then approach your sales point of contact, telling them that you not only work in business to business model, but you will work even in business to consumer model or business to customer model. So they should activate the B2C workflows in Salesforce. So they will internally activate some workflows. So if you look at it, if you look over here, there is something called accounts, right? Similarly, one more entry will become, which is called person account. There is something called as a person account. That person account will come into the picture so that you can create, you can directly create, you can bypass the lead. You don't need a lead over there. So now at this point in time, Anushka is a lead over here. Anushka is interested in your product. So see, industry is there. And Anushka is there. And since you can customize it, so this is going to be the lead details. So this will be industry. This will be first name and last name. Then this is requirement. So this will be the part of, this is going to be the part of, okay, so this is going to be a part of, this lead details will be there for Dell, this lead details will be there for HP, this lead details will be there for Lenovo. So in all the three companies' Salesforce system, this data will be there. This data will be there as a lead. Once this lead is there, people will call up Anushka and then they will ask, hey, you have requested for this. Are you, like, what would be a good time for my salesperson to talk to you? Okay. So that is what we call it as lead qualification. Okay. So that is where, so if you look at this, so lead status shows open or not contacted. Now, when they call, they will change the lead status to working contacted. Now, if Anushka says, hey, I approached you, but my company dropped the idea of buying the things, we are no longer looking forward for it. So lead status will be set to closed, not converted, and rating will be set to cold. And they will save the record. Or when they say, Anushka says, yes, we are looking forward for it. Can you ask your sales rep to call me? Then they're going to put it as warm. Now, if Anushka says, I'm immediately looking at buying the things, what would be the best time? What would be the earliest that you can sell these things and what is the best price? Can you ask your sales rep to come with the product thing? As well as other required inputs. So when that enthusiasm is shown, rating is set to hot. And then, depending on various factors, you can check this box so that this gets assigned to the right sales rep. This gets assigned to the right sales rep. So now, once this gets assigned to the sales rep, it is the responsibility of the sales rep to go to the sales application, click on the leads that are assigned to that particular person, click on the lead, call up Anushka, and then say, hey, this is the requirement that I see here. When can we have a discussion? All right. So Anushka will give some time for the sales rep. The same thing will happen with Dell. Same discussion will happen with HP. Same discussion will happen with Lenovo. Now, all the three sales reps will meet Anushka because Anushka is now a lead in their system. Then they want to take this to the next level. That is where they will convert the lead. So when they convert the lead, three things will happen. First thing is you will get an account, you will get a contact, and you will get an opportunity. So this nowires.com is going to become account. Anushka S is going to become the contact. And this 150 laptops is going to become the opportunity. So the single lead gets divided into three columns. The single lead is going to get divided into three things. See, account is nowires.com, contact is Anushka S, nowires.com, 150 laptop opportunity, and then say convert. See, convert status is going to get converted. Now, before I do that, if you go to this and go to campaigns, go to Anushka, add to campaign. Now, in this campaign, if you look at the campaign now, in this, there are three members. When I click on campaign members, see, Anushka is a lead, James is a lead, Prabal is a lead. But now here, what is that I'm doing? I am going to convert Anushka's record. So this is going to become a contact. Anushka is going to become a contact. Nowires.com is going to become an account. And opportunity will be created, which is 150 laptops opportunity. Convert. See, account got created, contact got created, opportunity got created. When you go to a lead, you don't see Anushka's name anywhere here. You don't see Anushka's name. anywhere over here. So when you go back to campaign members, just do a refresh. But what is the type of Anushka over here? Type was lead earlier. Now it became contact. It was also lead, but now it became contact. So now what happens is, in all these three places, for Dell Salesforce, Novas.com will be account. For Dell Salesforce system, Anushka will be a contact. 150 laptops is an opportunity. So the same data is available in Dell. Same data will be available in HP. Same data will be available in. So now, these are the three most important things that are going to be there. But product price book, quote and contract are also there. Where are they going to come into the picture? For the marketing managers, they need to know the effectivity of the campaign. So whatever the opportunity that got created, that shows up in this campaign. So by virtue of this campaign, this opportunity got created. Campaign is meant for making your product, making people aware of your product. So here in this campaign, I used a trade show. So if you want, see here, when you go to this campaigns, see, when you create a campaign, there are so many types of campaigns. Conference is there, webinar is there, trade show is there, public relations, advertisements, direct mail, email, telemarketing. If you want to do WhatsApp, it comes under other campaigns.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers Salesforce Administrator Certification Training. This training has been created by industry experts to help you understand Salesforce in a better way. This training is designed by experts from top MNCs who aim to make you proficient in the significant modules and techniques in Salesforce, such as capability of core CRM objects, creating encrypted fields, and more. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonies on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to a new height. So visit the course page link given in Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of Salesforce.
Okay, so first things first, what we are going to learn as a part of this is the administration of a Salesforce application. Okay. In Salesforce, there are three basic applications that are given to us. CRM. Okay. CRM stands for Customer Relationship Management. And when we say customer relationship management, we will try to manage a customer. Now, when can we call a person as a customer? A person can be called as a customer when he or she is, or when he or she has purchased a product or a service. When he or she has purchased a product or a service, we call that person as a customer. But for the person to buy your product or service, the person should be aware of your product. Okay, the person should be aware of your product. Now, how do you make a person aware of your product? You make a person aware of your product by ensuring that the person knows your product. And how can you make a person know about your product? By doing some advertisements. So what advertisements do you do? How you do the advertisements? Like how much money you're spending on those advertisements? All these details are managed and tracked. Okay. All these things are managed and tracked by marketing app. Now, once marketing application once marketing application ensures that people are aware of your product, people will start inquiring about your product. People will start inquiring about your product. Now, when people start inquiring about your product, you should be ready to ensure, you should be ready to give a very good sales experience to those customers. Sorry, to those people who are trying to buy your product or service. So based on the user experience that person has, the person may or may not buy your product. So now once a person buys a product, okay, once a person buys a product or a service, the person may have certain issues with that. The person may have certain issues with that particular product. So now when the person has issues with the product, the person has to raise a service request. That is where my service application will come into the picture. That is where my service application will come into the picture, and then we will be serving that particular customer. All right. Now, what is that we are going to learn? So we will not be learning this marketing, sales, and service applications, and rather we will see how do we do configuration of these applications. How do we configure the applications using no code and low code functionalities of Salesforce. No code and no code functionalities of Salesforce. Now, if I tell you Salesforce is a cloud-based CRM, okay, if I say Salesforce is a cloud-based CRM, we know what is CRM. But when I say Salesforce is a cloud-based CRM, we need to understand what is cloud. The big difference between internet and cloud is both are same. Okay, the big difference between internet and cloud is that internet is managed. It's not owned by anybody. Internet is not owned by anybody. Internet is just managed by a forum called World Wide Web Consortium. So World Wide Web Consortium are the people who manage the internet, and then various companies participate in that. It's a kind of a what do you call a charity kind of a thing that is happening. Okay. Now, whereas a cloud is also the same thing, but the only difference is a cloud is owned by an organization. See, when I say internet, I cannot say internet is owned by this organization. Whereas if you take Google Cloud, it is owned by Google. Okay, if you take Amazon Cloud, it is owned by Amazon AWS Cloud. Okay, similarly, if you go to Azure, owned by Microsoft, Bluemix, owned by IBM, Oracle Cloud, owned by Oracle. So different cloud providers has their own sets of networks. So a cloud is similar to internet. It is internet, but it is owned and managed by an organization, and it is more for a profit related thing. It's more for a profit related thing. So any cloud service provider, they don't do charity. Okay. Nobody is going to do a charity here. Whereas internet is completely on charity. That's it. So now with this brief of what is Salesforce, what are the applications, the first thing that we need to do is we need to create our own login IDs. Okay, we need to create our own login IDs. So how do we create our login IDs? What is that we are going to do? So to create our login IDs, first thing, what we need to do is we need to have certain prerequisites. We need to follow certain prerequisites so that we have a good learning experience. Okay. We need to follow certain prerequisites to ensure that we have a proper learning experience. So now what we need is to create a user ID for Salesforce, okay, to create a proper user ID in Salesforce. We need few things. First thing is you need to have Chrome browser, okay. So if you don't have a Chrome browser, okay, try using a Safari. Okay, so if you look at it, Chrome browser is preferred. Next best would be Safari or Edge. There's nothing like a next best. You have to use any one of these three things. That's it. Okay. Email ID should be preferred is .@gmail.com. The next one is @anything. Okay. @anything. Okay. Do not use IE or do not use @yahoo.com or @outlook.com. So if you ask me, show me a documentation that tells you not to use yahoo.com or that tells me not to use outlook.com, I don't have it. But out of my experience, I'm telling you, these browsers will not play a proper role in rendering the Salesforce UI. That's the reason. There is one more thing that you need to understand. Salesforce is a CRM application. Okay, Salesforce is a CRM application. Now, since Salesforce is a CRM application, CRM is customer relationship management. So it is always for an organization. The CRM application is meant for an organization. Okay. So you have to give a company or organization name. You have to give a company or an organization. So this should be an imaginary. Okay, you have to identify, you have to do an imaginary company you have to give. Okay. Let's say, for example, okay. Let's say, for example, you don't remember, you're not able to make out anything. Okay. So what you can do is, you can take your last name. Like, let's say I have Abhishek Jain. So I'm just taking this as an example. So you can say Jain LLC or Jain Marketing or Jain Organization. Okay. So, or I have Ankita Patel. So you can say Patel LLC, Patel ORG, something like that. Or you can say Abhishek Anand is there. So I can say AA Inc. or AA LLC. Something like that you have to make up. Okay, so you have to cook up a name. Okay, you have to just cook up a name over here. All right. Now there will be one more thing, user ID. User ID. Now this user ID is in form of an email. So this need not be this email. It need not be the email that you gave here. It can be anything. So generally what I do is I will take my first name. I will suggest people to take first name @ okay, imaginary company .xxxx. So that xx may be .in, .com, .org, .net, whatever you want. Okay, this is how you have to do, or you can even say .abc, whatever you want. This has to be like this. Here you see there is something called browse trials. On the top right, click on browse trials. Now in this page, you see there is, if you just scroll up, there is Salesforce Developer Edition. Sign up for the Salesforce Developer Edition. Click on that. It will open this window. Okay. Give your first name. Give your email ID. This should be this email ID. It should be a working email ID. This should be a working email ID. So for me, this is a working email ID. So I've given this. My job role, you just select it as a developer. It doesn't really make any big difference. It is only used for Salesforce Analytics. So just say developer. Company. So this is what I was mentioning over here. Company or organization. This is an imaginary company. I have my own company name called We Train You. So I will use that. And then I have to select my country. So I'm going to select this as Venkat 74. Say sign me up. There you go. This is the window I should come. All right. Okay. Now what you do is open up your email IDs and go to the email that you have given. So when you get this mail, guys, what you do is sometimes you should not click on the link here. Okay, you should not click on the link over here. So what you have to do is you should do a right click on this verify account and then copy link address and explicitly open another window and say Control V and push enter. So that it will ask you for your password thing. So give a simple password, guys. Don't really give your bank account password. And ensure that you remember this. Whenever you forget your password, you need to respond to this question to ensure that you get a option to change your password. So this is the admin, this is the user interface, which is for administrators. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create an user. I'm going to log into one of the end user application. This is the end user application, right? Now I have an option. To come to a lightning also classic version. Classic is your regular one. Right click, open link in a new tab. Okay. So now what I'm going to do is I am going to click on leads. Okay. Now, when I say new lead, see how is the window? It's in 2 lines, right? It's in 2 blocks or 2 columns. And then the movement is fine. It is easy. It is relaxing on the eye. You're not really worried about moving left and right. It's only the scroll down. Now, all this is like this because this is a laptop. What if you are working on a tablet? Okay, what if you're working on a tablet? So the tablet means the screen real estate will be small, right? So when it is like this, even still, see the size of the things got adjusted. And then still it's only one scroll. There is no left-right scrolling. Otherwise, when you go in and look at the leads over here, see, when you're looking at the lead over here, I'll select the first lead. See, when you look at the details, see the entire window is occupied into one single window. Now, what I'm going to do is this is the classic window. Okay, the same marketing application. I'm going to open the lead and then I'm going to say new lead. See, this window is like this. Now, this window is going to become, so this is the window that was originally there. See, when I'm closing this window, closing on this window, making it exactly the same size as that of the other one. See, the menus are still here. The menus did not get rearranged. Okay. And I have to do a right click. Sorry, I need to do a right scroll. Okay, scroll down, scroll up. And if I am looking at anything, okay, like this, see, Bertha Boxer is the one that we are looking at. See, I can see all the details over here in one window, whereas I have to scroll left and right for this. So this is a normal web page. Okay, this is a normal web page, whereas this is known as a responsive UI. Okay, this is known as a responsive UI. And the reason for it is like Google had introduced Angular. Okay, Google had introduced Angular. Then Netflix has introduced React. Then you have Node. You have there are a lot of Vue.js, a lot of JS related things are there. So people, because of this JS files, the responsiveness of the web page has increased. So what clients started doing is they started building front ends using any of this frameworks. You call them as UI frameworks. So the people started building front ends using the UI frameworks. And then what they did was they started using Salesforce as a backend application, which is not an appropriate way to work with Salesforce. So that way, what Salesforce has done is it has to do a revisit of its own user interface. So that is where they have gone back. They've acquired a company called Aura, which is also a framework. And then they rechristianed this Aura framework as Lightning, like the Salesforce application that is built using the Aura framework is called Lightning application. So a lot of people say in developer class, do you teach LWC, Lightning Web Components? That's not the right question. LWC or Lightning is only for the web UI or the user interface designers. It is not for you, your developer. You only will write the Apex code that supplies data to the front end, which is the web UI, which is the Lightning Web Components. That's how it is. So once you're all in this window, guys, this is the most important window for you. Okay, guys, this is the most important window for you. Why am I calling it as the most important window? Because this window will be your bread and butter when you join as a Salesforce admin. Why am I calling it as your bread and butter is because this is the window from where you will do all the admin related activities. This is the window from where you will do all the admin related activities. Now, how do you identify that this is your window? So if you look on the top left, you see that word setup in bold. So if you see the UI with the word that says setup, then it is your admin UI. Any other application that is there, okay, any other application that is there, it will have a different name. Like if you look at this, when I open marketing, when I open service, when I open sales, see, marketing application has got marketing, sales application has got sales. Okay. And similarly, the next window that you have is the service. If you look here, it is service. Now, let us not talk about what is sales, what is service, all these things. We'll stay in the setup for some time. So I told you a point in the beginning. Salesforce is an application that will always be acquired by an organization. And that is the reason why whenever you're trying to create a user ID, it will ask you for the organization name, for which I said that you have to give an imaginary company. Okay. So where do I see those details? Where do I see those details?
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, which Salesforce feature allows users to automate business processes and workflows? And your options are Apex Triggers, Process Builder, Visualforce Pages, or Workflow Rules. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers Salesforce Administrator Certification Training. This training has been created by industry experts to help you understand Salesforce in a better way. This training is designed by experts from top MNCs who aim to make you proficient in the significant modules and techniques in Salesforce, such as capability of core CRM objects, creating encrypted fields, and more. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonies on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to a new height. So visit the course page link given in Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of Salesforce.
Okay. Next. When we are creating our own developer.salesforce.com login ID, it has asked which country are you joining in from, and what is your PIN code, right? So the reason why you have these two things is to give you the closest data center. But as of now, that closest data center thing doesn't work in our case. Okay. The closest data center doesn't work in our case. I'll tell you why. Okay, but before that, click on the home button in your window. So what you have to do is click on the home. Okay, once you click on the home, you will get quick find. In the quick find, you just type company. Okay, when you type company, you will get something called as company information. Click on company information. When you click on company information, okay, you will get this window. So this, okay. Now, this is the place where you see your company details. see organization name, you will see the name that you gave over here. Okay, you will see the name that you gave here. Okay. Now, see, for every organization, okay, if Salesforce has to contact that particular organization for any reason, see, when you buy a Salesforce license, okay, when you buy a Salesforce license, there should be one person, okay, one authorized person to discuss with this organization, and there should be one authorized person in this organization to discuss with Salesforce. So that person will be the primary contact. That person will be the primary contact. Okay. Now I have my default locale as English United States. I have my default locale as English United States. And then, okay, and then you see my default language is English and default time zone is Pacific Daylight thing. Okay. Now, currency locale is English United States. So this default locale will help you in getting your currency signs, or you see, like in India, if you put a comma, so after 100, if you are writing 100,000, you will put 100 comma 3 zeros. So, but in European region, you will put a full stop instead of a comma. So that kind of intricate details will come up with your default locale. Above all, our most important thing is the instance. See, I am having NA226. Okay, so if I have to put my name, okay, so what does these numbers indicate? Okay, what do these numbers indicate? That is the most important thing that we need to understand. Now, see, I said this is a cloud-based application. What is the definition that we have seen? We discussed that cloud is again a series of interconnected computers. Cloud is a series of interconnected computers. So when I say a cloud is a series of interconnected computers, that means that particular computer, well, in our terminology, we are calling it as a computer, but in real world scenario, it's just not one single computer, but it is a rack, or it is a series of servers, I should say. Okay, that should be situated in some part of the globe. Okay, it should be situated at some part of the globe. So that some part of the globe is identified by this NA. You have this NA226. Okay, you have this AP26, NA127. All this is going to identify your this one. When I say NA226, where is this NA226? When I say AP26, where is this AP26? What do these indicate? So now the only way to learn this, or the only way to understand this, is go down to your browser and do a Google of your application instance. So open a Google browser and then say, where is Salesforce instance located? So when you click on where is my Salesforce instance, so now if I scroll up, so Salesforce earlier used to have its own data centers. Now Salesforce has outsourced a few of its data centers to Amazon also. So Amazon is also managing few of the data centers for Salesforce, especially in India. Salesforce has outsourced it to Amazon. So now when you say NA226. See, it is Washington, DC in this location. So this is one big stack of servers. NA226 is one stack. NA224 is one stack of servers located in this data center. Similarly, if someone tells you what is AP26, see here, see AP26 is in Kobe, Japan. So AP26, AP27 is also Kobe, Japan. And similarly, if you look at NA127, that is also the same Washington, I believe, or it's a different one, NA127. There are multiple stacks of servers which are going to house your now what we are going to do is we need to understand now, if you look at NA226 having their instances on that particular server, how do I identify my server or my Salesforce application versus Ankita's Salesforce application versus Shirad's application? So for that, we have something known as organization ID. So if you look over here, there is something called organization ID. I'll give you a very simple example. Example may sound a little foolish or stupidish, but it gives you the right thing. Let's say, for example, you're trying to get a reservation in a train. Okay. So if 3 people are in the same compartment, like let's say S10, now, how do you identify yourself in the same compartment versus another person in the same compartment versus another person? What differentiates between you 3? The PNR number. So your organization ID is like your PNR number, which is a unique ID exclusive for your organization. All right, now when you look at this fiscal year, this is the start of your finance books, and December would be the closure of the finance books. You have an option to change the fiscal year from here. Then for every organization, you have holidays. You can give the holidays. That is also one thing which an admin does on an yearly basis. Okay, then you have business hours. So this is a one-time activity. So by default, you can modify the default itself. So by default, your organization is set to be working 24 hours. So you can decide on what would be your working hours. You should decide on what would be your working hours, and then you have to set up these working hours over here. Now, this working hours may not be of that importance to a marketing application or a sales application. Okay, they may not be of that importance, but for a service organization, the working hours are very, very important. I'll tell you. So this feature, you don't see it here, but you buy the full version or a full licensed version of Salesforce Service Cloud. That will have all this. Like whenever, let's say, for example, yours is an insurance company. Okay, and you are getting into an insurance deal with a transport organization, which runs a lot of trucks, which runs a lot of minivans and all these things. So when you are getting into a contract, service contract, insurance you get into an insurance contract with them, there should be some service level understandings also. So when the company raises a request, you cannot take your own sweet time to respond to that request. So you have to respond within uh, 3 hours or 4 hours or something. So generally what companies will do is they will create an SLA of how you are going to respond to them. So you have to respond within first 1 hour of the raise of the claim. If you don't respond within first hour, there will be some thing. If you respond in the next 2 hours, then there will be some demurrage, like the amount of fine that you have to pay to the requester. Similarly, in service organizations, again, like let's say you enter into a service agreement with a company, when there is a downtime of something, okay, when there is a downtime of something, and the service request is a low priority service request, when the service request is a low priority service request, it has to be addressed in 3 working hours. It has to be in 3 working hours. Now, when I say 3 working hours, and if your working hours are defined as 12 to 12, then the SLA starts immediately after 3 hours from the time of receipt of the SLA. So let's say, for example, if the SLA is received at 5:55 in the evening on a Friday, then immediately 8:55 in the evening, your SLA is closed. Okay, your SLA is breached, I should say. It's not closed, your SLA is breached. So you should close the service request. You should close the service request by that time. But what you did not respond. Okay, you did not respond in time. So the demurrages will start accumulating. So you have to be very, very careful in terms of creating these SLAs. The most important thing is the holidays also over here. Let's say, for example, you have received, again, there is a caveat over here which needs to be explained to you. So let's say, for example, you have set up the timings. Okay, you have set up the timings that your business hours are from morning 9 to evening 5. Now you get a service request at 5:55 in the evening. So by virtue of the SLA that you have 3 business hours, so 5:55, 6 o'clock, the office closes, so it is no longer a business hour. So the next business hour starts Monday morning 9 o'clock. So 9 o'clock to 10 to 10:55, 10 to 10:55 will be the SLA for 3 hours. But Monday is a holiday. And you did not inform the system by setting up the holiday. Then also the SLA gets breached. So you have to be very careful in terms of setting up these SLAs. Whenever you are setting up the SLAs, well, it's not a part and a parcel of our discussion, but I'm just giving it as an FYI to you. Okay. So when you're working with SLAs, your holidays and your office timings play. Let's say you have a company in US, but it has its salespeople spread across the globe. Well, when I say spread across the globe, let's assume that the same organization, it doesn't have a company in India, but it has its sales operations. Okay. It has its sales operations. It doesn't have any organization per se over here. I'll give you a best example for that. Like if you take Harley Davidson, you don't have an outlet of Harley Davidson over here. You don't have a shop over here for Harley Davidson, but it is still sold in Indian market through someone else. So the business, the Harley Davidson is a US organization doing sales in India. So I don't pay in US dollars. If I want to buy a Harley Davidson bike, I'll pay out only in INR. Similarly, there are companies which are in US, but doing business in India, in Australia, in Singapore, in Japan, in UAE, like that. So whenever they have any sale done, the sale is done in the local currency. The sale is done in the local currency. Now, the local currency has to be converted into the corporate currency. So the corporate currency is the currency of headquarters. So if your company is headquartered in US, your by default corporate currency will become dollar. If your company is headquartered in Europe, like let's say if you take the example of Airbus Industries. So Airbus Industries is a French company and it is registered in Europe. So their corporate currency will be euro. Similarly, if you look at any other currency that is based out of UAE, its corporate currency would be the dirhams, or they may even choose dollars over there. Or if your currency is, if your organization is headquartered in London, UK, then it might use pounds. So every currency that is coming in has to be converted into the corporate currency. Where am I going to do it? So in your company information, when you do an edit, you have an option to check activate multiple currencies. When you check this activate multiple currencies will be activated for you. So I don't want to do it on this machine. What I'm going to do is I'm going to log out of this. It becomes like there is no harm in doing it, but it would become a kind of a nuisance. Like for every single unit, it is going to ask you to provide a currency for it. So that's why I don't want to do it. You see activate multiple currencies is there. Click on activate multiple currencies. See, when I just went here, see it says edit and deactivate org. There is no third button. But when I edit this and click on activate multiple currencies and save my work, immediately it brings up a third window or a third button which says currency setup. Okay. So here, see USD, US dollar corporate. Okay. Similarly, if I say new, currency type is AED, conversion rate, I think it's 3.67, decimal places 2. Save and new, I'm going to say INR. So it has gone to 81, I believe. So like this, you can give your currency. So UAE dirham, Indian rupee, like this. So when any transactions done in INR will get converted into US dollars, UAE dirham will get converted into US dollars. That's how it is. You cannot do whatever currency you want. So like, let's say if I go to a sales app, okay. So here, one second, I'm just trying to open this. In the sales application, here, I'm creating an opportunity. Let's say Opportunity name is test one. See here, opportunity currency says US dollar. If I say opportunity currency is AED, Arab Emirates dirham, amount is 100,000. Okay. And this is 29. When I save my work, see when you go to details, how does it show? It is showing you AED is this much, whereas USD is this much. So that's about the organization, guys. Some discussion that I have to do about something which is here in company information. There is something about license over here, user license. Okay, there's something about user license. So once you buy the Salesforce application, okay, once you buy the Salesforce application, you have to buy the number of licenses the users are there. You have to buy so many licenses. If you have 20 employees, you got to buy 20 licenses. Now there are multiple different, these are the two licenses that we are going to work on. These are the two licenses that we are going to work on.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers Salesforce Administrator Certification Training. This training has been created by industry experts to help you understand Salesforce in a better way. This training is designed by experts from top MNCs who aim to make you proficient in the significant modules and techniques in Salesforce, such as capability of core CRM objects, creating encrypted fields, and more. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonies on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to a new height. So visit the course page link given in Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of Salesforce.
So I have an application. Let's say I run an insurance company. Okay. I run an insurance company. So if I'm running an insurance company, can I advertise my insurance products using the marketing application that is given to me? So I have a marketing app. So using this marketing app, can I advertise my insurance products? Yes or no? We can advertise my products. Now, can I sell my insurance products? Can I sell my insurance products using the sales application? Now, the third one is, if someone wants to raise a claim, can I create a service request using my service application? Now, I have around 7 to 9 steps that I have to take care before I process the claim. Do I have all that claim processing functionality in my Salesforce? So, claim processing can be done by any of these three apps. Okay. These are the apps that are given to you by Salesforce. These are the apps that are given to you by Salesforce, and you call it as a standard app. Okay. And claim processing is an app that is created by you, and you call it as a custom app. Any application that is given to you by Salesforce is a standard app, and any application that you create, whether you use code in it or whether you don't use code in it, that is irrelevant over here. But any application that is created by the end users or by the organization for its requirements, you call it as a custom app. How they created that app is secondary at this point in time. All right. Let's take one more example. Forget about claim processing. Okay. So people in India may be very much aware of this. Like, let's say you will get calls from multiple bank affiliates. Okay. You will get calls from bank affiliates saying that we are providing you medical insurance, we are providing you, sir, are you in need of a personal loan, or you are in need of a housing loan, or you are in need of a car loan. So you're getting these loan related, insurance related calls, correct? So my question is, do the banks directly call you for giving you a loan, for giving you a credit card, for giving you an insurance policy? The third party will call you. Okay. You call those third parties as DSAs, or you call them as direct selling. So they work on the commission basis, right? So people in US, if you guys are from US, they will understand this much better. If I take another example over there, like let's say, for example, if you want to buy a property in US, like a home, if you want to buy it, there is no concept like a buyer and a seller as it is in India. You directly go to a builder and you can buy that. But in US, it's not like that. You have to go through a brokerage firm, and the brokerage firm or the real estate dealer, the so-called real estate dealer, where we call it as a brokerage firm also, they do the mediation between you and the seller. So you don't directly talk to the seller. So they speak with you, they speak with the seller, and then they speak with the bank, they arrange the loans, they collect the papers, they do all that stuff. All right. So now the moral of the story over here is, when a direct selling agent calls you, and if you are really in need of a loan or an insurance, you will say that, yes, I'm interested in pursuing this loan or a policy. So the person who is authorized by the direct selling agency or the collection agent of the direct selling agent will come to your place. They will come to your place along with the application forms. They will come to your place with the necessary picture and other things. If they have to take, they'll bring a phone and they do all that. So they will come to your place. They will do all the necessary paperwork over there. They will collect all the necessary paperwork from you, and then they will go and they have to feed your data into the system. But when you look at this, marketing, sales, and service is an application that is meant for internal employee use only. You cannot give access to sales or marketing or service to any of the brokerage firms or the direct selling agents. So what is that you're going to do? You are going to create a custom application. So you will create a data entry app. So the access to the data entry app is given to the direct selling agents or to the brokerage firms, so that they feed in the data and upload all the documents in this application, which is captured internally by the sales application, and the actual sales team will process that insurance policy or the loan documentation, whatever it is. So the role of the direct selling agent is limited to call you, convince you, collect the documentation from you, feed the documentation into the system. processing is not in the hands of the direct selling agent. The processing has to be done by the bank or the insurance organization's employees only. If I have 20 employees, I said I have to buy 20 licenses, right? If I have 20 employees, I will have to buy 20 licenses. So what is the way that I will give access to a direct selling agent or a brokerage firm to get access to data entry app? They are not my employees, so I cannot give access to standard apps. But my business has to move forward. So for that, I need to give them access to my custom app. So I can say this is the app name, app type. Okay. So I have to buy a specific license. So for having access to all the three things, I will have an access called as, I'll have a license called Salesforce license. I have a license called Salesforce license. And this license will give access to standard apps as well as custom apps. So this is license 1 that I'm talking about. License 2. So now this is Salesforce license. If any person has got access to Salesforce license, they will have access to standard app, they will have access to custom app, both. Now, the second license is a Salesforce, the Salesforce platform app license. So the second kind of a license is Salesforce platform license. Okay. Generally, these are the two types of licenses. Okay. These are the two types of licenses that we are going to use. Okay. Generally, these are the two types of licenses that we are going to use. Okay. Now, Salesforce is not an organization that has grown homogeneously. Okay, so what do I mean by growing homogeneously? Growing homogeneously means they did not build all the applications that they want. They have taken over other companies and then they have merged that software into Salesforce. So the growth of Salesforce is heterogeneous. So it has got a lot of other applications that has come and joined the Salesforce bandwagon. So since there are multiple other applications, for an application, there may be a different license that is available. Like let's say Salesforce has acquired a company called work.com. So to access that work.com application, you should have a work.com license. Similarly, Salesforce has acquired a company called Tableau. So for that, you require some analytics license. I don't exactly know the name, but depending on different applications, you should have access to those licenses. So in this scenario, we are only in requirement of two applications. One is license 1 and license 2, which is Salesforce and Salesforce platform. So the point that has to be taken over here is that a Salesforce license will give a user, whoever may be, okay, the Salesforce application will give the user access to all the standard and custom apps. Okay, a person will get access to all the standard and custom apps. Now, if a person has a Salesforce platform license, then that person will only have access to custom application only. That person will have access to custom application only. That's the reason why I've put it in red color. So here So if it is Salesforce, then it's the black as well as the red. So it gets you access to both these applications, whereas Salesforce platform will only give you access to the custom applications. Now, what about these three things? Unfortunately, you don't have access. So you don't have access to these three things. Okay, so right, you don't have access to these three things. So now if you look at this, if a person has got a Salesforce license, then they will access standard as well as custom apps. If a person has got a Salesforce platform license, then that person will not have access to any of your standard applications, but will have access to all the custom applications. First thing that you have to remember is the security of the application at the first level is governed by the license. The security at the first level is governed by the license. So if you are given a platform access, then you will only have access to custom applications, which you have designated access. Okay. It doesn't mean that if you just give Salesforce platform access, all the custom applications will be available for this guy. No. Again, I have to give the explicit access to them. I'll give you one example. So employee name is James. Employee name is Abhishek. Employee name is Ankita. So James is a senior. So James is a senior support director or employee type. Sorry, it should come as a role. Okay, employee type is internal employee. Internal means he is inside the company. Now, Abhishek is also an internal employee. His role is a system admin. Ankita works for a DSA. Ankita works for a DSA. Okay, so Ankita is an external employee. License should be given to Ankita, what license should be given to Abhishek, and what license should be given to James. So Ankita is an external employee, that is, she is from a DSA. So she only can access the custom applications. She only can access custom applications. So that's the reason why she has the Salesforce platform. She has the Salesforce platform, which I thought, sorry, not this, which I agree upon. So that's a good blue. Now, Abhishek is an internal employee and Abhishek is a system admin. So Abhishek should be logging into the system admin screen, do the modifications, and to view the modifications, Abhishek should be able to log into either the custom app or to the standard apps. So that is the reason why he has a Salesforce license. I'm pretty happy about it, but I am little skeptic. I am little skeptic about James getting. Okay, I have my own. Reservations of James getting the Salesforce license. Why am I feeling uncomfortable? Why am I feeling uncomfortable for James to have a Salesforce license? So, James having a Salesforce license. See, Abhishek is a system admin. Abhishek is able to do the modifications. So James is also having the same kind of a license. since James is also having the same kind of a license, there is every possibility that James also might try to do the modifications. And if James is qualified enough to do the modifications, I might be okay, but James is not. He is a support director. Right, and I'm not very sure if he is able to perform the things properly. That may end up in, that might end up in messing up the entire application. Then how am I going to avoid this? How am I going to avoid this? So this is the place where I am going to, introduce you to one more. This is the place where I'm going to introduce you to one more, one more entry or one more jargon from Salesforce, which is known as a profile. So Salesforce gives you one more level of security on top of the license. So every license will have a set of profiles associated with it. Okay. So every license will have a set of profiles associated with it. So what does a profile do? So when a profile is assigned to a person, okay, when a profile, a license as well as a profile has to be assigned to a person. So when a profile is assigned to a person, the profile determines or profile defines what the person can see and what the person can do. So that is where when you go back over here, let me go to users, and then here, if I click on users, let the screen change. See, these are the users who are there. And for every user, there is a profile. If you watch my screen, there's a profile. So where will I give the profile? So just I'm clicking on the chatter expert. See here, the user license is chatter free. If I make it to Salesforce, these are the profiles that are there. So if I select a standard user, then this person will only be able to act as an end user. If I select this profile as system administrator, this person will be able to perform system admin activities. Now, similarly, if I choose Salesforce platform, there is only one license, which is Salesforce platform user profile. Okay. So now in this, for this user, I'm going to give a standard user profile. And for this user, I'm going to give a system administrator profile. And for this user, standard platform user profile. So by virtue of the standard platform user, nothing will really change. They'll only be able to see the custom applications, whereas system admin profile will allow Abhishek to perform all the system admin activities and will let him work as a system administrator, whereas the standard user profile will only ensure that James will take care of the end user work. James will take care of the end user work, and James will not be able to perform. James will not be able to perform any kind of what do you call admin activities. That's what this thing. So once I define this, I am satisfied with the way this is treated. So now I can make it blue. In our example, Abhishek is not going to use the functionality. He is the person who is responsible for making sure that the functionality is correct. Otherwise, he will do all the required things to get that functionality in the right way. So now if I create one license for James, now tomorrow there may be one more requirement that might come up where James should only need access to marketing application, should not have access to sales and service. Then will you create one more license? Or James requires only access to marketing and service. He don't need access to sales. Then will we create one more license? No, we will not. What we are going to do is we'll take the sales, we'll give them license of Salesforce, but we will take the standard user. We will do modifications by cloning this. I will not do modifications in the existing profile, but I'll make a new profile. I'll say sales profile. And I'll give only access to sales application. I'll remove access to marketing and service applications. Or I will give only access to sales and marketing. I'll remove access to service. Or I'll give access to sales and service. Remove access to marketing. So I can do all sorts of modifications in the profile. By cloning the profile, it is always a recommended and the ideal way to do is to clone an existing profile and then do the modifications. Don't do modifications in the given profile or the standard profile, because if you mess up anything, there is no way you can roll back. Now what we are going to do is, we are going to do sales, okay, a marketing to sales. We are going to do a marketing to sales life cycle. Okay, that's what we are going to do. So now, guys, what happens is, first thing, we will create a campaign. So let's assume that I am selling laptops. Okay. I am selling laptops. I am a manufacturer of laptops and I should ensure that people are aware of my laptops. And I should make people aware of my laptops. And what I'm doing right now is I'm going to run a campaign where I'm going to do a trade show. Okay, so click on campaigns. On the top right, you see new button. So campaign name will be April laptop campaign. Okay, campaign name will be April laptop campaign. Okay. Now it will be an active campaign. And type is a trade show. See, there is an option called trade show. Then status is in progress. Start date will be 1st of April. End date will be 30th of April. End date will be 30th of April. Now, save your work. There are revenues and other things that are there, which we are not really worried about. So we will... Now I have this campaign. Click on details. So this is a campaign that is created. Now what happens is a trade show is like an exhibition where there are different stalls and you put your products to display over there. And if anybody is interested, what you can do is you can take their details and you will tell them that the salesperson is going to call them back and then do the needful. So you are displaying the details over there. Okay, you are displaying the details over there. So how is it going to work? Now, people are coming, they are looking at your products, and people will express their interest, and the people who express their interest towards your product are known as leads. People who express their interest are leads. So to the right of campaigns, you see leads. Click on that. So what we are going to do is in the salutation, you take Miss, MS, and then first name you give Archana. Last name you just give B. It's a B for Bombay. And it's a capital B. Yeah. Company you give bluebells.com. Bluebells.com. Okay. Title is not required. Lead source is other. Annual revenue you give 90 million. That is 90 followed by 6 zeros. Now click on leads. Click on leads. And then what we are going to do is in the leads, there is a checkbox before Archana B. Right? Check the box. 1 second. Click on add to campaign and select April campaign. So now when you go to campaigns, you see under campaign members. So here, this has gone into campaign. So when you look at the related records, you see under campaign members, you see one campaign. Click on campaign members, you see lead is there, Archana. So what is a lead over here? A campaign is an activity to make people aware of your products. A lead is a person who is interested in your product. All right. A lead is a person who is interested in your product. Now what we are going to do is let's create one more lead. Click on leads. Now let's say Ankita P. Ankita is not working anywhere. So Ankita.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, what is the role of a Salesforce Administrator? And your options are designing and implementing custom applications, writing code in Apex language, or managing user access and security settings, or creating and executing marketing campaigns. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers Salesforce Administrator Certification Training. This training has been created by industry experts to help you understand Salesforce in a better way. This training is designed by experts from top MNCs who aim to make you proficient in the significant modules and techniques in Salesforce, such as capability of core CRM objects, creating encrypted fields, and more. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonies on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to a new height. So visit the course page link given in Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of Salesforce.
Should leave that blank and she should save it. Salesforce doesn't sell its products. Salesforce doesn't sell its products to people who are unemployed. Here, Ankita is trying to buy as an individual. So now what is going to happen over here is, there are two kinds of transactions that are there. So the first transaction where a person buys a product for himself, that particular transaction is called, B2C transaction. That particular transaction is called B2C transaction. Whereas if a person is buying for their organization, if a person is trying to buy for their organization, then you call that as a B2B transaction. So by default, Salesforce only works on B2B model. By default, Salesforce works on only B2B model. It won't work on a B2C model. Okay, so what if you are also doing business in a B2C model? So if you are doing business in a B2C model, then you have to buy the license first, and you should ask Salesforce to enable B2C version on you. Okay, so to enable B2C version. So I cannot demo that over here because it is only available in the B2B format. It is only available in B2B format. So now give the company name as novires.com, and then industry is communications. Annual revenue is 75 million, 75 followed by 6 zeros. So now what happens? Click on the leads. Now these leads are passed to the internal call center. So you call those call centers as outbound call centers. All right, now what we are going to do is, okay, we are at the outbound call center. So the outbound call center is the place where the calls will go out to prospective customers. In other words, they are also known as the leads. So first they'll call up Ankita, or they'll call up Archana. Let's take Archana. So click on Archana's record, and then they will click on Archana's record. They do an edit of this record. On the top right in the details, either you can do a double click anywhere, or you can do a top right, just click on that pencil icon. So now once you enable this, see on the right hand side, you see lead status at the bottom. So now they call up lead status and they say, Archana, we have received your lead from, like they say that we have got your lead from the interest that you have shown when you visited this particular trade show. So would you be interested to have a demo of the product? So now, if depending on the response that is given by Archana, the further transactions will happen. So now here, what happens is Archana tells that, hey, I am interested in the product at that particular point in time, but unfortunately my priorities changed. So I'm no longer looking for it. So now she had point blank told the person who called her that she does not need the product anymore. So there is no point in pursuing the lead. So in such kind of a cases, the lead will be closed, not converted. The rating of it will be chosen as closed, not converted. And then the rating will become cold. So now, again, the second call goes to, now Ankita will be the person who will be called. Archana is done. Next will be Ankita. So now people will call up Ankita, and Ankita tells, hey, so again, there are three possibilities. So now what they do is, this status will be set to working contacted. They go over here. Now they call up Ankita. Ankita will tell, yes, I am interested. But again, I have to decide on the pricing that is given by you. and I'm also doing a parallel search for other vendors. So depending on it, I will take a decision. So that is going to be a little difficult thing for the salesperson because the other competitors are involved. So that is where the lead status will still be working contacted. The lead status will still be working contacted, and the rating will become warm. If it is hot, it is good. But if it is warm, then the salesperson, it is a real challenge for the salesperson to take care of that warm thing. So converting a warm thing becomes a little difficult. If it is hot, that means the customer is a little enthusiastic in it. Whether he buys or not is a separate story. But hot indicates that the customer is a little enthusiastic, right? Now, if it is cold, the customer is not at all interested. There is no need to pursue that. If it is warm, the customer needs the product, but customer needs to be persuaded to buy the product. That is the thing. So the probability may be at around 80% or 70% for a hot thing, and at a 50% or a 55% probability for a warm. If the customer says that I'm pretty interested in your product, can we close the deal at the earliest? If something like that, a discussion happens, then sales rep will understand that this person is trying to close the deal. Then the rating will be hot. So you need to put in a little pressure to close the deal. If it is required to put in a lot of effort and pressure on the customer and a lot of offerings have to be done to clinch the deal, then in such kind of a situation, the rating will be warm. It's not easy to close, is what warm indicates. So the salesperson has to do his homework a lot. So now once this is done, once this is saved, once these fields and other things are updated, the fields and other things are updated, the lead is transferred. Okay, the lead is transferred, or the lead is assigned to the right sales rep. Okay, the lead is assigned to the right sales rep. Now, when I say right sales rep, there are various parameters that are involved. There are various parameters that are involved in that. So based on those parameters, like where is the lead coming from? What is the value of the lead? What is the value of the lead? And what is the lead value? All that will be considered. And then a right salesperson will be identified, and this lead will be assigned to that salesperson. So when that salesperson logs in, that salesperson will be seeing that lead in his sales application. That lead will be seen by the, well, actually this is, I am the marketing agent, I am the campaign agent, I am the lead, I'm the person who is creating the lead, I am the sales rep. Since I am everybody, I'm able to see all the records. Otherwise, the salesperson will only see Ankita's record. So now what we are going to do is the salesperson will call up Ankita and will talk to Ankita and say, hey, I need to give you a right pricing. And for that, I need to, right now, I have your data concentrated at one single place. I need to get more inputs into my system about you. So they need to capture more details about the client. So here Ankita is the client. So the sales rep needs to capture more details about her. How does he do it? He cannot capture any more details as a lead. So that is the place where they mutually agree upon to take this discussion to the next level. That is where we will convert the lead. So click on Ankita's record. And on the top right, you see a small drop-down arrow. In there is an option called convert. When you click on convert, see an account will get created. A contact is going to get created. So account, what is account, what is contact? And there is an opportunity which says novires.com hyphen, you say 100 laptops. So now Ankita is going to buy 100 laptops for her company, novires.com. So either a Dell or a HP or a Lenovo is the business. Novires.com is a business. So Ankita is representing novires.com. So Ankita is the contact, and the opportunity that is there for the company, not for Novires, but for the other company, the seller, is that novires.com requires 100 laptops. That is it. So now at the bottom, you see converted status is closed converted. Now click next or convert. So here, if you look at it, okay, it created three things. One is an account, one is a contact, and one is an opportunity. So what is a contact? We already know what is a campaign. A campaign is a process where you are making people aware of your product. Then lead is a person who is interested in your product. Now, what is an account, what is a contact, and what is an opportunity? So an account is an organization that is external to your company with which you do the business. Okay. An account is an organization that is external to your company with which you do the business. So what is the contact? A contact is a person who is representing a particular account. A contact is a person who is representing an account. So if an account is there, you will not be able to go directly talk to account. You need to talk to a human being in that particular account, right? You need to speak to some human being in that account, and that human being is the contact. Okay. Then once I have an account and a contact, what is the requirement of that account? That requirement of the account is the opportunity. So click on accounts and click on novires.com. Okay. No, don't go to details. Be here. See, under contacts, you see Ankita P, and under opportunities, you see novires.com 100 laptops. The discussion started, and then suddenly the salesperson will get a call from Ankita. Ankita says, hey, I just saw one more teaser that had come in from your laptop thing, that you guys are launching a new laptop. Give me a quotation for that. Give me a price point for that particular laptop. I don't want old variants. I need a brand new variant. So now click on novires.com 100 laptop. This is the place on the right hand side. If you see, there is something called products, right? So you need to see that new product inside this product so that you can add to the person, but you don't have the product still in your list. So you immediately talk to the product owner. Generally, this doesn't happen like this. In reality, only after the product comes into the product master, you will be doing business. But since I wanted to show you how this is, I'm twisting this example. So you will call up the product owner and ask him to update the product into the product master. So what is that? Now, this is not me. This is not the salesperson. This is the product owner. So now the product owner will click on the 9 dots on the right. On the top left, you see 9 dots. The product owner will click and he will type products over there. Click on the products. So we are adding a new product over here. Click on the product. Product name is all caps VTUEX LT 1400. Yep, product code is VX14. It's an active product. There's no product family that is available for me. You can leave it. Okay. Then save your work. You can give the description in real time. You will give the description, but here you will just save your work. Now this product is ready, but this product is still not visible because there is no price associated with this product. Now, any product will have two prices associated with it. Any product will have two prices associated with it. You can take the control. Okay, two prices associated. One is the list price. List price means it's the bare minimum price with a company can sell. So that includes all the manufacturing costs, manufacturing things, all these things put together. What is the cost of the product is the list cost, list price. So what you need to do is, 1 second, go to related. In the related, you see price books. Say add standard price. This standard price is the list price. List price will be $499. So you cannot sell it below this price. If you sell it below this price, you are getting into negative margins. So click save. Now you need to add it to the price book. You added a standard price. Now you need to add it to a price book. So standard price book, currency will be US dollars. Now, if you have activated multiple currencies, you can add multiple prices in multiple currencies also. Say next. Standard price is $499. List price cannot be $499. So it has to be $799. So I'm marking it up. Save your work. So if I am trying to sell this, this is the price. $799 is going to get reflected. So the product manager had informed me that the product has been uploaded into the product system and it has been updated. So now you got to go back to the accounts. So in the accounts, click on novads.com, click on the opportunities. Yeah, novads.com 100 laptop opportunity is there. Click on that. In the products, click new, add product. How many you want? We need 100. So give the quantity as 100. So you added the products. You added the products. Now negotiations have to go. So there are two ways you can do the negotiations. Generally, most of the times, 70% of the companies, 70% of the companies prefer to do the negotiation over an email. So they will send one email and that email will come to you. You will give a price. They will say a different price. You will quote another price. They will unquote that and they will do another quote for that. So like that, it goes forward and backward. So that is where you don't need anything else. But here, if I have to show you the quote thing, by default, quotes are disabled in Salesforce. So you got to enable the quotes. So go to the first window, which is the admin window. In the admin window, in the 9 dots, type quote. Click on quote settings, enable quotes. Select all the checkboxes except the last one and say save. Okay. So go back to the application. In this, you see accounts, click on our. Okay, you're already there in opportunities. You're already there in opportunities. Now refresh this page. If you scroll on the right-hand side, you will see quotes at the end of it. See, you can click on the drop down there, say new quote, and you can give the details. You can give the details and you can, like, let's say quote name, you can give quote 1, quote 2, anything can be given. It's not very important over here. You don't need to do it. So you can give the quote, and this quote is sent to the end user. Now, this is the first time we are doing the business. If this is the first time that we are doing the business, both the companies are doing business with each other. So the companies should know what is their order status and what is their invoicing policies, all those things. So both will get into a contract. So click on the nine dots and type contract, create a new contract. Okay. Click on the account name, nowires.com. Customer signed by will be Ankita. Scroll down. Customer sign title is not required. Okay. Contract start date is today. Contract term will be 11 months. And 45 days before 11 and 45 days before it, you need to send expiration notice. So click on the drop down and select 45 days. So once a contract is done, it has to be activated. So on the top right, you click on the drop down and say activate. So once the contract is activated, you can use this contract. So click on the 9 dots and you type order over there. Click on orders, click a new one. Okay, such contracts. That our contract name has to be selected first, contract number. In this, you have to add products now, order products. So you take VTU. So in the contract, the price has gone down. The last option you have to check box and then say, and since I'm going to give very good price, instead of 100, they're planning to take 125. The unit price is now reduced to 599. Save your it. This order is not activated yet, but in real time, what happens is when you activate it, this order flows into the downstream order fulfillment applications, and then this order will be fulfilled. And then an event will come back to me stating that this order is completed. That's how the Salesforce sales process works.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers Salesforce Administrator Certification Training. This training has been created by industry experts to help you understand Salesforce in a better way. This training is designed by experts from top MNCs who aim to make you proficient in the significant modules and techniques in Salesforce, such as capability of core CRM objects, creating encrypted fields, and more. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonies on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to a new height. So visit the course page link given in Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of Salesforce.
We are going to work with the custom app. Okay, what is the name of the app? The name of the app is HR Onboarding. The name of the app is HR Onboarding. So let us go ahead and create the HR Onboarding app. So where am I going to create it? I don't need to do anything over here. I'll close this. Okay. So if I want to create an application, I have to look for something known as an app manager. I have to create something known as an app manager. So in the quick find, I will look for app manager. So I have app manager. I'll click on it. So here, when you look at it, you see these are the applications that are already there in picture. These are all the applications that are there in picture. Okay, so I have to create a new app. So click here, new Lightning app. There is something called as a connected app over here, which is out of our context. So whenever you have certain APIs, if you want to consume those APIs and take external data and showcase that inside this app, then you will be using a connected app, which is out of our context. So we will not use that. We will only create a Lightning app. Click on the Lightning app. Click on the Lightning app. And then what is the name of my app? The name of my app is HR Onboarding. Okay, this is the developer name, HR Onboarding. Captures employee, department, device, and club membership details. Okay, now you see on the top right, you see this little flag icon, sorry, the cloud icon over there. So that is the default icon that is there. If I don't want the default icon, I can put my own icon. So I already have a picture. Okay, I already have a picture. So I can use that. Otherwise, what you can do is, if you don't have a picture, what you can do is you can go to Google. You can just type employee and push the enter key and look for images. And you can just look for clip art. When you look at employees, there are a lot of pictures like this. Okay. So you can just do a right click and then save image as. Anything you can do, save image as. And on the desktop, I can say EMP. Okay. And then I can come back here. I can say upload image. And I can select this emp.png. Okay. This particular image comes up. So you can do it. I'm not going to use this because I have my own logo. I've got my own company logo that I have. So I'm going to use that particular logo. So this is the logo. And then see, when you are looking at the Salesforce application, okay. See here, when I open the sales application over here, see, this is the place where my sales application is getting opened. Now see, when I click on the tabs, there's a background color that is coming up, right? When I click on these tabs, there's a background color that is coming up, which is the default. This line is blue and this is light blue. This is the default color, which is this. He's talking about, I don't want this. Rather, I want to select something like the red over here. Okay, when you select the red and say done, it turns into red. And then you need to check, use the app's image and color instead of the org's custom. So this is the one, this is the way it looks in the app launcher. All right. Now click next. Supported form factors means on which screen is this supported? On which screen is this application supported? So this screen is supported either on a desktop and a phone, a desktop and a phone. Okay, setup experience, full setup is what we are going to take. Service setup means it will only put you for the service related things. So it is not applicable for us. Only for service industry or service cloud, you will use this. Now, when you look at app personalization settings, disable end user personalization of navigation items, disable temporary tabs. Okay, this is when you check this, it is both this and this. Okay, let me check. So to do this, I need to switch to my Safari browser. See here, by default, accounts is here, contacts is here, leads is here, opportunities is here. But I want account, contact, and opportunity to be like this. Cases will be last. Campaigns, leads. So campaigns will be my first tab. Leads will be my second tab. Lead will get converted into account, contact, opportunity. Okay, cases, tasks, files, rest of the things will come here. See, case is not a part of sales. Case is not a part of sales. So what did I do? I added case. Similarly, I am going to add employee over here. When I add the employee tab, see, employees tab had come. This is a custom object, so I can put it over here. So just because these two are unchecked, I am able to do whatever I want. But suppose in this itself, if I have the options checked, then see what is going to happen. See, I'm going to go to App Launcher, click on App Manager. See, this is the EMP app that I have. When I do an edit, okay. See, when I go to App Options, see here, it says disable end user personalization of navigation items. When I click on this and save this, what happens? Now I'll go back here. I'll just do a quick refresh of this window. See, still employees is visible, cases is visible. I cannot drag. Oh, it's still not done. So I'm able to move it. But now suppose, let's say if I want to put devices, click on device. Device is getting added over here. Actually, this should not let me do it. Where did I do this? Did I do it here? No. So if I uncheck disable temporary tabs and save this, okay, go back here, do a reload page. Now guys, this is not getting refreshed. There is a refresh issue. So this is saved. So what we are going to do is, let me close this window. Let me launch it again. Login.salesforce.com, Venkat61@wetrainyou.in. See, the thread is going away from cases to accounts. So this navigation is called standard navigation, whereas this is a console navigation. See, I'm going to open one account. When I open an account, the details of the account are opened. Okay, when I click on the contact data is being opened up in here. The account data is here. When I go to the contact and open another case, you see the tab format over here. This opens up this tab format. Okay, so this is how when I click on account name, it is taking me to the account tab. It is not opening any other thing. So if I open anything else, okay, so it will open them as different threads. So thread is maintained for every single thing. So now I'm doing a little bit of a mistake over here in the last one. So I need to open the employee application, not the sales application. In this application, I'm able to move accounts from one place to another, opportunities from one place to another. Now, whereas in this account, I already have opened this application. See, in the employee app, what did I do? In the app options, I checked these two things. So when I come back here, see, I cannot move anything from anywhere. They are not getting moved. Whereas if I go to accounts, I can see the data of accounts here, but there is no tab that has come up here. Do you see that? I'm seeing accounts object here, but there is no tab that is there. Right? Because that is because of this. If I uncheck both of these and click save, come back here, and then do a refresh. How to build an application, how do we upload this logo, all those things that we have seen. So now when I come back to the Excel, we have completed this task. We have completed this task. We are going to create the objects. So there are multiple ways of creating the objects. Okay. There are multiple ways of creating the objects. Okay. Now, I am showing you the available options. Okay, I'm showing you the available options. Okay, it doesn't mean that you have to do all these things. It doesn't mean that you have to do all those things. Okay, so generally 90% of the times people will use create custom object. This is the option that a lot of people will use. This is the object. So we will use this option. We will use this option to create custom object. Similarly, we will use this. We will use this to create the device also. Okay, we will use this to devise the to get the device also. Then there is one more option called schema builder. Okay, so we are going to use the schema builder to create department object, and we are going to use the schema builder to create membership. Then there is one more option, which is create object from spreadsheet. Okay, there is one option which is called create object from spreadsheet.
So schema builder is different and flow builder is different, right?
Oh yeah, both are completely different. Okay, so we are going to do these things. So create custom object. This is from create custom object. Then schema builder. This is through schema builder. And this is from a different thing altogether. Create object from spreadsheet. So let's start with creating the custom object. Let's start with creating the custom object. Now, guys, let us go back one step. Let us go back one step. And guys, whenever we have seen an object, okay, so when I clicked on an opportunities tab, I went into opportunities list view, right? So to see details, I clicked on the hyperlink. We will go to object manager to create objects. We went to app manager to create app. We went to object manager to create the object. So here I am going to click on create custom object. How did I go there? Click on object manager, create over here, custom object. Okay, so the label of it is employee. The plural label is employees. Guys, again, okay, here when I click on this, I got a list of, I got a drop-down list which have the names. You won't have that because I am maintaining the cache in my browser. I am getting these things, okay? But you don't expect these things to come up in your application or in your machine. You have to manually type them, okay? Be prepared for that. And here, context-sensitive help, there is nothing like a context-sensitive help. We'll just take the help of Salesforce itself. Okay, now there is something called as a record name. Here, it says employee name. I'm going to make this as the first name. Now, whenever I'm creating a custom, this is a custom object, guys. So this is an object that is being created by me. So I am going to call this as a custom object. I'm going to call this as a custom object. Okay. So now when I'm creating the custom object, inside a custom object, how many 4 standard fields? What are those 4 standard fields? We have them here. Name, owner, created by, modified by. These are the 4 fields that you will have created by default. Now, when you are creating this, you see this record name. This record name is the one that is going to feed in the column name. The record name is going to be fed by, so the data from record name field is going to come and sit inside the name field. Okay. So when I say first name, okay, let me put it like this over here. So it may be record name, like let's say if I say first name will come and sit in the name. Or if I'm making numbers, like let's say device number is also going to come and sit in name. So whether it is a number or whether it is a text, so irrespective of whether it is a text or whether it is a number, both will come and sit in the name field, and this is going to automatically give you the hyperlink. So the name field is responsible for hyperlink. See, the data type is text or auto number. So the responsibility of providing you the hyperlink is taken care by the name field. Okay. Okay, let's go back. Now here, once I'm done with this, check allow reports, allow activities, track field history, allow in chatter groups, allow sharing, allow bulk API. These are all default things that should be there. And this is in development and deployed. For you, whether you give it as in development or deployed, it doesn't make any difference for you. But what is this? I'm going to explain that in a minute. Allow search, add notes and attachments. Check this. Don't check the last one because it launches the custom tab wizard, which I don't want to do. I want to show you how to manually create an object. I want to show you how to manually create an object. So these are the default things. What is this? Allow reports, allow activities, track field history. All this is something like this. See, when you're looking at this application, when I click on a record over here, see, when I click on a record over here, okay, J. Sudharani is the record. See, under related, okay, you see this, you can see activities is here. Okay, I did not add a field history. You can add field history. So you will see all of them, whatever you gave the tabs over here. Allow activities, track field history, allow in chatter groups. Okay. All this, you will see them in the recent related fields. Okay. Now, here, just for the sake of it, guys, remember, okay, remember, I am intentionally deleting these allow reports for account, sorry, for employee. I am intentionally deleting these reports. Keep that in mind. This is not going to affect me anywhere. This is not going to affect me anywhere. This comes and bites me. This is going to come and bite me in my last class when I'm going to do the reports. When I'm doing the reports, that is the time when this unchecking of allow reports is going to come and bite me there. So We will take it up when it comes at that point in time. But for the time being, I'll leave it like this. And I'm going to save this. But before saving, did I give any profile anywhere? Did I assign an object to a profile? I did not. An object is not assigned to a profile. An object is not assigned to a profile. Now, when I come back here, I cannot see my object data. I cannot see my object because the tab is not there. Because the tab is not there. So now what I have to do, I need to go back and create a tab. So for creating a tab, click on the home, click on tab. When you click on tabs, you see rename tabs and labels. So using the rename tabs and labels, you can rename the tabs. Okay, similarly, by clicking on tabs, you can create your own tabs. You can create your own tabs. Now, when I go back here, see when I click on employee in the details, okay, when I click on employee, you see this little picture had come. Similarly, when I click on departments, another picture had come. When I click on devices, another picture has come. When I click on clubs, another picture has come. When I click on accounts, another picture has come. So how are these pictures coming? I'm going to show that. So when you want to create a custom tab, click on the custom tab. In the custom tab, it is going to ask me to select object. See, any object that doesn't have a tab is going to show up over here. One tab can only refer to one object, and one object can only have one tab. An object cannot have multiple tabs, and one object cannot talk to multiple tabs, or one tab cannot refer to multiple objects. Okay. So when I select this object, it's saying tab style. When you click on it, it opens up a window where you have multiple pictures. So depending on the picture you choose here, okay, depending on the picture you choose here, when you click on the object name, the list view will get that particular picture. The list view will get that particular picture. And if you don't want any of these things, if you want to have your own, logo created and then put it, that is also possible. It's just uploading of a window and then uploading of a picture and then doing it. That's it, nothing beyond that. So that is also possible. See, these are all the profiles. By default, this tab is made visible to all the profiles. I don't want that. This tab should be visible only to my 3 profiles. So turn default off. So all of these profiles are turned off. Now, apply different tab visibility. Scroll up and you see default on, and for the system administrator, default on. Last 3 things. Default on. And then say next. Now, if you look over here, see the accounts tab is visible here. Okay. Similarly, okay, accounts tab is visible in sales. Accounts tab is visible in employee. Similarly, if you go to service, accounts tab is even visible in service application also. See, accounts, contacts is also visible in my tab. See, contacts is not here, but contacts is here. So one tab can be seen in multiple applications. One tab can be seen in multiple applications. So here it is asking the tab that you just created should be seen to how many applications. Now I don't want this to happen that all the applications are accessed. I would love to have this only for HR onboarding. I just clicked it for HR onboarding. When I do a refresh, see employees tab has come. Click on employees. See the CD thing came here. Recently viewed came, and first name is the default record name or the default field that gets created for me, is the default field that gets created for me. So I can click new, and then I can put ABHISHEK Abhishek and save the work. So when I click on employees, I'll see Abhishek's name as hyperlink. So I told you the record name by default will give you the hyperlink. So when you click on Abhishek, you will see all the details of Abhishek. And I told you there will be 4 objects. So 4 fields which get automatically created. And you're only seeing those 4 fields over here. First name, which is the name field, owner, created by, and last modified by. Name, record name, owner, created by, modified by. The same 4 fields are even here if you look at it. Name, owner, created by, last modified by. What did we do here? We created an employee object. Then we created employees tab. Okay, and then I said we are going to create fields. So we will create one field over here. Okay, we will create one field. So where will I create fields? I should go into the object to create the fields. Where will I go? For that, I need to click on Object Manager. In this, I look for employee object. Or you can simply click on this. Last 5 objects will be shown here in the recent records. Click on that. And you see fields and relationships is there. Click on fields and relationships. Say new field. When you say new field, these are all the data types. So I'm going to create a last name field, which is nothing but a text. So select text and say next. And then field label will be last name. Length will be 25. Required means you should enter a value to this. Okay, required means you should enter a value to this. All right. Unique means you cannot enter a duplicate value. Unique means you cannot enter a duplicate value. So if you say required and unique, this is a kind of a key that is going to become. See, it is unique index is getting dropped off. When you select both the things, it becomes a kind of a key for you. And then there is something called as an external ID. And then if you want to give any default value, say next. So again here, what are the profiles you have to give this? So when I'll just do a cancel of this once again, I'll do it. Say new, select text, say next, give the name, give the value as 25. Then don't select required unique or external ID. Say next. See, these are the profiles for which this is given. I don't want all these profiles. Check visible for all. So it takes all and uncheck it. So it removes everything. Give only these things. Again, I'm using the same 3 profiles. Now, see, as soon as I click on employees, and when I click on new, it is opening up this window. Okay, so here, the screen is coming, right? You call this as a layout. You call this as a page layout. So, your last name should come into the page layout. Otherwise, it is not visible to me. So this is what it is asking. Do you want to put it in the employee page layout? So the employee layout is the page. Employee layout is the page where all your employee fields are put in for displaying to the end users. So save your work. So guys, here you have to keep in mind that when you have created a field, okay, when you have created an app, what did you do? When you created an object, what did you do? When you created a tab, what did you do? When you created a field, what did you do? So we need to understand all the four things so that you will get the complete view of what happened. So first, when you created the application or the app, you created the app and you assigned it to 3 profiles. Correct? That is the first thing. Second, when you created the object, nothing has been done. You just created the object. That's it. Then to see the object, to access the object, we created a tab. When I created a tab, again, I have added this or I have assigned this tab to the same 3 profiles, and also the tab has been assigned to the employee or the HR onboarding app. Now, once the tab has been assigned to the HR onboarding app, then along with that, it created in the object, it created the first name field. First name field is the record name, and it got placed in the page layout for us. Then what did we do? We created a field. Okay, and then this field was placed, or the field access is given to 3 profiles. The field was put in the page layout. The field was put in the page layout. And then the field was accessible to us. So when I click over here, do a refresh of this window, click on Abhishek's name, it will show me last name field. Just do a double click and say Anand, save your work. Now HR onboarding app is also assigned to system administrator. Myself has the system administrator profile, and this app HR onboarding is also assigned to system administrator profile. When I log in, I will be able to see the app HR onboarding. I created the employee object. So in the employee object, what is the record name that got created? First name, correct? Now, second thing what I did was, did I assign profiles? Then what did I do? I went in and I created a tab. The tab is created for the object. Then tab is assigned to the profiles. Then the tab is linked to the, so if any one link is missing, either this profile link is missing or if the app link is missing. When I log in, I will see app HR onboarding, but when I click on HR onboarding, I will not see this tab. Either this link is missing or this link is missing.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, which Salesforce product is specifically designed for managing sales and customer relationships? And your options are Salesforce Marketing Cloud, Salesforce Service Cloud, Salesforce Sales Cloud, or Salesforce Commerce Cloud. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers Salesforce Administrator Certification Training. This training has been created by industry experts to help you understand Salesforce in a better way. This training is designed by experts from top MNCs who aim to make you proficient in the significant modules and techniques in Salesforce, such as capability of core CRM objects, creating encrypted fields, and more. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonies on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to a new height. So visit the course page link given in repeat. Without a doubt, repeat. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description. Repeat. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of Salesforce.
There are two things that we need to understand. So that's about this. Let me close this. There are two things that we need to understand. First thing is, what is deployed and in development? What is deployed and in development? So what happens is, in real world, okay, there is not one administrator who is going to do that. So there may be multiple administrators or multiple developers are there. Okay, while a developer is working on a particular object, like he's creating some validation rules or something, or administrator, there are 3-4 administrators who are creating some validation rules. So if one administrator is trying to do something and they have to do it in one sprint. So when it is the end of the sprint deadline, it has to be moved from the development to QA. So when this movement of this development to QA goes forward, okay, the senior administrator or the administrator who is responsible for moving all this objects and other things from the development team to the QA team has to collect all the things that are completed. So he will run a flow which will check which are all the objects that he can take and move from the dev systems to the QA system. So any object that is kept as in development will not be shown up at that time. Only those things which have developed, okay, will show up over there. So that's the reason why, since we don't have any movement from dev to QA, I said it doesn't really make any difference for you. Okay. Now, the next thing is external ID. What is external ID? Now, let's say I'll give you another real example. Let's say Salesforce CRM is maintaining the mobile numbers. So this is a mobile service provider, and your Salesforce application is maintaining the mobile numbers. When Salesforce is maintaining the mobile numbers, okay, the record for the mobile number is not managed with the help of a mobile number. So internally, Salesforce has got its own mechanism to manage the uniqueness of the values. So that is known as a user ID or an ID column. That's known as an ID. That is not visible to you by directly on the screen, but you can see this on the top. This is the ID column. So the uniqueness is maintained through this ID. And if you have to pay bill for a mobile number, you cannot remember this ID because this is the Salesforce ID. What you can remember is your mobile number. And moreover, Salesforce does not, or Salesforce cannot be used as a billing system. So billing system is always an external system. Okay, billing system is always an external system. And what you can do is you can pay the bill in the external system, and then you can move that data into your Salesforce system. So what you do when you're creating the mobile number field in Salesforce, you will call it as an external ID. And then when you are bringing in the data from an external system, in the external system, the payment will happen against a mobile number. So there will be mobile number, a value of payment to it. So when you're bringing the data load into the system, you will link up that external value, external mobile number with your internal mobile number external ID, so that the value, the bill payment value will get updated. Until unless it's an external ID, you will not be able to do the updation through data loads. See, whenever I have to do a data load, I need a unique ID, right? So Salesforce ID I cannot use over here. That is why I create a mobile number and I call it as an external ID. So in my billing system, my mobile number is the ID on which the data is maintained. So when that mobile number bill payment data is being loaded into Salesforce, I will link up the external ID, mobile ID versus the billing system's mobile ID. And when both the things match, I'll update the bill amount. That's what it is. So we created create custom object employee. So using the create custom object, we'll create the device. There is a little change here. We'll see what is that change. So I will go to object manager, click on create custom object once again, create custom object. The only change over here is devices, and this is not going to be device name. This is going to be device ID, or I can say device number. This will not be auto, this will be auto number. And I'm going to say DID, device ID, DID is nothing but device ID 0000. This is a placeholder, and it's going to give me DID 0001, 0002, 0003, like that. It is going to give me the data. And starting number will be 0001. So how does it look for you in real time when you are looking at it? You go to devices. See, it's going to show you like this. So click on it, and it is going to take you to the data of it, and this is where it is. So that is what we are going to do now. So click allow reports, allow activities, track field history, allow in chatter groups, search. I'm adding notes and attachments, but I'm not launching any custom tab. Save your work. See, indicates if this object is licensed by Salesforce and whether users require a permission to set license for it. So it's a future thing, so not.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers Salesforce Administrator Certification Training. This training has been created by industry experts to help you understand Salesforce in a better way. This training is designed by experts from top MNCs who aim to make you proficient in the significant modules and techniques in Salesforce, such as capability of core CRM objects, creating encrypted fields, and more. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonies on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to a new height. So visit the course page link given in Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of Salesforce.
Click on the 9 dots, type HR, and do a right click on HR onboarding and open it in a new tab. Okay, go to that second tab. See, in the second tab, we have employees and we have understood. Click on employees and we have created Abhishek's login, Abhishek's name over there. And click on Abhishek and then we have Abhishek and his last name over there. Okay. So now in the first piece of today's class, what we are going to do is we will create the remaining objects. So when we were discussing about the ways of creating the objects, I said there are three ways. Again, the reason why we are looking at the three ways is because you have those three ways available. It's not that you have to mandatorily create one object in one model, another object in another model. No. Every time people will use create custom object only. But since those options are there, you need to know those options. So that's the reason why I am teaching you those options. So guys, everybody, this is admin user interface. The other window is the end user interface. Okay, click outside somewhere. Yeah. Now click on the object manager. Click on the object manager and then click on create custom object. Create custom object. Okay, label will be not department. Label will be devices. DEVICE, device. Plural label will be devices. And object name is device. That is fine. And can you scroll down a little? So here record name will not be device name. Instead, it will be device number. It will be device number. Data type will be auto number. In the display format, just put D, capital D, hyphen NO, hyphen. So this is one more hyphen. So this is the format. So every device will have D hyphen NO, which is nothing but device number hyphen. It should be 00001, 00002. It should be in that format. So you have to put a placeholder for that format. So the placeholder is curly brace. Put 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 zeros. Yeah, close the curly brace. How should you start this numbers? You should start it with 4 zeros and 1. 0001. So how will it come up in the system? When you create a record, it just comes up as D-NO-0001, D-NO-0002, 00003, like that it will come. Okay, scroll up. Allow reports, allow activities, track field history, allowing chatter groups. Okay, leave it as in deployed mode only. Now the third object that we are going to create, will be through schema builder. Click on schema builder. So schema builder is mostly used for looking at relationships between the objects. And you can also use the schema builder for looking at what are the relations. See, at the bottom right hand corner, you see so many dots, right? All those dots, click in the middle of that collection that is there. In the custom objects, click on employee first and click on employee and drag it to the top left corner. Now click on device. See, device came at the bottom. So click on that piece. Click on, see, on the right hand side, you see two things, one on the top, one on the bottom box. Yeah, now click on device and drag it up to the left. Yeah, now what you do is you move it up. Now I've got employee and device created. Now I'm going to use the schema builder to create department. So click on, you see just above the custom objects, you see the objects tab. To the left of objects tab, you see elements. Click on elements, drag the object onto this on the top, drag the object onto this area to the right hand side and leave it. Label will be department, plural label will be departments, and then record name will be department name, data type is text. Check that add Google Docs, notes, other things, and then save your work. Now just adjust the device so that they are all three in one line. Even if you leave it, nothing happens. It's just for the cosmetic view. No, record name will not be membership name. Record name will be member ID or member number. Data type will be auto number. So display format will be all caps MID hyphen curly braces 5 zeros, 4 zeros and 1. So now we have membership, department, employee, devices. 4 objects have been created. Now the 5th object, now you can just click on close over here on the top. No, leave it like that. We don't need it anymore. You see close on the top. Above elements, you see close.
Yeah.
Close it. So 4 objects have been created by us. So if you click on that little arrow besides object manager, you will see all the 4 recently created objects. You see membership, department, device, and employee. Now what we are going to do is we are going to create tabs for these. And if you realize, we haven't added, the object is profile agnostic. There is no attachment of object to a profile. Okay. So that is what it is. All right. Now what we are going to do is, let us click on home, quick find, and type tab inside that. Select the object as department. Check the box, check the pin for tab style. Choose any tab style of your choice. There should be some tab style that is. We already selected CD DVD, so you can choose any dark color font, like a castle or a compass. You can share anything. Say next. Here the profile is turned on, the tab is turned on for all the profiles. So first of all, you have to turn it off for all the profiles. Then apply new tab visibility for only the last 3 profiles: so standard platform user, standard user, and system administrator. Say next. And this tab should only be available for HR onboarding. Check and scroll down, only select for HR onboarding, say save. Okay. So membership is an object. Membership is an object that is only meant for, membership is an object that is only meant for doing some work. Okay. All right. Now we are going to create the clubs from the spreadsheet. So for that, what we have to do is we need to open a note. This one now, what is that? Excel file. Do you have Excel with you? In the column A, swimming. Next is trekking, CSR, next tennis. So these are the 5 clubs that are there in the organization, and an employee can what do you call, be a member of any 1 or more clubs. Okay, click on file, save as. In the save as type, first choose CSV. click on Object Manager, click on the word Object Manager, and then to the extreme right, you see Create. When you click on Create, you will see Create Object from Salesforce. Import file field name. So in the CSV file, what is the name of the field? The first row value will be taken as the field name, so which is club. Then the next one is Salesforce field name. That means when the club object is being created, what should be the name of it? Should we give it as club, or shall we give something else? So here I don't want to give it as club. The reason behind it is, see, if you look at the top right corner, it says record name field. Let Salesforce create a default record. And if you click on the drop down, you will see club over there. Record name field, click on the drop down. I don't want it to be like club. I want to make it as, because the way we do it is employee name, department name, account name, contact name, club name. So in the Salesforce field name, you make it as club name. Right, the field text will be text field type. And on the record name field, you change it to club name. That is good. So it says import 5 rows of data. Yes, import data. So what you need to do is you need to just say next. Label is club. Plural label will be clubs. API is club. Click on advanced settings. Everything is checked. Say finish. So the object is created. You can close this tab. Okay, now what you do is go to the admin end user application. Okay, see, you see employees, you see departments, you see devices, but you don't see clubs. So let's go back and let's create a tab for club. The reason why it is not coming up is because if you create any object through the create object from spreadsheet, what happens is you cannot control the profiles it gets assigned to. It is assigned to all the profiles, and you can only control the applications it is assigned to, because it is not assigned to any application. So you have to manually assign that to the application. So what you have to do is you have to go to the home and remove the tabs and type app manager over there. Extreme right of it, you see a drop down. Click on the drop down and select edit. Navigation items on the left, and in the type for filter list, you type clubs. So now what we are going to do is we created all the objects. We created the corresponding tabs. We put those object tabs into the HR onboarding application. So that's the sequence that we have completed till now. The next one will be, to create fields inside the employee object. Okay, you have to create fields inside the employee object. So as of now, we only have one custom field. So we will create much more custom fields. You don't create an object out of an existing data set, right? You have the data set in some database and you don't bring it into Salesforce. You do some operation where you directly connect to the database and then use that from there. So very, very rarely it will be used. And I don't even have a use case to tell you which condition we will be using that. In the database, there is an object name called employee. So you can have the label and the plural label same but the object name has to be changed. So for one employee object name, you will see employee underscore HR onboarding. And for the second one, you will say employee underscore IT underscore team. So like that, you have to differentiate. But again, when you are putting it in different applications, you need to ensure that you are putting the right employee in the right application. Click on employee now. So we are going into the object now. When we go into the object, on the left-hand side, you see all the options that are there in the object. So we have to click on fields and relationships to create a new field. Okay, so click on fields and relationships. See, you see those 4 standard fields created by ID, name, last modified by, and owned by. So owner ID. So last name is created. So we are going to create one more object, which is date of birth. Just give me. And then what I want you to do is, whenever you're creating a field, you should think about what kind of field are you trying to create. You should think about what kind of field are you trying to create. So here I have to take a date of birth. So what is that date of birth? It would be a date field. So select date, scroll down, see next, click on next, and then give the field label as date of birth or capital D, capital O, capital B. Yeah. And then required, we discussed about required and unique. So we don't need to do anything, just say next. Now check, uncheck, and select the 3 profiles of our choice. Yeah, those are the 3 things. Say next, and you have to put it on the layout. So it is on the employee layout. Click save. So go to the application end user UI and refresh that end user UI and click on Abhishek's name. So do a double click on date of birth for Abhishek and select some 5th or something. If you look at the data that is entered right now, Abhishek Anand, born 4/7/2021. So are we hiring an employee or are we hiring a toddler? That's where we have to ensure that you don't enter any wrong details. So to ensure that we don't do any wrong inputs, okay, to ensure that we don't do any wrong inputs, what we do is we will run this through validation. So we will apply validations on the field values. Okay, so we will do field values. But first of all, to apply the field values, we need to know what is the age over there. Here, since it is 2021 and this is 2023, I can easily say it is 2 years, but again, in the real scenarios, it may not be possible. So how do I get, let's say, if I tell you that I'm born on 1st of January, okay, if I say that I'm born on 1st of January 1990, so current date minus date of birth, that is a formula. So if you want to do any computations using the field values, you have to create a separate field called as formula field. Okay, click on admin UI. In the fields and relationships, you click new. Select formula as the data type, and then say next. Field label will be age. And what is age? Age is just a number, right? So choose number as the return type. And here I have to put up the formula, today's date. Where am I going to get today's date? So for that, to get certain things, Salesforce has given us predefined functions. So you will see those list of functions in the advanced tab. So you see advanced tab. So advanced formula is there. If you look to the right of it, there are all the, you see all those functions. Now, if you are specifically looking at the date and time category, you can click on the drop down which says all function categories and then select date and time. And in that, you will see a today function. Just click today, insert selected function minus a space and say insert field and choose date of birth. Now scroll down and say check syntax to see if the syntax is correct or not. If it is correct, you can save it. Say, go to the next, select the profiles, then add it into the layout and then save your work. So it is not years. In fact, they are days. Today is a day. Today is a day. Date of birth is a day. When you subtract a day from a day, the difference will be given to you in the number of days. So you have to convert that number of days into years. So how do you do that is the next thing. So go to the admin UI. Now edit, click on age and do an edit. Okay, put this entire expression in parentheses. One more bracket has to be added. And then before DOB, put an open bracket. So you put today and DOB in brackets. Okay, now go to the application interface or the end user UI, do a refresh. Abhishek is 2 years old. I don't want anybody to enter a date which results in age less than the valid employment age. So I presume that valid employment age is 18 and above. So unless a person is 18 years and above, we cannot put him as an employee. So how do we check and block those who enter incorrect data? So that is where the concept of validation rules will come into the picture. So how do I write validation rules? I can write validation rules at two places. Okay. One is directly at an object level, and the other one is at a specific field level in that object. So anything you write at the field level will get seen in the object level also. Okay. So go to the admin user interface, admin, and inside this, click on fields and relationships, be like this. And if you scroll the left-hand side bar to the bottom, you will see validation rules are here. You can click on validation rules and you can create a validation rule here. Or you can also write, when you click new over here, just say new, I'll tell you what to do. Okay, we can also write the validation rule at a field level. So click on fields and relationships. Okay, the rule name will be valid employment age. Valid employment age. What is the valid employment age? Yeah, greater than or equals to 18. So if a person enters a date whose computational value is greater than or equal to 18, then I don't need to bother about that. So if it is greater than or equal to 18, we don't need to bother about it. So we need to trigger this validation rule if and only if the age is less than 18. So that is the condition that is going to be used over here. So select age, insert less than space 18. Valid employment age is 18 and above. Create a new record of employee and try to give a date of birth that that is negative date of birth for us. Okay. So now what you do, it is not letting you enter any value. Okay, it is not letting you enter any value which is less than 18 years old. So look for 2000 and some date. Now you see two records are there. So what is the difference between the first record and the second record? So now how do, in real life situation also, this is going to happen? Because let's say, for example, 10, 12 years back in India, suddenly GST has been launched. So everybody has to apply, every business has to apply for a GST number. And once they get the GST number, they have to showcase that GST number everywhere. So now there are few hundreds of thousands of customers who has GST numbers, but not everybody will update those numbers, right? So how are we going to do it? Can we stop the business and then wait till somebody, till all of those guys give us the GST numbers? Or we will run the business, but on demand, we will get the required inputs and close that particular piece of business. Okay. Click on Abhishek, and then you see nothing is there as long as you just click on employees once again and go to some other record. But if you click on Abhishek and do some editing, when you say production, if it is a small thing, you will get into the production box and you can directly do it. But if it is a bigger one, you have to do it on your developer server, and then from there QA, from there to production.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers Salesforce Administrator Certification Training. This training has been created by industry experts to help you understand Salesforce in a better way. This training is designed by experts from top MNCs who aim to make you proficient in the significant modules and techniques in Salesforce, such as capability of core CRM objects, creating encrypted fields, and more. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonies on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to a new height. So visit the course page link given in Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of Salesforce.
Now let us look at the email. Let us create one more, which is email. Okay, these are the things. So you need to first understand what does this this caret symbol mean? What does this double quote mean? What is the forward slash mean? You need to understand this. That is out of scope of this, but still, since you have asked, I have given you. So how you have to do is you need to learn all this. So you need to learn this and you can write a validation rule. Okay. So what you do is you copy the validation. Okay. You copy the validation, whatever that is there in the validation. Okay. And you click on fields and relationships. Sorry, not fields. Yeah. Fields and relationships. And click on mobile. Click on mobile, go to validation rules, click new. Okay. And in the validation rule, you give valid mobile number. Okay. Save your work. In the insert field, Control V. Yeah. Do a double click on phone. there is a phone, right? Instead of that phone, you type mobile _ C. Check syntax. Okay, now in the error message, invalid format, use open parenthesis 999 close parenthesis space 999 hyphen 9999 format. Save your word. Now go to Ankita's record. Just do a double click on mobile number and save it, nothing else. In the total experience, do a double click on total, do a edit for total experience. Default value, make it as 0. Yeah, save your work. So click on Nikhil's record, double click. Now just don't do anything, save your work. So still, the reason is this record is already created, so it is not going to do anything. Create another record. Now you see what happens. Don't give some name, just randomly give something. We are not going to save it. Give relevant experiences 5. Save your work. So this is how I can ensure that the data is properly entered. Is that clear, everybody? So now go back to end user UI. Click on Nikhil's record. Edit and give relevant total experience as 8 years. Save your work. Refresh the window and then see if email had come into the picture. Yeah, there you go. Email ID is there. Let's edit email ID. Now in the email ID, you just give some letters over there. Just type me at, yeah, save your work. See, again, there is an error. Put a dot and then do save. For A1 to A. See, it doesn't matter what is the entry that you are giving. It literally doesn't matter what is the entry that you are giving. It only looks for a series of characters. After that, characters, then a dot. After a dot, there are some characters. That's it. It doesn't check the correctness of that. Or rather, it cannot check the correctness of that. Now, the next field that we are going to create, we are going to create 2 fields now. Click new. The name of the field that we are going to create will be work location. Sorry, data type. Data type will be pick list. We already looked at pick list, multi-select. So this time we are going to do pick list. Field label will be work location. Again, this will be enter values thing. So India, US, UK, UAE, Canada, France, Italy, US, UK, UAE, Canada, France, Italy, Australia. So now click new, and let's create one more pick list, which is work city. Okay, select enter values. So first one we chose India. Okay, first one we chose India. So give Mumbai, Pune, Hyderabad, Bangalore, HYDERA. Okay, then we gave US. So put Columbus, Detroit, Lansing. Then you put Charlotte, CH, or you put Princeton. Then you put Redwood Shores. It's one word, Redwood Shores. Then Austin, AUSTIN. That's it. And one second, that is for US. UK, you put London. Next, Birmingham. It's BIR. BIRMINGHAM. Next, it would be London, Birmingham. Then it would be Telford. Next, Manchester. Okay. So US is over, UK is over. Then coming to UAE, you can give Abu Dhabi, ABU, DHABI, D capital. Yeah, Abu Dhabi. Next, Dubai. These are the two cities. Now go to Nikhil's record and see what does it do. Yeah, do a double click on work location. Drop down is there. Click on drop down. Select UAE. Work city. Yeah, select Bangalore. Right, now save your work. But what is the exact objective over here? What is the exact objective over here? Whereas here it says UAE has got a Bangalore thing. So that doesn't work. So when I select UAE, it should only show me Abu Dhabi and Dubai. When I select India, it should show me Mumbai, Pune, Hyderabad, and Bangalore. When I select France, it should show me Paris, Nantes, and Rennes. So how do I do it? That is where the concept of field dependencies will come into the picture. That's where the concept of field dependencies comes into the picture. So in the fields and relationships on the top right-hand corner, you see on the top right-hand corner, you see field dependencies. Click on that. Okay, click new. Controlling field will be work location. Work location, controlling field will be work city. So what you have to do is, for India, it's Bangalore. Do a double click on Bangalore. See, color got changed to yellow. Then look for the second city, Hyderabad. Do a double click. Then Mumbai. Then Pune. Yeah. So Bangalore, Hyderabad, Mumbai, Pune. No, 1 second. Still one more is missing, I think. No, four cities. Yeah, that's correct. Go to US, Austin is there. Then Columbus, Detroit, Lansing, Redwood Shores. Right? Then the next one will be UK. UK has got Birmingham, then London, Manchester. Last block will be Telford. But all the cities are not being displayed over here. So click on view all on the top. You have France has got Nantes and Rennes. Nantes, Paris, and Rennes. Okay. Then coming to Italy, you have Milan, you have Manchester is in UK. Okay, Milan, Venice and Rome. Venice is the last one. Then what's the last one? Australia. Perth, Melbourne, Sydney. So include values. Click OK. What does it say? Okay. Now you go to Nikhil's record and see the difference. Refresh. Now when you click on work city, see what happens. See, you're seeing Dubai and Abu Dhabi, but you're also seeing Bangalore because it's already saved. So what happens is when you choose Dubai, save the work and come back and do a double click again, you will not see Bangalore anymore. Okay. So if you have to bring in any data, okay, so you have to do data loading. So if you have to bring in data from any external source, you have to do a data load. So for doing data load, okay, when you're doing the data load, what you can do is either you can, there are tools that are there. Okay. Then what type of tool is it? Okay. Input file format and max number of records. So first one is data import wizard. And so tool type is cloud-based. That means it's available online. Input file format is .csv. Max number of records are 50,000. Okay. In supported objects, very few standard objects, all custom objects. Okay. Very few standard objects and all custom objects. Now, the second one is data loader. This is an on-premise tool. That means you have to install data loader first. Okay, you have to install data loader, and this is also a .csv file. Max number of records that you can input in one go is 5 million. All objects. There is no restriction at all objects. Then there is a third-party tool. Okay, this is a third-party tool. Salesforce doesn't provide you any warranty over here. This is also cloud-based. .csv file. 5 mil records. All objects. So these are the three tools that you have. Okay, these are the three tools that you have. Now, if I take these tools, tool name, okay, then supported operations, insert, update, upsert, export, delete, and delete. Okay. So data import wizard. Okay, data import wizard can support update. Okay, so data import wizard supports insert, data loader supports insert of the records. Okay. Data import wizard supports, data loader supports, workbench supports update. All the three tools support the upsert. Only these two tools, data loader and workbench, will support export. Data loader and workbench will support delete. And workbench is the only tool that's going to support undelete. Okay, you cannot do an export, you cannot do a delete, you cannot do an undelete, you cannot do a thing. So this cannot be done any of these places. We need to first insert data loader. Once we are done with installing the data loader, what I'm going to do is, as a first step, I'm going to insert the records using data import wizard. Then as a second step, I'm going to export records using data loader. As a third step, I'm going to update records using data import wizard. As a fourth step, I'm going to upsert records using the workbench. Then as a fifth step, I'm going to delete records using data loader. And as a sixth step, I'm going to showcase the undelete using workbench. So if you look at the top table, these are all the features that are available for each of the tool. So these are the operations that can be performed, and using data import wizard itself, I can do insert, update, upsert. Using data loader, I can do insert, update, upsert, export, delete. And using Workbench, I can perform all the things, but keeping time constraints in mind, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do 2 operations using each tool. That's why I'm going to do an insert operation and update operation using data import wizard. I'm going to do an export and a delete operation using a data loader. I'm going to do upsert and undelete operation using the Workbench.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers Salesforce Administrator Certification Training. This training has been created by industry experts to help you understand Salesforce in a better way. This training is designed by experts from top MNCs who aim to make you proficient in the significant modules and techniques in Salesforce, such as capability of core CRM objects, creating encrypted fields, and more. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonies on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to a new height. So visit the course page link given in Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of Salesforce.
Let us start. So when we're talking about Salesforce, let me ask you, what is Salesforce? I want to hear from you. So here, when we are talking about the CRM, where that is customer relationship management, what exactly is CRM, customer relationship management? Let me talk about, say, if I am Samsung and we are launching a new mobile. Now it is New Year started and we are launching a new mobile. So what we'll do? Now the first thing is we'll do the campaigning. Those campaigning may be the social media campaigning, the email campaigning, the media campaigning, the advertisements, like that. In the campaigning, when we're doing it, so how much revenue we are going to put into the campaign, and then what will be the outcome? So somewhere we need to set that. Okay. And from the campaign, here that may be say email, that may be say a media, all these things. This is being done in Salesforce and known as Marketing Cloud. It means if you're buying a license for Marketing Cloud, then you would be getting campaign. You can do a campaign management. Along with that, you can also send the mass email to your customers. All these activities you can do. From the campaigns, what you would be getting? You would be getting the prospect customer, or you would be getting the inquiries. Suppose Harish want to buy this Samsung mobile. Harish is an individual user who want to buy the Samsung mobile. So he's inquiring. Might be he's chatting to the Samsung team, contact us at samsung.com. Or maybe say he's calling to the call center, or he's filling up a form somewhere, all these things. Those are nothing but a prospect customer. Now, Harish may belong to an individual or may be representing an organization. So it means the customer may be B2C. So when I'm talking about the customer, this may be B2C customer, business to consumer, or it may be B2B, business to business consumer. Now in Salesforce, where we are storing all this data. So for that, we have a place where we can store it. That is a lead. Now we got the leads, and these leads are entered into Salesforce. After that, someone from the Samsung will call the person, like say, they'll call Harish and ask if Harish is interested to buy the product or not. If I'm showing interest that yes, I want to buy the product, or maybe I'm planning to buy a product for my organization. As soon as I'm saying this, immediately now the lead get converted into account. Now what is an account? Account means somewhere we need to store the company name. Those are my customer companies. Maybe we are storing our partners. Maybe I need to store our competitor information, competitor details. So this from Salesforce terminology we are calling an account. So when I'm talking about these things, that is an account. So the lead, it converted into account because of here. If I'm going with C, B2B or maybe B2C, first we are creating an account and there would be a person who is taking care for that account. Now, apart from that, so Harish is working for Intellipaat. So for Samsung, there would be an account Intellipaat. Done. Now, is Intellipaat is buying the product? The answer is no. Intellipaat is a company. That means the contact point in Intellipaat. So somewhere we need to store that information as well. That we store into the contact object. Apart from that, what business we are doing with that? So that business is doing opportunity. Opportunity, we are calling it a cross business. What dealing we are doing with that customer? Like Harish want to buy the 5G mobile of Samsung. What is the pricing? What is the quotation we provide to Harish? And if we are providing any discount, somewhere we need to maintain that. That we store into the opportunity. Now, once it is done, so towards the end, the opportunity always ends either Harish is buying the product, close last or close one. So either the Samsung will get the deal or they'll not get the deal. This is where it get end. Now, once it is done, then there would be orders which we generate. This complete cycle, starting from gathering the the lead, and then once lead get confirmed, then converting the lead into account, contact, and opportunity. This is known as Sales Cloud from Salesforce terminology. This means if you're buying a license, for Sales Cloud, then you will be getting leads, account, contact, opportunities, orders. You will get this. Okay. So Marketing Cloud means you're typically working with the campaigns. And then as an outcome, you would be getting the Sales Cloud. That's where we are having the lead, account, contact, opportunities. Now, once it is done, then you sold your product. Samsung sold the product to me. And now, if I am facing any challenge, then they would put the complaint I'm raising. Maybe in that mobile, I want to customize the mobile and then I want some additional features in the mobile. Maybe let me take a different example rather than going with a product specific. If I'm going with, say, a service industry where I bought a few feature services. Now I want to enhance the services. So there would be the service enhancement request. Maybe I want to give the feedback. These details where we are storing in Salesforce, we are calling it as a case. So the case can be registered from the multiple ways. Maybe you're calling to the call center. So when we're calling to the call center, then there would be a set of our call center needed. Here we need the CTI, that is computer telephone integration. That software is needed, and then the contact information are available in Salesforce. So as soon as the person is calling, the person's details should appear on the call center executive's screen. That is call center setup. That can be done using Salesforce. Now, number one. Number two, maybe you're writing the mail to Samsung, like say help@samsung.com, something like that. Another way, maybe you are giving the feedback from the other channels. Okay, those all are known as cases. Once it is done, do you know, whenever you're calling to the call center and you're asking that if I'm calling to Samsung and then I'm saying that I'm facing some issues with my mobile, the call center executive knows my name and the details that is getting from these places, account, contact, and then if there are some opportunities, what all are those opportunities which are already won. Along with that, now the call center executive tells that Harish, why not you are going and following these options? And then he's saying that, okay, go to setting and then go to this option, that option. Do you think the call center executive is a technically expert person for that particular mobile model? The answer is no, he's not. But he's telling those all things to me. It means somewhere he's reading. That is solution. So few are pre-known issues we have. So those pre-known issues and then their solutions have already been provided to the call center executive. And he's simply reading out those. Might be your problem get resolved or not. If it is not, he'll give you the case number, complaint number. You can call it anything. But from Salesforce terminology, we are calling it as a case number. Now, there's a problem with solution. Assume that I wanted to, I have some money and I want to put that money into equity market. So I'm hiring services of a trading company, and now I want to know that what is status of Microsoft, whether it's good to buy equities of Microsoft or not. I'm calling to my trading company, then asking that why not you are sharing last 3 years Microsoft performance with me so that I'll decide whether to invest into Microsoft or not. Hang on, this is not a pre-known issue. And the company or the organization need to share a file with me. That file which has past 3 years details of Microsoft. This sharing is not possible in solution. That is the problem. So that's where we have knowledge. Sorry, knowledge. So using knowledge, now you can share the files with customers as well. That is possible. Definitely, for this you need additional license. This everything from Salesforce terminology we are calling as a service cloud. So if you're having a service cloud license, then you would be getting these things. If you're having sales cloud, then you would be getting these things. And if you're having marketing cloud license, then you would be getting these things. This complete is known as a CRM, customer relationship management.
One question, this knowledge or solution, we can get individual licenses for that, or we have to go for the service cloud license?
Along with the service cloud license, you would be getting cases and solutions. For knowledge, you need additional license.
Cases and solution comes with service cloud, and okay. The same for like sales cloud and marketing cloud, or there are like whatever you have mentioned, we have to go for additional licenses from in regarding sales cloud and marketing cloud.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So only apart from this way I mentioned that you need additional license, everything will come with the licenses which you have buying. Like say marketing cloud means you would be getting this, sales cloud means you would be getting these, and service cloud means you would be getting this. Okay.
Excuse me, what is knowledge in Service Cloud?
Knowledge is where number one. Do you remember, or whenever you are calling to the call center and you keep on speaking, think from the call center executive side. He should know who are you, number one. Okay. Now, which type of support you have. Okay. We have different, like say, gold members, silver members. What kind of support? What is your role in the organization? If you belongs to the organization, what is the organization? If you have the AMC, annual maintenance contract, or the services, then what are is the services is already expired or not? Everything. While along with that, when you're talking, the call center executive is quickly checking all the details, everything. Along with that, yes, he need to know what is your main query. Maybe while you're talking, you're also referring to an existing query. Okay. Now, how he can search a particular things in a more faster way. Like Samsung is selling a number of mobiles. Now, you're talking about a particular model. What is that particular model? And then what all are the different challenges we have? He need to search quickly. Number one. Number two, along with that, so searching becomes more easier, more faster, more better, I should say, in knowledge. Because of here, you can search into the documents, into the parts, everywhere we can search. Number one. Number two, if you want, you can share that solution with the customer. Yes, definitely as a file. Like I was taking example of say the Microsoft past 3 years performance report. Maybe if I'm calling to say Dell, I'm having Dell laptop and I'm asking the support team that I'm facing some issues with the driver. So why not you are sharing that driver with me, the driver software, and he's sharing with me. That's nothing but a file. Those are not possible in solutions. That's where Salesforce comes up with a new knowledge. This is the difference.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. This is CRM, and all the CRM products will have these things. Okay. Salesforce is not over here. Second thing we got is on cloud. So let me quickly go because of most of us would be knowing about the cloud. So when we're talking about cloud, cloud is nothing but where we are getting these services. So number one service we have is PaaS, that is platform as a service. Yes, Salesforce provides this service, platform as a service. This Salesforce provides us. Okay. Second, we have is SaaS, that is software as service. Now, we are talking about the CRM. We are talking about these all. This is nothing but as a software you are getting. That software is software as a service. Definitely all the cloud related things you would be getting along with that. Like there is no need to think about the upgrade. It will be done. The maintenance is being done by the Salesforce. All these things would be there. Platform. So Salesforce is working with Force.com. This is the platform on which the entire Salesforce is working with. Means the software is working with. This Force.com is built using Java. This means if you know Java, then the way how to write the code in Force.com is pretty similar. This does not mean that if you don't know Java, you cannot code in Force.com. No, not at all. Let me take a very simple example. Maybe say a few languages where we are writing if. Say here a is greater than 50. Just a simple example. I'm writing then, and then here's print a, and then end if. I'm writing if in this way as well. If a is greater than 50, and here's a print a, and then here, I'm sorry, this way. Okay, both the places I'm writing if. But the way how we write in Force.com is in this fashion. This is how we are writing in Java. Okay, so this means that if I know this way to write down if, no, I cannot work with this way at all. Not in that way. So if you don't know Java, not an issue. You can work with Force.com. No problem. Only the syntaxes how to write down would be different. Number third, we have is IaaS. Okay. Next one we have is infrastructure as a service. Salesforce don't provide it. Infrastructure as a service, majorly we're talking about the processing capability and the memory, the RAM. Generally, the RAM we are talking about. So you cannot go and ask Salesforce that, okay, please increase memory, RAM for my instance, or please increase the performance for my instance, for my org. Not possible. Salesforce on paper gives you in return that your instance will be up in 99.99% cases. Everything is written on paper. Performance would be faster, and beyond that, there is no scope of increasing the performance. Another one, if you want to know that, okay, what all are the things or how Salesforce works, you can go to, there is a site, status.salesforce.com. Go to the site. Now here, this is showing you all the instances. Like say, if I'm going with say all, these instances are available: performance degradation, service disruption, maintenance, and here these are all the servers the Salesforce has. The server names, like here, it is beginning with AP. That is for Asia Pacific. So we scroll down. This is DB for databases. Which database Salesforce is using? Salesforce is having its own database that is known as database.com. It is a proprietary database of Salesforce, which it is using. Okay, so these are the servers that if you further scroll down, here you would be getting, there are a lot many. Yeah, EU. U is for European servers. NA is for Northern America servers. So majorly, the servers are in 3 different regions: AP, Asia Pacific, EU, European servers, and NA, Northern American servers. And below, you would be getting the CS. These are for sandboxes. Sandboxes, they are nothing but the dummy environment where we do our development, our testing, our training, our integration, everything we do. We don't work with the real environment, which we are talking as a production environment. Rather than that, we copy what all are things there into a different place. That different place we are calling here as a sandbox. And we do everything over there. So these are servers for that. CS, starting with that. Okay, so let me go to randomly any of these servers. Say I'm going with EP3. And here, let me go to history. 7 days, all work fine. Yeah, all work fine. If there are any challenges, you will be getting here. What are the challenges? And Salesforce is pretty open to show in advance at least any year. You can see when the maintenance for this AP3 instance is ever due. So 29th of Jan, it will do this, and 15th of Feb, it will do this, and then 15th of Feb, there is a major release for Spring 20. It's going to release. The date is also fixed. Then Summer 20 will come on June 13th. And if you don't know, Salesforce does 3 releases per year. Every 4th month, there would be a release. So the current is Winter 20. See here, top right corner. This comes in 11th of October. Oh, sorry, 12th of October this year. Then February, spring, winter, spring, and then summer. And then winter 21 will come on October 17. Okay. So the infrastructure as a service actually Salesforce is providing internally. You cannot ask Salesforce that, okay, please give it to me. Okay. Okay. Then we have Einstein. We're calling it as Einstein. There was earlier we were calling it as Analytics Cloud. So recently in 2000 winter 19, I don't remember exact the version, when Salesforce changed the name of Analytics Cloud to Einstein. So here you would be getting the detailed analytics. Yes, analytics is part of the Sales Cloud, Service Cloud as well. This is again one more thing Salesforce provides you. Along with that, Salesforce also provides you the communities. In the community, you can ask a question, you can register yourself. If you want to go to the communities, you can go to help.salesforce.com, this site. Here, all the learning, everything would be available over there. We are calling it as trailheads. So this is Salesforce Authenticator maintenance on January 12th. Plant maintenance. This is for the communities. Here you would be getting the answers where you can ask your questions, and then some from the community will ask questions. Will answer them. In top right corner, you can see the login, so you can log in. This is help. So in the help, you would be getting the documentation, trailheads. So trailheads is a good way to learn about Salesforce. Like say here, if I'm going with view documentation. So these are all options are available over here. That is communities. And Salesforce also provides you the app exchange. App exchange. Now, which all are the applications you can integrate with Salesforce? Those all applications are available under App Exchange. It's like for your mobile, we have App Store like that. That's app exchange. Along with that, what all are the Salesforce gives you the products? Let me show you the product list. You can go to salesforce.com, salesforce.com, the site, go to products. These are the products which Salesforce gives you. What all are the pricing? Let me go to pricing. So with this, we'll come to know that if you buy a particular license, then what you will get. If I go to say Sales Cloud, these are the 4 different editions: Essential, Professional, Enterprise, and Unlimited. Salesforce works with, remember, single license policy. What does the single license policy means? If you have 100 license, all 100 license has to be of same edition. You cannot have 20 enterprise license and 80 unlimited license. Not possible. So either all 100 has to be enterprise or unlimited. What is its pricing? This is mentioned over here. This is USD per user per month. Now, what you would get in this? Scroll down. These are all mentioned over here, so I'm not going for all this. Let me scroll down. Here we have download the full edition comparison chart. Go for it. Now here, somewhere you would be getting C hyphen sign, means they are not available at all. Somewhere you would be getting the dollar sign. Am I getting anywhere? Tick mark means yes, they are available with the license. Yes, see here, this is available for purchase. Available for purchase means you need to pay extra if you want to get this, like say Developer Pro Sandbox. Essential, not possible. Professional enterprise, you need to purchase. Unlimited, yes, it is available. Let's see here. This is web service API, additional 25 USD per user per month. A costing.
One question: when you say user, you mean the end user?
No, not end user. For end users, there would be a separate license. This is the person who is using the Salesforce. So like I took example here, say the Samsung. So the employee of Samsung who is using that, the CRM software. Harish, he is just an end user or a customer to Samsung. So for that, we have the customer licenses, which Samsung will buy in bulk.
Okay.
That price is not this much. 150 USD. No, definitely not. That is the bulk license.
And one more question. So when you say Samsung buys only one user and multiple employees can use that same user ID, that would also work? Or is it like Salesforce has a way to identify that like per employee or per employee one user license?
Nothing like that. Uh, Only one user can work. Sorry, the multiple users can use the one credentials. No problem at all. But
Salesforce, yeah.
But yes, Salesforce has no issues. If you are using
Okay.
it, Salesforce has no issues. But for you, there would be challenge. The challenge is, let me take example, say, there would be opportunities. Opportunities are nothing but the business. And you have 2 sales reps. Now, both the sales reps are using the same ID, like say Harish ID they are using. Now, who did which business? You as a manager, how you will come to know?
Okay, got it.
Remember, I'm taking example of only 2 salespersons. I'm not talking about the 2000 salespersons. And now, person is saying that, okay, sir, towards the appraisal time, he said that out of 100 opportunities, I won 99 opportunities. As a manager, do you have me to check?
Got
No.
it. No.
Okay, so from management side, it would be very difficult.
Okay.
Yes, this is for pricing, and this pricing is for Sales Cloud. Let me talk about the Service Cloud license. Service Cloud licenses. This is for Service Cloud license. And again, want to know in detail? Scroll down. You're going to be getting the addition comparison chart. Yeah.
What is
Yeah,
the
Harish.
difference between Sales Cloud and Service Cloud?
Difference between Sales Cloud and Service Cloud. Let me show you here. This is at very high
Yes,
level.
yes, yes. But as a developer, what it means that where he work?
As a developer,
Yes,
developer There's no difference. Why I'm saying there's no difference, because of he need to write down the code. Now, if he's writing down the code for say contact or for opportunity and for cases, I don't think there's any difference from the development side.
I think probably from a development side, your objects, everything might change. That's about it. The functionalities would change.
Yes. But apart from that, from developer side, you will not get any difference. You are doing, you were earlier doing coding for A, now you are doing coding for B. And for the same, because of the base is same, everything is built on top of force.com. So you are using the same language, like say Apex. For data access, you are using SOSL, SOQL. That is Salesforce Object Query Language, Salesforce Object Search Language. They would be same. If you are using the user interface for say classic, you are using Visualforce. That would be same. If you are doing with say lightning experience, you should be using Aura. That language would be same. So no difference.
In case if let's say I have started a company and I want to basically install Salesforce, right? Now, when I take the license, let's say my company has 50 users. I basically take 50 users license, but I need, I will have in a typical SDLC a development environment, a testing environment, and a production environment. So does it mean 50 multiplied by 3, or how is the environment with the licenses related?
These licenses, when we talk about, just a minute, let me show you here. I think I removed it. Let me go back. Just give me a moment. Yes, the licenses would be same 50. And those all 50 licenses are possible for the sandboxes. We are calling it as a sandbox. And there are different sandboxes. Let me show you over here. Where are, yeah, here they are. Just please focus on this part. These are the licenses. Sorry, these are with respect to sandboxes. So you have the sandboxes. You need not to buy separate licenses. No need. But yes, definitely you should have the sandboxes. Like say, for an example, you are working with partial sandbox and you have one partial sandbox which is available, and maybe you need one extra. You need to pay extra amount to get a partial sandbox. Number of users would be same. How much licenses you have for production, same. Okay.
So when you say sandbox, meaning one environment, is it?
Yes. Sandbox is one environment.
Okay.
Okay. So all the sandboxes, the environment would be same. What differs is their data. So their data capability would be different. Somewhere we have only 20 MB of data, somewhere we have 5 GB of data, and somewhere we have exact data, how much we have in production. These are the differences. Okay.
One more question. Can you just explain once the analytics thing, the Einstein thing? Can you give us an example and show it?
Let me explain you. Like say, I'm Mercedes. Yes, let me go with Mercedes. Okay, and we are launching a new car. Now I have the contacts in my system. Whom should I campaign? Whom should I send emails for that new Mercedes car? Am I supposed to send everybody? Definitely not. Who would be my target audience? Suppose, see, let me take an example, say the Mercedes new car. New car has say $5 million USD. And there is a contact whose earning is only say 200,000. Will that person buy the car? Definitely not. Should I include that person into my email campaigning? There is no need. It's useless. How should I analyze that? Who should be my target contact points? I need to do some way that analysis. That's been provided by the analytics cloud, Einstein. Okay.
Yeah, got it.
And sorry, where that Einstein comes out under that is that analytics cloud.
Yes.
Einstein. Yeah, go ahead.
No, the name is Einstein. The name is Einstein. So when you go over here, if you cut back here, see, yeah, Einstein Analytics. And then you'll be
Okay.
getting what you would be getting. So this is Einstein Predictions, Analytics Cloud, Analytics Plus.
So could I consider this one is a kind of reporting tool, business reporting?
Oh, it's beyond that. It's beyond
Okay.
that. Okay. Detail, if you want to know that, then maybe here you need to explore this. Where is that comparison chart? It is not there. I don't think it is there. Okay, then you need to explore it one by one. What is this analytics studio
Okay.
and what are those things? You need to
Thank you
explore
very.
this.
Okay. Okay.
Oh,
I'll yeah.
okay.
Mandatory for administrator exam
Okay,
as for
just a minute.
Service Cloud.
Just a minute. Just a minute. Let me show you. So please go to certification.salesforce.com, the site. Let me show you that. So these are all these ones: Salesforce Administrator, Architecture, Developer. Which one you are planning for? So here, if you're planning for say Administrator, let me go to Administrator. Get the exam guide. Yes, this is here, and then here, this is, scroll down. Yeah, so this is important thing. 60 MCQ, 105 minutes, and 65% is the passing score. The registration fees is 200 USD. If you are reappearing, then 100 USD till the time you have 100 USD. So there is, sorry, so I mean to say that there is no number of attempts limit. So till you have 100 USD in your pocket, you can pay and you can reappear. Okay, and these are the names. Typically, this is when we're talking about the ADM. This is on the classic version, and then ADX, that is for learning experience. So my suggestion would be, if you're planning, please plan for ADX rather than ADM. And then what in certification exam they would ask you, this is their weightage. And my suggestion would be, whenever you're planning, please come here and visit once. This is very much needed, because this is what they'll ask you during certification exam. And then this will get changed with the release. So currently the winter is going on. After that, the spring will come. So come and check here that how much weightage for each topic. Salesforce don't ask beyond this. What all I mentioned here, they'll ask only within the scope. This is pretty sure. Okay, and once it is done, then you need to give the maintenance exam. This maintenance exam, you can simply sit at your home and then you can give with every release that you need to do. This is for administrator. Similarly, you can check for others as well. Let me go back. Developer. This is CPQ. So this is for CPQ, and then developer. Developer, we have the app builder, PD1, PD2. They are purely into development. When we talk about the platform developer 1 and 2, and then app builder. If I'm going with the app builder, let me go with exam guide. So this is a mixture. Let me show you exam outline. This is here. This is typically the data modeling, security, business logic. This is the admin part. Mostly the declarative way of implementation. This is Apple. Majorly the focus is on the business logics and automation. So here we are talking about the record types, formula field, roll-up summary field, validation rule, approval process, workflow, flow, process filter. These are the main things. Let me go back. One more step back. Now I'm going to advanced administrator. Here's the exam guide. Here, yes. Okay, so now I think with that, let me show you quickly for CPQ. I'm going with CPQ. With the exam guide, the best way. Go to that exam guide and then check it out. What is the prerequisite? What they say? This is prerequisite, none required. Done. And then what are the contents? What is the passing score and blah 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 things. Okay.
A question for me. The administrator exam, are there two types of it? Is that what you're saying? Or one? As in not the advanced, just the admin. Is there one or two types of it?
There would be two. One is administrator for classic version. The code name is ADM201. That is, let me show you. It's ADM201. That is for classic. And
So
then
I couldn't get into the second one, ADX, or so I couldn't get through to the link.
Lightning experience. Lightning experience. Let me show you.
Thank you.
No worries. Here, administrator. Get the exam guide. Go to the exam. ADX. This is ADX201C. Yeah, sorry. It is ADX. Let's click on this.
Okay.
This is new admins. Overview
All
and this goes.
Is this quite recent this year, kind of?
No. ADX
Or
is
last year, rather.
no, it's more than last year. It's 2 or 2.5 years. It's I think 2.5 years. Maybe even more 3 years. I'm not pretty sure, but definitely more than 2 or 2.5 years. See, it is what they'll ask you. And then if you want Trailhead, yes, they are available. These are the classes, they're online classes. This is ADX.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, okay. Let us start. Along with that, now, if you want to create a login for Salesforce, then there are two ways how you can create a login. One is going to salesforce.com. Go to salesforce.com, and here top right corner you would be getting try for free. You can get it. With this, where I am, yeah, you would be getting the enterprise edition. That is 30 days trial with limited functionalities. This is what you would be getting. There's another way to get is developer dot. With this, you would be getting the developer edition. Then this is lifetime free. Sorry, lifetime. It's validity is lifetime. So these are the two ways. So we would be using this account. Developer.salesforce.com, this place. This is the place where you would be getting the details about a developer, the resources and everything you would be getting over here. Go to here, documentation, sorry, learn, where are books? They keep on changing. I also need to search for books and that. Tailheads. No, this is not. This is, they're taking me to Tailhead. Learn. They removed the books. Somewhere earlier they were having the books and everything. Even I need to search for that. Website is keep on changing. Okay, but somewhere here you would be getting. This is for sure for this place. If you want, then maybe I'll show you our documentation. I think it is available over here. Yeah, these are the books. And these books are being written by Salesforce, and then time to time it get updated as well. Like say this was get updated on 8th of January. With every new release, these books get updated. Let's say if I want to go with say Apex, Apex. Here you would be getting the Apex developer guide. Go here, you can download it. Let me show you somewhere top right, top left corner, you would be getting it. See, this is the PDF version, you can download it. This is how you can get the resources, and as well as additional you will be getting over here, the video libraries and all these things that you need to explore. And sign up. Now, once it is done, then whichever place you logged in, doesn't matter. In terms to login, you need to go to login.salesforce.com, this place. Once you log in, you'll end up with this place. Not this place. You went to sales. This is where you'll land up when you log in. Okay. So go there and create a user. So When you're going for it, when you log in, then see, if you're looking at the address bar, you would be getting this AP8. Currently, I'm getting AP8. In your case, it might be different. This is your server, where your instance, where your org is getting hosted. So mine is AP8. Now, after this would be the logo. Now, below to this, here you would be getting the app launcher. Here, all the applications in Salesforce you would be getting. And then this is currently we are working with the sales app. Home, these are all the tab, and then this is known as a navigation bar here. Now, in this, if I'm starting with the leads, let me go with this. So here, when you click on this, it takes you to this place. Here, there is one more way. Just go into the down arrow and then check. So from here, you can directly click on creating a new lead. These are the recent records you worked with. This is the list, which is the recent one, and then open recently viewed items in another tab. So it will open into another tab. Now here, going with that, you would be getting here. These are the lists. So currently I'm getting what is the recently viewed. Maybe I want to see all the open leads. So I'm going over here, all open leads. These are all the open leads, which I'm getting in the list. This list, total as of now for me, there are 12 items. These are sorted by name. If by default it is in ascending order, click here, this is descending order. If you want to change to some other, very simple how we are doing in Windows. Similar fashion, you can change it. Here, if you want to create a new lead, you can go here, see top right corner, you would be getting new. Import is to import. This we will discuss when we discuss the data import and export during that time. Add to campaign. These are all the records. If I'm going to see Brenda record, let me click onto this. This is how I am getting. This is a lead. And then this is known as a highlight bar. In this, which all are the fields you feel that are important. And just looking at these fields, you can quickly know about that lead or about that record. Those fields we keep here. What all are the other fields or all the fields we have? Let us go down below. You would be getting the details. These are all the fields what we have. How to put here, that we'll discuss during customization. Then next to that we have is activities. So now with this lead, if you want to assign a task means some work you are assigning to someone else. Let us say maybe I want to assign a task. The task is say I want to do a call. I need to call to this person on say 15th of January, name related to any account, and then this I'm assigning to myself as of now. Or maybe you can search here a user whom you are assigning to, the status, and then save. Now I'm giving a job, a task to someone. Now that someone has to do it. Once it completed, he'll mark his status as completed. And then coming on to this record, I can come here and then check it out. So if tomorrow some other person is coming and checking, then he can check that, okay, what all are the tasks or the schedules has been done. If there is a discussion happen with the person, then log a call, and then out of office on 15th of January, like that, and then save. So all these details you can keep here. If you're sending an email to the Brenda, then what all are the things you mentioned, everything you can keep here in Salesforce. Details. Now in the detail, detail. These are the fields. Who is the lead owner, name, company, title, lead source, industry. This is currently we are getting the fields in a particular format that we are calling as a page layout. So you would be getting here the detailed page layout, which currently we are doing. And then the second one you would be getting is a edit page layout. What is the edit page layout? What all are the fields editable over here? So not everything are editable. So how to edit the field? Maybe I want to put down here some more mobile number. See here, there is a pen mark. You can click or maybe double click on it. And then you can mention over here. Did you notice here, as soon as I'm doing it, the view get changed. I'm getting a solution and then other details. And this is not the same how I was getting earlier. Let me save this. See here, now I'm nowhere getting the solution field. But in the edit, going to the top right corner, edit. See here, I'm getting this edit page. What all are the fields? Few fields are editable, few are not. Like say these are not editable. I cannot edit it. Okay. Then we have the chatter. What all are the conversation happened on that lead? The discussion happened. So those we are getting on the activities. Now, assume that you are a sales manager and you want to know about that what happened to with this lead. What do you do? It's not possible being a sales manager to come and open each and every record and then check the activities. It's not possible. Then what would you do? You will follow the record. And we have a social media kind of communication network collaboration tool that is known as a chatter within Salesforce. So what happened? Like say related to this, if you want to share with someone, that you can post here. You can do a poll, you can do a questions. Might not be a proper example for leads, but it's definitely for account, for opportunities, they might possible. What all are the changes you made here? Immediately the persons who all are following, they'll get a notification that what happened. So if you feel being a sales manager that yes, this lead is an important lead, come and follow that record. After that, if any changes happen, you'll immediately get a chatter notification. Where is the chatter? See here, there is a chatter. So here you would be getting that. Okay, and then news. News is nothing but its appearance, that particular lead's appearance on social media. So currently it's been enabled for Twitter. So it is showing. What it does? Nothing. You need to sign up using your Twitter account. And now if you are searching Brenda McClure in a normal way, maybe you are getting 20 records. But here, along with that, we have the additional details as well. So Salesforce is searching Twitter based on these data. So earlier you were getting 20 records of Brenda. Now you would be getting 2 records of Brenda. Remember, I'm not saying 1 record, I'm saying 2 records. It's easier to find out exact person out of 2 records than 20 records. That's all. There is no guarantee that yes, Salesforce directly will not take you to that person's page. No, Salesforce will not do this. He will only search on some more fields onto the social media and then show you. Okay. Any question in this, the user interface?
Can you show the activity thing once more?
Yeah, activities are like say the Brenda is asking for the quotation, the details. Okay, I took an example because of at present this person is a lead, so I wrote here a call. Okay, so there should be a person who need to call this person.
Okay.
Okay, call when, given that say here this person should be get called by Monday. Related to as of now no account, nothing. Status not started because of yes the person whom I'm assigning to should call and then it should be in progress, it's completed, wait for someone else, deferred, like that, and then say. Now it's an activity for the person.
Okay.
And then the person will get populate these. When he go to his activities, he can see all.
Okay. And how is the time thing like taken into account? So it is in my system time, or Salesforce has a server time on of itself? I mean, the
That
date
is,
is fine. Say, yeah.
yes. So the time would be, as of now, here we didn't mention the time. If it is the time we mention, like say generally for events, we mention the time. Like say if I'm going for the events, here we define the time. Okay. So I'm scheduling. I'm from India. So I'm scheduling it. So at present, my time is 22:19. No, you are from California. And if I'm inviting you for this event, where it is, yeah, assigned to all the event assigned to, and then below, yeah, here. Okay, then what is your time zone? What is the difference between my time zone and your time zone? So you would get this time in your time zone. So this would not be 11 p.m. This would be your time zone PM.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is like a role of an admin, right?
No, it is a role of a sales rep end user I'm talking about. No, nowhere the administrator will come into picture at all.
Okay.
Okay. Today we are going to discuss how a sales rep use Salesforce. Only we are talking about this. So in this way, I'm walking through with the user interface of Salesforce. Now, along with that, in Salesforce, 4 processes. This is important. 4 process. Now, what is the process? Have a look here. Let me go to edit. Here we have a status. Yeah, lead status. This is nothing but a pick list. Open, not contacted, working, contacted, closed, converted, and closed, not converted. This is also a pick list. Do you find any difference between these? Like here, web, phone inquiry, partner referral, purchase list, other. And then in this, yes, there is a difference. The difference is over a period of time, the values of this, someone will come and change, or might be automatically it can change. So initially it might be see open not contacted, then a working contacted, then towards the end you'll move into closed converted, closed not converted. Will you do the same for lead source? Definitely not. Until and unless if you mistake by choosing. This is a process. So in Salesforce, we have 4 processes. One is lead process. This is for the lead object. Second one is sales process. This is for opportunity object. Number 3 is for the support process. This is for the case object. Number 4 is the solution process. This is for solution object. Only these 4 processes are available in Salesforce. No other process. This process you can do change in 2 ways. One is, as of now, I'm changing it to say open not contacted and then save. You can also change in a graphical way over here. This is the process and all the line items. If you want to change the line items, of course you can do. Come here, I want to change to this. Come here and then mark as current status. If you want to change this, come here and then mark as current status. That's all. Okay.
Just one quick question. Can you just explain what you mean by that line item again? No, you use the word line item, or what do you mean by line item though?
Okay, just a minute. Yes, I got it. So here, these are the pick list items. These are the pick list items. I think I refer these one as line items. And then these are also the items over here. So I think I refer these one as line items. The options available under pick list
Are called line items.
No, it is just a general way I referred. There is no technical meaning of that.
There's
line.
not. Yeah. Okay. So it can be. There are various ways you can refer to it. So maybe
Yes.
on a product or something that could be a line item. Maybe.
No. Please don't take it as a line item. It is just to explain it. I told.
Okay.
You can call it as options. You can call it as pick list options, pick
Okay.
list items. You
All
can
right.
call it anything.
All right.
One question. This is
Yeah.
like from the process side. So marketing would give me leads, and leads would be converted during the sales process, right? So, but here in this sales, we have created the leads on in the sales cloud itself, right? And then we
Yes.
converted it.
Yes. So the marketing guy will give you the leads. When you say marketing guy is giving you the leads, which typically how marketing guys will give you a lead. So marketing guys are having those leads into a CSV file, and then those CSV files you will import.
Okay.
Who will import? The sales team will import into system. And then who will work on those leads? Sales guys.
Okay. Got it.
Okay. Yeah. Now, let me talk about the others. I'm going with the sales process. So if I'm going to opportunity here, let me open this opportunity. This is a prospecting qualification need analysis. This is a process. Towards the end, it is closed. If I'm going with closed, select one. Closed one or closed lost. Closed one means you got the deal. Closed lost, you lose the deal. If I'm going to an account, let me go to an account. I don't have here anything. Because of my account, there is no process. Nothing. Okay. Now, let me go to the lead, and then this lead. This lead says that, okay, Brenda want to do a business with us. As soon as the person confirmed, now this lead is no more a lead. Because of lead is known as a prospect customer. Immediately will convert the lead. It's important. Lead convert into account, contact, and opportunity. These three. How to convert? Go to top right corner, and here you would be getting an option convert. Click on it. Now, what about the account? Account is nothing but the customer. Here the company. So what is the account name? Do you have an existing account with the same name? If it is so, then you should put into an existing one. Yeah.
I have a quick query here. Is there any way to set up some restriction for some certain users? So, for example, you have just means you have right to close the leads status from maybe close as a one or close as a lost. So maybe I, as an user, I require to view the details of the lead, but I should not have the right to close the status. So is there any way to place some restrictions for the users?
Yes. Yes. This has been done by administrator.
Okay, by the administrators.
Yes. Done by administrator.
All right, thank you.
So we have different permissions, read permissions, edit permissions, delete permissions.
Sorry to interrupt. Ask that if, as you're showing me before, you have shown that process, in that you have shown that you're going open, not contacted. As you're converting the lead, so before that, we need to change the status for that, like working and contacted.
Let me scroll down. Here, see the converted status, closed converted. The only option available. So you need not to do it manually. This is known as lead automation. So when you convert it, it will automatically come.
So this is a convert lead, but I'm talking about the process.
I'm sorry?
I'm talking about the process.
Yes. So basically the process is the status. So this is nothing but a graphical presentation. If you look
Yeah,
at
that's what I'm talking.
yes, so that will happen automatically.
Okay.
Nothing but it's being presented over here. Where is that status? It is below. Yeah, it is here. See, it's lead status. The field name is lead status. So here I'm going with converted, and then I want to create a new account because of I don't have any existing account. Maybe there is another lead we are getting from the same Cardinal Incorporation. Then that time, rather than creating a new account, I would merge with an existing account. What should be the contact? Should I create a new contact or I should put into an existing contact? Maybe Brenda earlier also contacted us and then gave us some business. Then maybe I can choose this. Third one, the opportunities. What we are selling. Suppose I'm selling to this, so what would be the opportunity name? Say, I want to sell, say, laptop. Or selling. So that is the opportunity name, laptop. Now here, you would be getting one more. One, create an opportunity upon conversion. Why you need it? See, we are converting a lead, but we are not creating a business. This is typically from the sales word side I'm asking. We are creating an account, we are creating a contact, but we are not creating an opportunity. This we choose when, let's take an example. The Brenda is saying that, yes, Harish, I would like to buy the laptops, but not right now. You would be buying the laptops month of March, and currently we are in month of January. What should I do? This is a lead, and then lead is saying with this thing that Harish will buy laptops or will discuss on the laptops month of March, not now. What should I do? Should I open the lead? Should I keep it open? If I'm keeping it open, my manager doesn't know about it. What he knows? That Harish has 50 leads and all are open. It means Harish is not working. Okay. So it is affecting my KPA. If I'm converting the lead and then I'm creating an opportunity, same thing. Because of the customer says that Harish, please don't come to me till March, and I'm creating an opportunity today, then
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, what is the purpose of Salesforce Lightning? And your options are to enable mobile app development, or to create customized reports and dashboards, or to integrate with third-party applications, or to provide a modern and intuitive user interface. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers Salesforce Administrator Certification Training. This training has been created by industry experts to help you understand Salesforce in a better way. This training is designed by experts from top MNCs who aim to make you proficient in the significant modules and techniques in Salesforce, such as capability of core CRM objects, creating encrypted fields, and more. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonies on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to a new height. So visit the course page link given in Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of Salesforce.
in March, I'm not doing anything. And after that, I'll move into that opportunity. Again, my manager says that Harish, you're not working because of there is an opportunity which opened on 11th of January, and then still nothing is happening on that opportunity. That's again hitting my KPA as a sales rep. What should I do as a sales representative? I'll create the account and contact because of this is what I need for future. I'll create an activity, a task assigned to myself that okay, maybe 1st of March, I need to call to Brenda. And then here, I'll choose do not create an opportunity. So in this way, I closed the lead, but I didn't create the opportunity. That time we chose this. Got it?
As we are setting an activity, does that activity get alarmed on whenever it is required, or we need to keep checking the activities for getting known about the coming activity?
Oh, no, you need not to. Whenever you log in, then here top right corner, you would get all your open tasks.
Okay, just to like alarm.
Yeah. How we are getting for our Outlook, the meeting alarms, similar fashion. Okay.
this we were talking about opportunity not getting converted, like lead getting converted but not turning it up into opportunity, for which then again I have to manually create an activity, right? Am I thinking it is in the right way?
Yes, the activity should be
Okay.
created manually.
So if there is now the you know how the sales people work, right? I've been into sales since last 10 years. They usually won't mark an activity. That would be an additional click for them to do. So if they probably I do say it's probably unintentionally they miss putting an activity for this particular kind of case, then the lead would be gone, the opportunity would be gone. How would we track that
Yes, yes.
as a process, I'm
So,
saying?
yes. So, one way is to say your sales reps are not checking that, are not creating the opportunity, sorry, the task, then no, it's gone. What do I mean by gone? That they cannot get it. I'll show you. Okay. Let me convert
Okay.
it. Converting it. And then before explaining, I'm moving back. The lead has been converted. It created an account, contact, and an opportunity. Okay, if you want, here also you can create a task. Now, if you go back to leads and then see here, go through that, what it is mentioned, open leads. Was the Brenda's lead is still open? The answer is no, the lead is closed. Now, where can I get those closed leads? Go to reports and then pull down the reports. So now from reports, you which all are the opportunities, which all are the leads get converted, not from here. Okay. If you want, the sales guys are not that proficient or unintentionally, they are not checking themselves, then you can create a workflow or maybe a development you need to do where they need to check somewhere or a task getting created for them. So that is from the development side you need to do. Yes, it is possible. Okay.
Yeah.
And this is a certification exam question as well. Please make a note that in leads, you can see only the open leads. You cannot see the converted leads. In terms to see the converted leads, you have to contact the reports. Okay. Now, let me go to, now here, when I'm going to account, here I'm getting a incorporation. This is the recently viewed. We go over here. Now here, these are the details which I could see over here. Record owner, I'm the person. Details, these are the details. Few fields are getting mapped. Not everything is available in the lead. So the remaining fields are empty. Here, see the activities. Coming and overdue activities. Everything is moved. Now, under this account, now, since Salesforce is a CRM, please understand an important concept here. We have account. Account is the parent, or you can call it as a master object. Under that, you have contact and then case. These would be the child records, child objects, sorry, not records. Here, technically, we are calling it as a detail. What does this mean? For me, Cardinal is a customer. It's a business. It's an account. Now, under Cardinal, whom I'm contacting, where to see those persons' records. They are contact opportunities and cases, a different object. If I go to related, see here, I could see contact and then Brenda. What is this? Why I'm getting only one? Because of this is the record which is related to Cardinal. So this is known as a related list. Opportunity, laptop. Cases, as of now, there is no case. This is only with this. So when you go to the related, so with respect to this account, which all are the related records? Related records from other object, you could see into the related list. And this is a standard relationship we have in Salesforce and in all CRM. not only in Salesforce. Account contact opportunity in cases where account would be always a parent, and then contact opportunity in cases would be child side. Okay, so now when you are at the parent, means when you are looking at the account, then how to see the child? Going to the related list, and then you can see the child. But can you see a parent? It's a field entry. This is a question. If you're at the parent, then child you can see as a related list. Or at the child record, if you're at the contact, parent you can see as a field entry. So I have account, I have contact, and then let me go to opportunity. Here also I would get the opportunity. Let me go to opportunity. Now here opportunity as a process. This is the process. Currently I'm at prospecting. Then qualification, need analysis, view proposition. And then what it is, let me show you. If I go to edit, this is the opportunity name. What is the amount? Maybe amount is the 2000. Close date. Close date means as a sales rep, when I'm feeling that I would crack this deal, that is the close date. So we have a way how you can enable the multiple currencies in your org. These are the stages: prospecting, qualification, and then what does this means? This means the probability that if my opportunities at prospecting level means the chances of getting the deal is only 10%. As if I'm going to say value proposition, the chances of grabbing the deal is 50%. If it is the price quotation proposals, 75%. If it is a negotiation level, 90%. So as we are moving ahead in these stages, the probability of grabbing the deal get increased. What is use of this? This is where we do the forecasting. So in Salesforce, we have one more concept of forecast. You can do forecasting. Forecasting is now we are on in India, the January, February, March is quarter 4. So quarter 4, what will be the forecast? How much business we'll get? Which business we should focus more so that within the quarter 4 we'll get the business. How sales came to know? They're moving on the probabilities, means typically on the stages. So that comes under the forecasting part. And then let me save this. Here, see, this gets changed.
Stages will be depend on the forecast.
No, forecasting is based on the stages. So which opportunities? So now in the system you have 5,000 opportunities. Okay, and now within this month, so hardly we have 19 days in this month. Which opportunities you should focus more to grab the business? Definitely you'll not focus on those opportunities which are lying here, right? You'll focus on those opportunities who are low hanging fruits, which are available here. That's what focusing on. Okay. So here, this is the opportunity. Now, let me create contact. So earlier I went to leads and then I did it everything manually. Automated way. Now, from Catinal, there's another person who comes in. So how sales rep can do manually? Going to the contact, new. So here solutions, so here means finishing. This is a contact. How should I relate this contact with the account Catinal? Going to this. What is this? A lookup field. Means I'm searching into. These are not the lookup fields. This is just a checklist. This is a normal text field. Here, let me type. It is by default the recently used accounts you will get over here. You can type otherwise, and then it will filter it out. Other details you can put, because I'm not putting everything over here. Yes, these are. Then these fields also get changed based on your business requirement. I'm saving it. Now I want to see the account details. I'm going to see Catinal. Let me click on this. related. There are two printer and then here in us. This is how it would be.
Again, I have a query. The fields or the account or leads or contact fields can be amended as per the business requirement, or this is the standard overview of view of Salesforce.
That can be changed based on your business requirement.
Okay.
Everything is customizable in Salesforce.
Okay. So developers can change all those fields and the view of the page, contact or account page.
Generally it is not done by the developer, but rather than it's being done by the administrator.
Okay. All right.
It's he who do.
Okay. Thanks.
Yeah.
One more thing, as we are creating a new contact, so it will, how come it can directly go to contacts? First, it will go to leads. Then, as the process is going on, then will change, that will convert it to an account. So, how come you're an
Yes.
account?
Yes. So lead is okay. Your question is how you can directly create it. So Salesforce gives you the option also. It's not mandatory that always account or a contact you are getting via leads.
Yeah, I agree. But point is that first, if we are contacting someone, first we'll get to know. That means first we have to whether they are going to be in contact with you or not. Like everything, like open contact and not contacted. That will be in that will be in a systematic way.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Okay. Let me take in the other way around. Leads are the inquiries which someone asks you. Okay. Now, let me take in this way. I have a hotel industry. I'm from hotel industry. And then my hotel is in New York. Now in New York, I want to give offers to the companies. If their employees are visiting and they are staying in my hotel, I'll give some offer. Okay. Now I'm contacting to say Microsoft. And in Microsoft, because of this is done by me, Microsoft employee didn't contacted me that, hey, Harish, your hotel, if my employees are staying, what is your offer? No, they're not doing this. This is I'm offering from my side. What would I do? So that time I would create an account, okay, Microsoft, and then under that the contacts whom I am contacting, the sales reps are contacting. So if tomorrow the sales rep left the organization, no issues. I know who all are the contacts available under the accounts. Number one. Number two, we have only the dealers, the business partners. We have the business partners. We are only dealing with that. We are not dealing with neither a B2C customers, neither a B2B customers, no one. In that case, you will not get leads. You know that, okay, you are delivering only to your partners. In that case, there would not be any lead. There would be only account and contacts. Okay, like see here, if you go here, I think I mentioned somewhere, yeah, account, companies, partners, competitors, even our competitors also will store here. If I go to see opportunity, even in opportunity also we mention, who is my competitor for this? This is business requirement, but I'm showing you. It may not be there that for all organizations are doing so. Yeah, see the main competitors. Who is the main competitor over here? So all this information we store into the account. Okay. Any other question?
There will be a case wherein it's a retail customer, it's a B2C customer. Account should be in the case where you have B2B customers, they have companies, right? But there would be B2C customers who might need to directly create contacts, or I would require an account for that as well.
No, in that case also we have the account and we have a concept of customer account. So if you go to account, let me show you. Here we have account type. that which type of account it is. Yeah, it is here. Which type of account it is.
Okay.
So he's a direct customer. He's a customer.
So I do not need to put in the account name. What do I put the account name as? Because the customer is direct customer.
Harish. Here I put Harish. So in that case, there would be two entries. One is Harish as an account, and then other Harish as a contact.
Okay. So
take it
by
in this.
default for any contact that you put in, there has to be an account that you're saying.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So can I change this flow? Like if I want to, as an admin, I do want to put an account for direct customers, so specifically the B2B, because that would be an additional click for salespeople. So which I'll not like to do. So if I do not want to link a account to a B2C customer, I can do that.
Yes, of course, you can do that.
Okay. Yeah.
You can do so. If you go over here, let me show you. Contact, I'm creating a new contact. See here, Rajesh Kumar, and then save. Salesforce allowed me to save. What is the account name? Nothing.
Okay, fine. Got it.
So it's possible. If you want for your org, it should be mandatory. You can make it mandatory. Yes, that's possible.
Fine. Got it.
Say like during this course of like the lead becoming account, I think some documents would be exchanged, right? A quote or a transaction slip and all that stuff. So like if the order is done, so then if the customer has placed an order, he must have paid or something of that sort. Where is that happening, and where would I keep those documents? So if I look at the workflow, there will be certain.
Basically, it is a very early stage when a customer simply contacted first time. Okay, we don't know that customer will buy the product or not. As soon as the customer becomes agree, immediately we'll convert that lead into an opportunity. So now it becomes an opportunity. Now it is an opportunity. Okay. Now we need to give the quotation and everything. So here the price quotation and those features are not showing because of this is a free account. Okay. Otherwise, here you would be getting the quotation part in the related list. So through which you can send the quotation. You can create a quotation and then you can share the quotation.
Okay.
Okay. That way. Any other query?
Will you show like when did you switch from that light? I mean, you are in a lightning interface right now, but how did you switch it? When did you do that?
Okay. If you want to move to classic, go to top right corner. And here you would be getting switched to Salesforce Classic.
Okay.
Go to this. This is switching and see the UI get changed. That's only the UI get changed. That's all. If I go to account, see, cardinal is there. If I go to cardinal, contact, see, my data is everything are here. Okay, so my data didn't get changed. What is changed is user interface. How to go back to the lightning? Switch to lightning experience.
Okay.
Yeah.
This lightning doesn't cover the products part as well.
Products, yes, it is there. The opportunities, yes, we do have the products. If you go here, you would be getting it. Products, these are the products.
Okay. It doesn't come as a tab abstract as we have in Classic.
No, it is there. It may not be available over here, not an issue. This thing is customizable, so maybe you need to go over here, top left corner, to the app launcher. These are all the apps. And then if you scroll down, here you would be getting the products. Yeah, this is the products. Now top right corner, new. Okay, then next one is that here, this is see on top, you would be getting the search. This search is the global search. So if you want to search something, like say I want to search for CA and enter. This is searching all objects of Salesforce. Left hand side say addition. Account total 4 records, leads 3 records, contact 5 records, like that. It is showing tasks total 5 plus. Why 5 plus? Exam question. Here you can see only 5 records. If you want to see more, you have to click here view more. Then only you can see the remaining records or more records, otherwise not. Now, when you're doing a search, here say I want to search only for say C and star. You can use here wildcard character star. Star is for multiple characters, the universal things which we all know. Enter. Oh, I got an error. Minimum 2 letters you need to put in terms to search. You cannot write C star. You have to write CA star. Now, when it is searching, what it is searching for? If I'm looking at the C, pyramid construction in carpet. Hey, nowhere I have CA. Then where it is searching? Journey point. I'm nowhere having CA. Where it is searching? Please remember, when you search, it's search into a text field, text area field. A word beginning with CA. Remember, I said a word beginning with CA. Let me show you. I'm going to pyramid construction. Maybe there is a field and the field is a text field. Yeah, details. I think it would be getting, yeah, here, CA. A word beginning with CA, you would be getting here. If you want to search in a particular object, you can mention here account. Now, type down here CCA. It's searching only in accounts, not all the objects. Now, further you can refine by left hand side. You can refine here, say account name, account site, phone number. You can further refine it. This is for the global search. The next one here, moving to, this is for help. If you want to take the help, so we went earlier. It will take you to help.salesforce.com, help and training. This is nothing but help.salesforce.com. So you can get help from here. This is for the global action, and this is making it something as a favorite. This is for the setup. What all are, this is admin's job, not a end user's job. Notification. And then here, this is, you want to do your personal settings. That is settings. This is user interface of Salesforce lead, account, contact, opportunities. Okay. Okay, then we'll end up our session. Now, in this session, we'll discuss about the user settings. That is an end user setting which the person can do, like say changing password if his mobile number get changed and how he can do so. All these things we'll discuss. And then we'll move into the administrative activities, working with the company profile, the business hours, working with the currencies, multiple currencies, how to deal with multiple currencies, then profiles, and creating a user. So starting with, suppose I want to change my password or what all are my details. I want to know about it. Then you can go to top right corner and here you would be getting the settings. Let me go to the setting, and currently we are administrator. That is the role what we have in our organization. So I'm going to settings, and then left hand side I would be getting, see here, my personal information, and all my personal details are available over here, where username has to be unique across Salesforce. It's not within your organization, but it's everywhere. Why so? Because everybody is accessing Salesforce by going to login.salesforce.com. So it has to be unique. So from here you can go, you can change these. Then you can go to the advanced user details. So let me show you the advanced user details, and then here, let me go to the edit part. Just now, this is what? The first name, last name, alias. So the alias you would be getting into the records, the owners. So there you would be getting the aliases. Let me show you here. So I'm opening into the another place here. See here towards right side, I'm getting the opportunity owner, and then these are the aliases. How the aliases comes? First name of your the first letter of your first name and 4 letters of your last name. That is by default, you will get an alias. Email, yes, email can be duplicated, not an issue. Nickname, this nickname you would be getting in the communities. What would be your name? That is nickname. Okay. Then the title, company, and all these things, Now, this role and all these things, since I'm an administrator, so it's giving me option to change, but it's not for everybody. So not everyone can come here and then change. What all are those things? We'll discuss when we discuss the creating the user at that point of time. Scrolling down below, here I would be getting the mailing address. If there is an SSO setup you did, so generally the SSO setup is being done by the Salesforce. Then it would give you a Federation ID. So that Federation ID you can put on over here. So that from your company portal, if you're jumping to Salesforce, you need not to re-log in. That is single sign-on. Then you can come here and then change the time zone, local, and language. These 3 things. Okay. Then we have the delegated approver. Delegated approver is that if you're on leave or you're not working, then on your behalf, which person can do the approvals? Let's say you are a sales manager and you are on leave, and someone submitted an opportunity for discount. So the sales rep can give discount up to say 5%, and then the higher discount he needs to take approval from the management. So who would be the person? So if I'm on leave, then who can do the approvals on my behalf? That would be the delegated approver. Manager. Manager would be a person. If I'm submitting a record, then this would go to the manager for approval. That is manager. Then automatically, whenever someone is submitting you record, then you would be getting an email notifications when you want to get the email notification. So that you can set over here. So these settings you can do for yourself.
There's a concept of delegated approval here.
Yeah.
So suppose somebody is gonna submit his something for approval, and I'm a admin, and I'm just gonna approve or reject that. So the delegated approver is gonna see all the things which I'm just getting right now, or if I'm on leave, and is there any kind of setting where I'm just putting I'm on leave, then will he be able to see that? Is there any case something like that?
No, by default he would be getting all things what you are doing because of he's a delegated approver. So if you're not there, then he'll do that. So there is no such kind of things. So it's recommended that when you're going for leave, that time come here and then put a delegated approver. Once you come back, then do it.
So can't we make any kind of restriction here so that he will not be able to see my records and all the things I'm just getting for approved?
It's not he's viewing your records, but all the records which have been submitted for approval, he can view those records because of he need to approve that. So without viewing, how he can approve? So it's only for those records, not for every record.
Okay, fine.
Yeah. Now here, if I'm looking at the local, I'm getting here the English, US, and in the language also I'm getting English. What is use of these 2 places English? Anybody? Why these 2 places I'm setting for English? Or what will happen if I'm changing here say something else? Here it is English and then here it is Spanish. What is that? Or where they are affecting?
One is the time zone and the other one the language which is displaying in the dashboard.
No, but that is different. Time zone is different. I'm talking about the local and language. Because both the places I'm selecting language. Okay, anybody? Okay, let us discuss. So, the time zone. Time zone is in which time zone I'm working with, and this is useful when you're calling someone for meeting, when you're scheduling an event. Then, suppose I'm scheduling a meeting for tomorrow morning, 11 a.m., and I'm inviting you. What would be your time? Is it 11 a.m.? If your time zone is GMT plus 5:30, then yes. If it is not, then whatever is the difference, you'll get that difference time, not 11 a.m. That's been represented by the time zone. Number 2, local. Local does the few settings. Let us discuss that. Local settings. Number 1, number format. It does. So if I'm writing down like this, or if I'm writing down like this, is there any difference?
Yes, in US, a comma is like for thousand, but in Europe or in Germany, basically a comma is also for decimals.
Yes. So both are same. Both are same. Both are 1000. Depends on that which places, which geographical location you are using it. Okay. So in Germans, they are using in place of comma dot, and then in place of dot, they are using comma. So this is same, exactly same. So this has been decided by the local, number 1. Number 2, the date format. You all know about the date format, that is DTMMYY, MMDTYY, what it is. MMDTYY or YYMMDT. Number 3, name order. Name order would it be first name comma last name or last name comma first name? These things are being decided by the local. This is a certification exam question. Okay. What language represent? This language represents 2 things. Number 1, in which language you want help. Number 2, what would be your label language? Like say currently, if I'm going to say here, this is happening in English. If I'm changing to Spanish, save. What are you getting in Spanish? Huh? Very slow to me today. Come on. Here I'm getting the logo. This is the logo for 2020. So with every release, the logo gets changed. I see here. It gets changed. See here the opportunities. The sales is known as Ventas, Initio, like that. Okay. And then now if I go to help, I would be getting help in Spanish.
I have a quick question. I'm sorry. So
yeah, no worries.
The screen we are seeing here, this is for the end user, right?
Yes.
This is the end user screen for an end user usage. So me as a admin, I mean, how's this helping me?
No, it's not helping you. It's say you are working in Japan and then you want to see the labels and everything in Japanese language. How would you do for yourself? You want to change the password. How can you do so? So I'm explaining you that
Okay,
what
so he's gonna submit a request, and that request would come to an admin to change the password.
No. He'll straightforward go and then do these changes. That's one that I'm showing you. Just give me a moment. I'm refreshing the page. Few things. Go to change my password. There's no submit request. Straightforward. What is your current password? What is your new password? What is your security question? And then submit and then job done. That's all. Okay.
I mean, what I'm trying to understand is, like you said, this is an end user screen, right? So are you just showing us the screen to show us what kind of functionalities or what kind of changes we'd be making to an end user so that he can work efficiently, or you're just trying to show us a screen to familiarize us that this is what an end user has to go through on a day-to-day basis?
This is what end user or what a user can do configuration settings at his level. Because we have 2 types of settings. One settings, one configuration which admin does that affects the entire organization. One is at personal level. Personal level is, see, I am a sales rep. Please don't treat me as a administrator. I'm a sales rep and then I want to change my password. How can I do so? Definitely at that point of time, this setup, which top right corner at present I don't have access to this part. So I'm explaining you that a sales rep, if he want to do the changes, then what changes he can do and how it is going to affect him. I'm explaining you those.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to understand. Thank you.
Okay, yeah. Now another thing which he does is grant account login access. This So in Salesforce, we have one setting. The setting is, can administrator log into a user's account directly? Maybe yes, maybe no. So currently in my organization, yes, the administrator can log into any user directly. How he can do so? Let me show you. So administrator will go to setup. This is how you can confirm that whether admin can log into any user or not. You go to users, and then here you would be getting the option login. Okay. If this option is not available over here, guarantee that here you would be getting that option. So please make a note here that a user can give two persons his login access. Number one, administrator. Number two, Salesforce support team. These are the two persons who can give login access. How? In my case, it's already been given. Then only the Salesforce.com support I'm getting over here, and then no access. How many days I want to give? So 1 day, 3 days, 1 week, and then at any point of time I can come and then I can revoke these functions. So say I'm giving for 1 week and then saving it. Now Salesforce support team can log in to my account within this time period. That is possible. Okay.
I have another question.
Yeah.
Under what circumstances would Salesforce.com support team or an admin would need a login access of a user?
Generally, the administrator need more times the access of a user rather than a Salesforce.com support team. That is, maybe let me take an example. Say, I am a sales rep of Japan, and I requested administrator that okay, I cannot see few records, and he gave me permissions. Now he's saying that Harish, now you should be able to access those records. When I'm viewing, I can't see those records at all. Now it's a clash. This point of time, the administrator has to come to my login and then check that yes, whether I'm getting the record access or not. Those would be the circumstances.
Thank you.
Yeah, and this is an organization policy that whether the administrator can log in directly to any Salesforce user's account or not. Currently in my organization, yes. If it is no, then how you can change it? Let me show you here if I'm going to see login access policies. How to come here? Just a minute. Let me show you. Just jump it a bit. Go to setup. Setup. This is administrators. Go to top left corner, quick find. Why quick find? Because of I don't know that which option is available here. I'm simply typing here login. This is initially the best way to jump directly. Login access policies. And then here you would be getting administrator can log in as any user. It is enabled 100%. Salesforce.com support team available to user, available to administrators, only for administrators, not for everybody. What you want? So should Salesforce.com support team can log into any of your organization user? Generally, we don't do so. Okay, if you're removing then the end user will not get that option. Let me show you again. I'm saving it. It's been saved. Let me go back over there. Grant login access. Refresh it. And here we go. It's already given, so I'm getting here, but I cannot change. See here, now I'm getting your company administrator because of the policies get changed. But it's only for two persons, no other person. Okay. Any question in this? Then we have security token.
Yeah, I'm having a question here.
Yes. Yeah.
As per my experience with Salesforce, I was having the same thing, was no access to the Salesforce support. But when I just logged the case to Salesforce team, so there was an option there whether I want to just give them access or not. So I just ticked that as a yes. and they access. So is this compulsory to make that whether I'm just gonna give them access or not, or that will have there when I'm just gonna log the case there?
That would be your decision whether you want that. Okay, the Salesforce support team should log in and then check your account to dig the issue or not. It's
Okay,
up to
so
you.
I can give as well from there.
Yes.
Sure, thanks.
Then we have the security token. Security token is useful only when you are using Salesforce from a third-party software, from a third-party tool. That time, now the third-party tool, Salesforce don't know that who are you, because of simply you are giving your username and password. But in backend, Salesforce does a lot of things from the security perspective as well. So those are not there. That time Salesforce needs a token. That token, you can get it from here. You need to reset the security token. Okay.
And this is a feature only used if the organization wants to use, is it?
No, this is only for limited users. We give this option who are accessing Salesforce from a third-party software.
Okay.
Only for those persons. If you're not doing, there is no use of it. Okay. Yeah. Now, let me move to the admin activities. So till now, we would keep on talking about what a user can do in Salesforce and how he can do it. Now coming to the organization-related steps. That is typically a responsibility of an administrator. Coming on to that, my organization, Intellipaat management wants that, okay, Harish, we want 10 more persons to join Salesforce. They want to know that if we have sufficient amount of licenses with us or not. Okay. So where I can check this? This is where I would be going to set up a right corner, set up and set up. This is only and only for administrators. It's not for other users. Now here in this, how to work, left hand side you would be getting all the options. These are like say administration related options here, users. Under this you would be getting user related things, then data, then email. And these are the different segments. The different options are available under different categories which you can get. But initially, when we are very new, it's difficult to know that which option is available. Like just now how I did. I don't know that way is that login policy is available. No need to explore all these options. Go to top left corner and then start typing. Like say here, I want to check for company. And keep on typing and then accordingly, it's getting filtering as well. Second, you would be getting next to this see object manager. In the object manager, just for earlier we were discussing about the objects. These are all the objects which we have here. Here, you would be getting two things, label and API name. API name is typically for development. So label is nothing for user interface. For user interface, definitely you can have the spaces, but in API names, it has to be a single word, no space, nothing. These two things you would be getting for an administrator. Now coming to home and then coming to our main query, that how many licenses we have in Salesforce. Do we have appropriate number of licenses so that we can accommodate 10 more persons in Salesforce? Let's have a look. I'm going to company information. And then here, first I'm going to edit option. This is related to the company. What is my organization name? Who is the primary contact, phone number, details, and you would be getting. You would be getting the local related settings, default local, language, and time zone. Just how we were discussing earlier. The same things over here. Then, what about the currencies? So, do we have the multiple currencies enabled? As of now, no. So, our default currency is USD. So if you want to change and then you want to work only with one single currency, definitely you can choose from here in currency you're working. If you want to work with multiple currencies, then you need to activate this multiple currency. Plus, please remember that once you enable the multiple currencies, You cannot roll back. No way. So be very clear before doing this checkbox. Then towards the end, do you want your users should get the Salesforce newsletters, and then admin users should get Salesforce newsletters? Generally, we allow. If you want, you can remove them. And then what about the system maintenance and the system downtime notifications? So do you want to show your organization users to get those notifications? So once you log in, immediately after that, you'll get a notice that the Salesforce is down for maintenance at this date and time between this to this. So you would be getting that. So these details, these things you can set up in company. Yeah. Any question in this?
For example, organization purchased 50 licenses and they have assigned or given those licenses to the employee, respective employee, right?
Okay.
And in between, or maybe one or two employees has left the organization.
Okay.
So then my question is, does these licenses can be transferred to the new employees, or organization has to purchase new licenses for new?
No. These licenses you can revoke and then you can assign to new users. Yes.
Okay.
Now how to do so? We'll discuss when we create the users.
Okay. So this is also a responsibility of an admin.
Yes, admin's responsibility. Okay. Any other question? Yeah.
There's a feature here of activate multiple currencies. So why? Okay, what would be the best practice? Whether we should check this or not? Because suppose our organization is dealing with multiple currencies right now. So what would be the impact if we have checked this? Because there's a warning symbol there. And what would be the another one? You can just see improve date value feature that is just being brought up. So why is there so? I just want to know about it.
Salesforce has made its tool such a flexible that it fit in all the environment for all different types of organizations. Like say, if your organization is working, yes, across the globe, but it's dealing only with one single currency, like say USD or any other currency, then there is no need to go for multiple currencies because of your organization is not going to use at all. If your organization is working with different currencies, then yes, definitely you have to go with multiple currencies. You have to enable it. And then after enabling, what will happen? That we'll discuss when we discuss about the currencies. Okay. So here, did you notice that I think someone asked me a query that in the opportunities we are getting the amount in USD. Like see here, the laptop, let me go to this, and then if I'm going to see details, here the amount, this is I'm getting in USD. So how I'm getting here the dollar sign? This is because of here it is mentioned as USD. If I'm changing to some other currency, and as of now I'm working with only one single currency, so it's not asking here that this data is in which currency. Like see, let me edit this. It will not ask me that. No way it is asking that in which currency it is, because of we are using only one single currency. If there are multiple currencies, then here you would be getting a drop down list that this data, the amount, is in which currency. Then you need to choose the currencies. Okay. No question. Then I have a question. The question is here I'm getting the default locale, default language, and then default time zone. What is this? What is meaning of this default? I know local language and time zone, but what is this default here?
It's because our instance will connect to that time zone server that we maintain that time in our on our service.
Here, my zone is I mentioned as Amekala, LA, and then this is AP. It is Asia Pacific server. Both are different, right? And at any point of time, I can come here and then I can change to any other. Yes, I can do so. And then I'm saving it. So it's nothing related with this AP8. Not like that. This is again a certification question. What you are writing here, it is just the default. When you create a new user, please make a note. When you create a new user, then by default, what values you want to get. That's all. Nothing beyond that. Let me show you
I
here.
think
I'm going to users here. So here I'm creating a new user. I'm showing you. So here below when I created, here I have the user local and language. So what it should reflect here, that we set here. That's all. Okay. And yes, of course, when I'm creating a user, I have all options to do a change. Yes, I can do so. That's possible. That's why we are calling here that these as default local language in time zone.
Can you repeat that again? Sorry.
Just a minute. I'm showing you. I'm showing you. So here, just a minute. So let me do so here. So this is language. Language I'm putting as French, and then default language, default local. Let me put down see here Dutch. And then this is GMT -3. Save. Let me go and create a new user. See the settings which I did over here, I'm getting over there, right? Earlier I was getting different things over there. If you remember, not getting
No, but
GMT -3 Dutch and then French.
that is for the same company you're creating the user. Then this locale settings will apply. Is it?
Yes, it's one single organization we are working with.
Yeah, but then how will it work? Let's say if it's a single organization and there are two users in different countries, but they both
No
belong to
worries,
the organization.
no worries. Here, one person is from Japan, so set here the language is the Japanese, known as the Japanese time
Okay.
zone. There's the time Japanese. The other person
Okay.
set up from the US. That's all.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Okay.
So I have a question. So this company information can be entered by on Salesforce browser, basically. Like no, see if I have a user sitting in US and user sitting in Japan, they can configure differently the company information. Are we saying that?
No, this has been done by the administrator. This setup has been done by the administrator. It's not done by an end user.
Yes. So how would the user sitting in US and user sitting in Japan will have two different settings?
Nothing. This is only for, see, actually it has no impact other than that it is default. Please understand that this is default local language and time zone. This means whenever an administrator will create a new user, what should be the local language and time zone should reflect. That's all. Nothing beyond that. Okay. So if you have, you know that okay, the base is in US and the more number of users would you from US, then every time whenever you are creating a user, you need to come here and then change every time the time zone, the local and the language. It's a typical job. Rather than that, why not you're setting up for US because of your major base is in US. And then for others, for few number of users, you're doing it manually. That way.
Got it.
Right. Let us move forward here. No, apart from that, what the company information gives us? Let us discuss.
I have a quick question. How does this impact if we are looking at a global, release? For example, there are companies, a company like IBM. If IBM is implementing Salesforce, for example, there's IBM in US, there's IBM in Europe, there's IBM in China. So if a guy who's using IBM in China is using default language as Chinese, and me sitting in US is using it as English. How do we, work on data cross checking? I mean, his data would be in Chinese and mine would be in English, right? How does that
Just
work?
yes. Now, an excellent question. So till now, we are keep on talking about the language, and then this language reflects the labels, not the data. The data you would get in English only. You will not get in regional language at all. What all I mentioned over here, you will not get in other languages. But what if you need it? Then we have a concept of workbench. You need to work with the workbench, and in that workbench, like say, let me take example of say sales. Sales in English, we are calling it as sales. So what is its parallel word in Spanish? I was getting something. Anybody knows the Spanish? Ventas. So you need to write like this. You have to for all the words manually. Now, a person who is getting the data, I'm talking about the data. If a person who is looking at the data in English, he would be getting in sales. If he's getting in Spanish, he would be getting in this way. We
So
have a
it,
concept of
so it has a scope of, translating your word if you are working through the workbench.
yes. You have to, yes. After that, yes.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I think it should be there. Yeah, translation work. Let's see here. It is there. Okay.
So the working on workbench, does this still fall under an admin purview, or it's something that a developer has to do, or who's
Nothing.
responsible?
This is admin's responsibility or someone whom admin delegates
Okay.
is a responsibility.
Thank you.
So let me discuss one more. I'm going a bit away from the company profile. We have two things in Salesforce. One is administrator, and then second one is delegated administrator. These are the two persons. So when I say administrator, I'm talking about the system administrator, the super user. Now, assume that I was getting example of IBM. In IBM worldwide, assume that there are 60,000 users. So do you feel that the system administrator can control and can work for all those 60,000 users sitting at the same level, same place? Everybody is having the same access?
No.
There is no. Then we delegate the users. We give them delegated permissions, like say, few persons are account administrators, few are of say user administrators, few are of say lead administrators. Means they are dealing only with some specific areas, not with everything. That we are calling as a delegated administrators. So actually, these all things are being done by the delegated administrator in real world. But in general, when we talk about, so overall, we are talking that okay, it's being done by the administrator. I think I made it clear.
Yes.
Okay. So now, this is the company information done, and then let me go to save, being save. And then apart from what you can do, there's a lot of things you can do over here. Please have a look. Now here, you would be getting how much data space you are having. So currently, I'm using 9% of my data. Just a minute, let me increase the zoom size so that since it is a smaller size, yeah, it's better. Data space, file space. Okay, Salesforce gives you two types of space. Data space is for records. And remember, one record in Salesforce will take 2 kilobytes. This is fixed. Please make a note. Let me have a look of this. So view. Let's see here, my total data storage is 5 MB, the limit which I'm getting. And then if I need some extra, I have to pay extra to Salesforce. Then Salesforce will give me some more data storage. Usage is 9%. Then file storage is 20 MB. And then these all data are shared data. The meaning of shared data is that maybe one person is eating 4.9 MB of data, and the other person is eating only 0.1 MB of data. That's possible because of data is shared data. Same with file storage, same with the big object storage. This one. These are the number of records I have. So opportunities I have total 40, and then storage is 80 kilobytes. As I discussed earlier, every record 2 kilobytes. This is. Further, if I scroll down here, this is for the file storage and which user is eating how data storage. So Harish, 170 K, 81% is it. Let's have a look. What is the Harish? I'm going with and explaining the Harish. This is Harish data. Harish has 38 opportunities in the system, 33 contact, 20 is all reports. Harish report. In other words, if you want to see reports, you can go to storage uses and then you can check where it is. If you don't know, no worries, go to left hand side and then check it out. You would be getting under setting data storage uses. Apart from that, if I'm going to say company information here, let me go to company information, then how many, these are the used file space, then how many API requests, maximum 15,000, yes, please keep a note of it. Maximum is 15,000 API requests you can do. Streaming APIs, that is for 10,000 max, restrict logins, and then here Salesforce.com organization ID. Now, every record, everything, what all are you doing in Salesforce has a unique ID, unique key. If you're from database world, you know in database we have a primary key. Primary key is unique key and every record has the primary key. In Salesforce, the name of the primary key is Salesforce.com ID. This ID is of two types, Salesforce ID. One is 15-digit ID. Second one is 18-digit ID. These are the two IDs you would be getting. 15-digit ID you would be getting in user interface, you would be getting in reports. Everywhere you would be getting 15 and classic. 18-digit ID you would be getting in, say, Lightning, and for development you would be using the 18-digit ID. Let me show you here. So this is going to laptop. This is a record which I opened. Go to the address bar. Here, say after opportunities, I'm getting this 0060 and something. This is 18 digits. Okay, for laptop. Let me copy this. I'm going to classic. Everything other than your URL and then paste here and then enter. Sorry, I made a mistake. I did copy paste. Sorry. Yeah. See here. This is 15 digits. It's not 18 digit. Have a look at this. I'm getting here towards the end 80. I'm not getting.
But Harish, typically the object should be the same object that you're referring to, isn't it? So the ID
Yes.
is the same, isn't it?
Yes, ID is same. ID is not different. It's only the 15 digit to 18 digit and 18 digit to 15 digit conversion with Salesforce internally. If you know
Okay.
then Google it out and you will get it. It's internal. There is some algorithm which Salesforce is using. Okay. But for us, we need to know that which places Salesforce is using 15-digit ID and then which places Salesforce is using or showing 18-digit ID. That we should know. Okay. Let me. Yeah, I'm copying this. Control C. Let me go to Lightning.
No, but then are you saying that if I am writing a code for, let's say, one of the buttons, and that button I'm trying to use both in Lightning and classic screens, then my coding logic will change in both. Let's say if I'm accessing, let's say if I'm going through an array of characters and I'm counting 15 or 18 and all, how does that work then?
Mhm. No worries. You can use either 15 or 18 and then Salesforce will do conversion automatically. But when you are extracting out, see, from development, if you want to know what is the ID for this record, it will give you 18 digit ID, not 15 digit.
Okay.
Yes, you can use 15 digit. So when you are assigning, somewhere you are writing something like this value. Okay. See here obj.id equals to like this, or you
Correct.
can write down like this equal to say this 8. It's okay. No worries. You can work in any format. Not an issue.
Okay.
Okay. So here now, if you go to other record, I'm at some other place. This is the URL. I'm going to the URL. I'm removing everything apart from my main URL and then I'm pasting it. This is the 15-digit ID which I'm pasting here and I'm pressing enter. Have a look at this. Lightning underscore classic. It moved to opportunity. Did you notice here the changes of the URL? And then it showed me AAT laptop. Okay. So this is your organization ID. Salesforce.com organization ID. If I'm scrolling down below, see here, this is where we are getting the user licenses. These are the licenses. So I'm having total 2 licenses, and then both the licenses are used, so nothing is remaining. So we started that there should be 10 more users, which we need to deploy in Salesforce. Not possible because of we are not having any license. Then platform license, community login, and then these are all the different licenses which we are getting. Then if I'm going here, say show 10 more, these are communities and all these licenses. And then Salesforce also gives you the chatter free license. This is free of cost. Salesforce gives you. How much? That would be a deal between you and Salesforce. Generally, it depends on how many number of licenses you have, Salesforce licenses. Based on that, Salesforce gives you the chatter free licenses free. Then we have chatter external licenses. Chatter external licenses are for those users who are not employee of your organization, but you want them to join a chatter group, a collaboration tool. Then we give them the chatter external license.
How would the having a chatter license free help? Because like you also always need a user to be there to use the chatter, right?
Yes.
So like having more than what number of users, having a chatter license more than the users doesn't help, right? Or
No.
is it another way? Yeah.
We have different, like see, I have the technical expert person whom I'll take help during cracking a deal for a customer. Now, is there a need of that person, the technical expert person, to know about the deal, what deal is going on with the customer, what is the pricing? Not needed. I just need his help to crack the deal. Okay. Then the person, and then where I can go and talk to that person. So Salesforce gives a platform, since it's giving us a collaboration tool, chatter. So using that chatter, you can call the person. So definitely the person will go to login.salesforce.com and then he'll log in, and then he can participate in the conversation.
Oh, so he will have a UI just only for chatter.
Yes. So how we are getting here this, say sales and all these things, he would not get anything. He would get only chatter.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, yeah. Then this permission set licenses. So permission set licenses, as of now, I'm pausing because we didn't discuss about the permission sets. What are the? So when we discuss the permission set, you'll get it automatically that what all are the permission set licenses all about. Then below that, we have the feature licenses. These are the additional licenses. So the other day I got a query that do knowledge has a separate license? Yes, see here. This is the service cloud user license. So these are the number of licenses we have. Okay. So this is you will get a company, all the licenses. These licenses, if you want, you can check on top as well. So from here you can go and you can check it out. That's company information. Okay. Now let us move forward. So next we have the business hours. Business hours is only and only and only for service cloud users, only for so when like say if I'm setting up the business hours means until what time we are working, we set here. And remember, this does not mean that if I'm setting say for Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Before 9 a.m. I cannot log in. No, it's not like after 5 p.m. I can log in, I can work. No issues at all. And where it impact? This impact on the support team. So for support, we have escalations. So typically we have SLA, that is service level agreement. Service level agreement says that whenever a complaint or whenever a case from Salesforce terminology comes and enter into system, then it has to get resolved within a time frame. The time frame might be say 2 hours, might be say 4 hours, might be say 8 hours, 10 hours, whatsoever it is. Assume that I'm setting for a particular customer who is a big customer and who signed the service contract with me that his query should get resolved in 2 hours. hours. Okay, and we are working from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. And if someone from that organization is raising a complaint at 4:45 p.m. in evening, what will happen? After 5 p.m. we are not working. So next day morning, all queries, all cases will get escalated to next level because of they are still open. So to avoid this scenario, 4:45 to 5 p.m. 15 minutes, and then the SLA clock gets stopped here. Morning 9 o'clock it again starts, and then the remaining 1 hour 45 minutes it will count from here. That's business hours. This is what we said here, business hours. Now here when we go with the business hours, we are working only with the weekdays, Sunday, Monday. What about the holidays? Like say 1st of January is an off, but here we don't know that which day it belongs to. So that you can set up left hand side going to holidays. So you can go to holiday and then you can set up a holiday over here. It means that particular day there would not be any SLA clock. Like say Christmas, like say New Year, you can set it. So you can go to new. What is that? So here say Independence Day. And then you can set here the day. Entire day you are not working. Is it a recurring holiday? Yes, it is a recurring holiday. And then you can set the frequency. So that particular day, even though in business hours it is mentioned, but since it is holiday, so SLA won't come into picture at all. That is holidays.
Can we set location specific holidays? Like suppose I have in South I have different days on which we have holiday. In North we have different days on which we have the out of India probably US may be having some different holidays. So is there a possibility to set region specific holidays or local specific holidays
Yes, of
or which
course
is
you can. So when you're setting up the holidays, after that you can set up the business hours over there. See here, when you go to the holidays, the business hours are setting up. Okay, so which business hour is associated with that? You can assign it in that holiday. Okay, and for business hours, we are defining that. Okay, which time?
So further to this, so I can set business hours specific to regions, and then those business hours could be allocated to holiday. That you are saying?
Yes. So in business hours, we have the concept of
I
time
can
zone.
have multiple business hours. Okay, got it.
Yes. See here, you have the time zone. Okay. Now, another thing coming up with the fiscal year. Please understand these concepts are important. Fiscal year. So in Salesforce, we have two types of fiscal year: standard fiscal year and then custom fiscal year. These are the two fiscal years. So this is the settings you would be getting over here: the fiscal year, and no, this is the custom fiscal year. Just a minute. Just give me a moment. Let's log out. Because of once you move to the custom fiscal year, after that you cannot roll back. That is the problem. Number 3, 3. Okay, yes. There was a query that how we would be getting the notification. See here, the notification, the task reminder, open opportunity, close it. There was a query from someone. So it is how you would be getting this. Not here, setup. Interruption. Yes. So fiscal years you would be getting in two ways: standard fiscal year and custom fiscal year. So in the standard fiscal year, you can set that what is the starting month. It is straightforward going with the Gregorian calendar, where you can set that which is your starting or ending month. So like say we are following January to December. January would be my starting month. Save. That's all. So now in the opportunities or in the reports, and whenever you're checking our reports that in this fiscal year or this quarter, what is the business what we did, then it take from this place. That is going for the standard fiscal year. In certification exam, the questions they'll ask you is that what you can set over. We can set over here is the starting and the ending month. That's all. That is from the standard fiscal year point of view.
Can I have multiple fiscal years? Just to give you an example, I have one of my previous company. We had we were working at different locations, but the PNL has to be prepared on different fiscal years. So do Salesforce take into account different fiscal years for different locations as well?
No, it's
No.
one fiscal where the entire reports get generated.
For the entire company.
Yes, for the entire organization.
Wherever it is located.
Yes, wherever you want. Yeah. So if it is a global organization and you want to set the fiscal year to be from say January to December, then you can set over here. Now coming to location related or geographical related things, then you need to do the implementation manually.
Okay. So implementation manually in the sense?
Manual in the sense there by the coding you need to do
Okay.
that way.
So I have to write a code to get this physical year separately. So I would the whatever coding that I do, so that would be reflected here, or it would be reflected when I pull out the reports or anything like that.
Yes, yes. Those things will pull down in the reports only directly over there.
I
Not
cannot
here.
change it. I cannot change it in this setup.
No. It's not
Okay.
here.
Okay.
Okay. Now another thing. So in certification exam, they'll ask you only this question. Coming to the custom fiscal year, please make a note that custom fiscal year, once you go for, you cannot roll back. No way. Number one. Number two, when you enable the custom fiscal year, you will lose three things from Salesforce. That too when you're going for the custom fiscal year. Lose followings. Number one, some of the standard report types you will lose. You will not get at all. You will lose the quota and you will lose the forecasting. These three things you will lose at all. So if you really need it, you need to do it manual implementation. Manual implementation might be coding, might be in a declarative way. That is based on. In a standard way, you will not get it. Okay. Now, when you go with the custom fiscal year, then how you would get it? Let me show you back. So here I'm logging out. And remember, once it is activated, after that you cannot roll it back. No way. Since we have 52 weeks, so in the custom fiscal year, we divide those 52 weeks. So there's no concept of month over here, nothing like that. So you would get two setups. One is 4 quarters per year and 13 weeks per quarter. So 13 weeks, 13 multiplied by 4, it'll end up to 52 weeks. Now, how to divide those 13 weeks because of we have a concept of month. So 4 weeks, 5 weeks. Again, nowhere we are talking about the month. Okay, so this is we are talking about a period. Okay, so 4, 4, 5, that makes 13. Then 4, 5, 4, 5, 4, 4. Here the period is written, but how it would be. Another setup is 13 periods per year and 4 weeks per period. That again makes it 52 weeks. How to divide 13 periods? 3, 3, 3, 4. What is that? Quarter 1 is 3 period, quarter 2 is 3 period, quarter 3 is 3 period, and quarter 4 is 4 periods. Then 3, 3, 4, 3, like that. It move in this way. Now, if you want to come back to the standard Gregorian calendar, Since there is no rollback, but once you move into custom fiscal year and then you want to come back, then you can choose here the standard Gregorian calendar. But coming up to this does not mean that what all are you lose, you will get back. No way that you lose forever. Okay. So let me set up over here. Say if I'm going with say 445 and then I'm continuing it. Yes, this is I'm giving say 21. When my fiscal year is starting, so it is starting on say November. Let me start with say January. What should I write here? 26th. The weekday start is Sunday, or when your week is. So my week is starting on Monday, not on Sunday. Coming on. This is my first quarter, first period, first week. 7 days, the default setting is for 7 days. Maybe if you have some off or some days you're not working, okay, just have a look. Let me increase this. Please have a look here. See the first period, 21/6 to 22nd February. Now assume that this week we are not working for 7 days, rather we are working 5 days only. Comes 22. And then overall your entire year, 2 days becomes minus because of you are not working here for 7 days. So that way it is not 52 multiplied by 7, those many number of days you are working. It can be less. On basis of this, the entire calculation for fiscal year. This makes it
Harish,
very complex.
can we set
Just
up this start date and end date of this of the quarters and the weeks? Because this
no.
would land up like suppose I have a month and for the quarter like you started from 26/20, right? First 26 January 2020, right? But
Uh-huh.
my quarter, if I go by Indian fiscal year, it is quarter four. Okay. Now the quarter four, it will end up on 26th April, right? Just a
Uh,
rough estimate. It will end up on 26th April, 25th April. So
uh,
can I set up dates for the start date and end date?
no. You are setting up actually the number of days you are working with. So based on that, you are setting up the start and end date. Start date is anyway, it is fixed. End date get changed.
No, I'm just thinking of the quarters getting messed up because if I put this kind of dates like 7 days or 5 days in between, what will
Uh-huh.
happen? The dates will fall into some different quarters, which will be again a calculation error in terms of when I'm trying to pull up the reports.
Exactly. This is the reason here we are losing these things. Now you got it correct. Let's see how difficult it is. That's why in a standard way, what Salesforce is providing you, the standard report types, the quota and forecasting that you lose. Because of it's literally difficult. If you need it, in your case, then you need to write down code. No other way.
Okay, so this is the standard format in which Salesforce provides the physical year. So if I wanted the reports in a different way, suppose from first my actual quarters will start from first of a particular month to 30th of a particular month, then I have to write a code. You mean to
No
say that?
worries. No worries. No. Hang on. If your query is like that, then when you put down the reports, rather than
Right.
going with the quarter definition, go with the period way. No? That okay, I want the details from 1st of January till 1st of March. That's all.
How do you do that?
It's when you pull down the report. That time we have the time
Okay,
frame.
while taking the
Same,
report.
same as just a minute. Let me take another example. When you do a net banking, then you can pull down the report in two ways. Your statement. One is last quarter, previous quarter in statement, and the one is the date frame we are giving.
Okay.
Right. So when you
Yeah,
give
yeah.
this quarter, then previous quarter has a standard definition, but date frame is
Okay.
based.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is how custom fiscal year we set. All things, the dates we need to set, and then accordingly, the days will also get vary. Okay. Now in certification exam, they'll ask you what is the format over here. Overlaps the previous. Okay. Yes. There's already there. So what is the format over here? So you should know this. not this. New. One you should know. Quarters per year, 13 weeks per quarter, and then 13 weeks per period. And then you should know this. What does this mean? And then you should know this. If you're going with a custom fiscal year, there is no rollback, and you will lose this. Okay. Now coming to the multiple currencies. Since we are having the free account, so in free account, the currency option we don't have.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but is there a proper flow in which I should be setting up the this information, like confirm information? Is there a flow? Because like we made to prepare the company information, then we did the then we set up the physical year, then we are setting up the currency. So is there a particular flow in which we need to set up an account, or is it like I can go for currency first and then I can set up the physical year? Is that happen that way?
Yes, because of they are not interdependent.
Okay.
Yes, the holidays, business hours are interdependent, but fiscal year is not dependent on the holidays, not dependent on the business hours, same not dependent on the currencies.
So I can use anyhow, like I can set up first the currency and then go to set up the business hours and all.
Yes, you are right.
Or I can set up the currency and then go and set up the business hours.
Yes, true.
So anyhow, okay.
Yeah. Okay. Now working with the multiple currencies. So this I can explain you theoretically, not practically, because we don't have option available over here. Let me explain you when we go with the multiple currencies. So in multiple currencies, in Salesforce, we have three types of currencies. Number one, corporate currency. Number two, active currency. And number three, inactive currency. These are the three types of currencies we have. Corporate currency, in which all your corporate reports get generated. That is the corporate currency. This can only be one for one corporate. You cannot have more than one corporate currency. No way. Active currencies are those currencies in which currently you are dealing with. Like say you are dealing with USD, you are dealing with Euro, you are dealing with say INR, you are dealing with Japanese yen. So they would be the active currencies. I'm coming on to the conversion rate after some time. And then we have inactive currency. Remember, once a currency you enter into system, you cannot remove those currencies. Important note. You cannot remove. You can only make it active or inactive. Inactive means the currencies with which we were working with earlier, but nowadays we are not working with those currencies at all. Let me take example, say Intellipaat opened an office in UK and it didn't work well. So for 1 year it worked and then it was working with Euro currency. And since it didn't work well, so Intellipaat closed the office. Then what will happen to the Euro currencies? They would still be there in system. And then since Intellipaat is not dealing in Euro currency or in European countries, so we'll make it as an inactive currency. That's when we now coming to the conversion rate. Conversion rate is always with respect to the corporate currency. Okay, so what will happen to the conversion rate? Okay, now how organizations work with the conversion rate? That's important to understand. How banks work with the conversion rate? How the banking institutions works with the conversion rate?
They check it on daily basis on the conversion websites. So does Salesforce like link to a conversion website and do it?
So shall I call it in this a flat rate for any? Because we have two rates, conversion rate. One is a trading rate. Yeah.
I have a quick input on this. So basically, the conversion rate is basically decided when the deal is made, right? For a season, when the deal is made, the conversion rate is basically not something that's decided on a daily basis in a corporate structure. It is basically decided quarterly based or yearly based, whatever the rate was on the first day of the quarter or on the first day of the year. It could go up or down, but the rate would be the same for all corporate currencies.
Exactly, yes. Perfect one. Okay. I was just explaining, see, please understand there is a trading rate and there is a flat rate. So banks works on a flat rate for a day. Trading rate is keep on going up and down. Okay, that's on that particular time period. What is the rate? Bank, whenever the financial institution they open, they decided that okay, today our currency conversion rate should be X amount. Whether it is going up or down does not matter. The financial institution work with that particular rate only. Right? This is for the financial. How about the corporate? Corporate work on the flat rate, monthly basis, quarterly basis, quarterly basis, yearly basis. It is organization basis. Yearly basis, it's a flat rate. Okay, so whether the currencies goes up and down does not matter. The conversion rate to which we that particular rate only, and it's always on the higher side. Always. This is how the conversion rate happens.
Is there a
This again,
possibility?
So I'm a bit confused on the first one, flat rate for the day for the financial. Completely agree. So that is basically on a day wise. But for the corporate thing, you're saying that that would be done at a quarterly thing based on the conversion and not on a daily basis, is
yes,
it?
yes,
Okay.
yes. No corporate work on the daily basis. No corporate until and unless it's a financial institution. No
Yes.
corporate work.
Yes. And that time they would take the maximum conversion rate that has occurred over the quarter.
Yes, yes. So it's always at a higher side. Always. So actually, going with the corporates, so they call the financial experts, and those financial experts will check n number of criterias, and then based on that, they suggest that okay, this should be the conversion at which the corporate should work for next quarter. So again, we have a process in the organization to know what is should be the conversion rate for next quarter or next financial year, like that. Okay, so this is how to get. So that is none of our things. Our things is that how to put into Salesforce. So in Salesforce, we have the active currencies, we have the inactive currencies. So the conversion rate we put with respect to corporate currency. So like our corporate currency is USD. Let me take examples. Our corporate currency is USD, and then we are dealing with say the Yen, we are dealing with INR, and then this is we are dealing with the euro, and here the conversion rate would be 1 USD equal to INR, 1 USD equals to this is the yen and blah 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 things. Sorry, like this. So this we do. That's how to work with the currencies in Salesforce. Okay, and you know how to enable the multiple currencies.
Yeah, whenever we are just gonna create a field of currency, so when we have enabled multiple currency, will it ask us to create a particular currency field, or will it just go as we the default one?
Since here in the free account we don't have the setup for the proper setup for working with the currencies, so it will show you multiple currencies over there. Let me show you. You're going to see company from company information, and then going to edit. Let me show you. Let me enable it. And before that, I wanted to show you something. Use this. Just have a look on it. So I'm going to opportunities. I'm creating a new. I'm having here amount, but no way I'm getting the currencies. No way. All right. Now I'm enabling the multiple currencies and then I'm saving it. Let me go over here. I need to create again. Here, where is the currencies? It's not showing me. Just a minute. It should show me which currency it is. Yes, see here it is showing me USD. Earlier it was dollar, and then I should be getting somewhere. Yeah, opportunity currency type CUSD. Here it is. Earlier we were not getting it. Okay. Now since we don't have the multiple currency option over here, so it's only one currency, which it is. So you would be getting this option. And then in this option, you would be getting all the active currencies. Okay. Any other question?
Where do we add this multiple currencies? Like you just showed like how do I activate it, but if I have to add more currency, where do I put it?
It's not available in the free account.
Okay. So, but where
So
usually where it is available?
the same place where we have the company information. Same place.
Okay. So I get to add currencies. What kind of currencies I'll deal in?
Yes.
One more thing, as multiple currency matter comes, when will activate the multiple currencies, right? So this active, inactive, and corporate will come then only, or else if we are going for single
Yes.
currency, it won't be like any of
Yes.
this case.
Yes. If it is single currency, then there is no question of active currency, inactive currency, corporate currency. Because of you are dealing with only one currency.
Exactly.
So no conversion rate, nothing. Okay. So this is about the company details, company informations in Salesforce. Now we'll move on to the user management. So in the user management, let us explore that. So the first thing is profile. Profile controls what you see in Salesforce and what you can do in Salesforce. These two things controlled by the profile. Let me explain you what does this mean. So when I'm saying about what you see, it means I'm talking about number one, which application apps. Number two, in these apps, which are the tabs. Number three, when I go to a particular tab, then here I'm getting field placement. This is known as a page layout. So like say I'm getting this placement in this manner. Maybe the sales manager is getting in a different way. Maybe the CEO or the VP of sales would be getting in a different way. The same field placements. So that's nothing but a different page layouts. Okay. Then which field? So maybe this field is visible to you or this field should not be visible to you. These all things are being controlled by profiles. So it controls say which app, which tab, which page layout, and then which field you can see. What you can do with Salesforce. So in that we have the object permissions. Object permissions we have CRED. That is create, read, edit, and delete. These are the four permissions we have. Along with that, we have two administrative permissions, view all and modify all. These all are the admin permissions. It means if someone is having these permissions, means he can work on everybody's records. He can view, he can edit, and he can delete it. So modify all will also give you the delete permissions. That is with respect to the object. Along with that, you would be getting the general user permissions and then the admin permissions. Like, can you create a chat group? Can you send an email? Is it possible for you to invite a chatter-free user into your group? Can you create a list view? All these things. So these all things is being controlled by the profiles.
What does mean by CRED? Cred? Please repeat it again.
Create, read, edit, delete. In database word, it is CRUD, C-R-U-D.
Okay.
That. Okay, so we have the standard profiles, then we have the custom profiles. So you would be getting the standard profiles. These standard profiles, you cannot change the permissions. You can change the C related details, what you see, those you can change, but you cannot change the permissions. Custom profiles, you can delete the profiles, you can change the permissions, you can change the UI related things, everything you can do. How to do so? Let me show you. So here I'm going with the the profiles. So I'm going to profiles and then have a look over here.
Sorry, I didn't follow. What is that E in the CRED?
Edit.
Edit. Okay. Instead of update.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay, so here, just have a look. I'm getting only edit and clone option. Since I said that standard profiles you cannot delete at all. Have a look towards the right side. The custom is not checked. These all are the standard profiles. Let me scroll down. See here, I'm getting edit, delete, and clone option. Towards right side, I'm getting the custom is checked. These are the custom profiles. Okay. Let me show you first standard profiles. So in standard profiles, what you can do? You cannot change the permissions, but you can change the C. C means this part. You can change. Let's have a look. So I'm going to system admin profile, clicking on it. Let me edit it rather than clicking on it. Edit. Number one, the apps. Suppose say I want that he should not see the service console, the service app. Yes, I can remove it. Okay. And I have the default app. Default app means by default when this profile user logs in, then which app they should see. That would be the default app. So for support users, we make the service app as default. For sales users, we make it sales app as a default. For marketing user, we make it as marketing, like that respectively. We'll make the default apps.
What is
Then
meant by default and visible?
default means by default, whenever these profile users they log in, then which app they should see.
Okay.
That is default app. Okay. Now, next thing is about the tab settings. So we have three types of tab settings: default on, default off, and tab hidden. Default on means by default those tabs are available on the navigation bar. Okay, or tab bar, navigation bar or tab bar. That is default on. Default off means those tabs would not be visible on the navigation bar. But if you want to see, then you have to click on the app launcher and scroll down below. These are the apps. Scroll down below. These are tabs. So now see, not all the tabs are available on the tab bar. Only few of them are available. Okay, so from here you can see. That's default off. Tab hidden. Tab hidden is that particular tab is not visible at all. So in user interface, you cannot see that tab at all. Remember, I'm saying in user interface, you cannot see the tab at all. I'm not saying you cannot work with that object at all. No, you can still work with the object. There are multiple ways to work with the object. Maybe through the programs, maybe through some API tool, maybe through some softwares, you can able to work. But in user interface, you would be getting tabs. Tabs are not visible.
So here you are saying that parent tabs, let's say contact is a parent tab, and if I say hidden, then I will not be able to see the contact tab. But if I go to accounts and then from accounts I can see the contact.
No, no. You can see now, suppose you have a software and through that software you are fetching the contact records.
Correct.
Will you able to see the contact records? Answer is yes, you can. Because of, is that a tab? No, it's not a tab, it's a software who is fetching contact data.
Correct.
Right? If you are using the reports, in the reports, you are fetching the contact data, contact records. Will you be able to? The answer is yes. Because of, is it a tab? The answer is no, it's not a tab.
It's a record actually.
That's why I said tab is only for user interface purpose where you are viewing a record in a particular manner. Okay, but it's not the only way to work with the record. There are different ways to work with the record. You have reports, you have softwares, you have data import export softwares. There are multiple ways how you can work with Salesforce records. Got it? So tab hidden is only hiding that particular tab in user interface. When I say user interface means what currently we are getting. I'm talking about that. Okay. Then coming up to these are the permissions. See, I cannot change. Okay. So these are fixed. Because of I'm working as of now with the standard profile, I cannot change. If I'm scrolling down, general user permissions, see, none of them I can change. Standard object permissions, these are the object permissions. See, CRED, none of them I can change. View all, modify all. Since this is a system administrator profile, all are checked. None of them I can change. That's what I meant here. Where it is, yeah. Cannot change the permission, but you can change what you see. Okay. These are the custom object permissions. I have a custom object object. What all are this? This is nothing but the password related things. How the password, when the password should expire and all these things. We'll discuss it a bit later. Okay. Now, let me cancel this because of this. Okay, let me save this. Now, because of this is the system administrator profile. So now I should not be getting for service app. Service app is nowhere. Why? Because of this has been removed for admin profile, which just now I did. Here, I need to go to edit and then I will tweak it over here. I remove this one. Service. Okay. Now, let us talk about the project or the case study. We would be working with a recruitment application where an employee's recruitment process will put into Salesforce. As of now, Salesforce is not supporting this feature. So everything we need to create from our own site. That will do. Now, who should be working with the recruitment application? The HR persons. So to start with that, I need to create a HR profile. Okay. Once I creating the HR profile, that what the HR user should do in Salesforce, what they should see in Salesforce, after that we'll create a user, a HR user. We'll create a user. Because of now onwards, what all are the things we would be discussing? It would be in a chain. Till now, what all are we were discussing? They all are not in a sequence. Yes, with respect to implementation, they are in a sequence. Okay, but if you are not creating the HR profile, later we'll end up in the problem or the challenge when a user, we are talking about a user and then what user is getting which access. You will face challenge since you don't have a HR profile. So let me do so. So here I'm going up with say profiles. I'm creating a new profile. Now in the profile, since we have a lot of settings, so we never ever create a profile from scratch, from zero. And even Salesforce also don't recommend it to do so. So whenever you create a new profile, Salesforce always force us to clone an existing profile. And being an administrator, this is our responsibility to know that which is the closest profile, the profile which we are creating. Okay. And then in this would lag for this portion. So here I'm going up with the existing profiles. So these profiles would be both standard profiles as well as profiles. Now, in that, choose whichever is the closest one. I don't know, whichever is the closest one for me. No worries, then we'll take a base as standard user profile. Okay, this is a standard profile, standard user profile. And then here I'm putting a C custom HR profile. I hope it should not be there. Yeah, now edit. So this is for the custom HR profile and it is a custom profile. Now, which application should see? So HR should see the communities. So app permissions I'm giving only to the community. No other. So analytics studio not needed. App launcher let it be. Content HR needed. Community needed. Lightning app needed. Marketing not needed. Sales not needed. This is because of it is default, so I cannot uncheck it. So let me check, make it default as community. What is the difference between an app and a console? Chatter, yes, let it be. Service not needed, not needed. Site.com and post.com. So only I'm giving community, content, and chatter. These three permissions. Community, content, and chatter. Ways communities default. Then here, account I'm going up with tab hidden. I'm not setting up for all because of there are a lot of things tab hidden. Then let me go to the chatter. Chatter should be default on. And then let me work on default off. Default off, I would make it files. If you get confused, no. Just a minute, I'm going to communities. Right click here and then see here. This is the default tabs in the communities. Account, I make it tab hidden. Here it is default on. It is by default available. Contact, I'm making it default off. Let me do so. It would not be available over there. This contact. This is default off. Default off. Okay. Rest I'm leaving as it is. So this is admin's responsibility to do sit and do this each and everything. Here this administrator cannot change. It means home tab has to be available on for each and every profile. It has to be there. And coming up the administrative permissions. So there are a lot of administrative permissions. I'm not going to set each and everything, but just, and even as an administrator also, even for the certification exam also, you need not to by heart all these things. Don't do that. Okay. It's not possible to remember all these permissions. Just overall, you should have idea that, okay, like say here, can approve, feed, post and comment, bulk API, hard delete. So if you give the permission, he can do so, otherwise he cannot do so. Like see here, create and customize report. So can this person create a report? If you give permissions, then yes. If you give permissions, then no. Like see here, create and own chatter groups. I'm removing it. So he should not create a chatter group. Chatter group. No, I'm removing it. Create report permissions given. Yes. Similarly, coming up with the general user permissions also. Is it a lightning login user? Means can he access the lightning? If you check it, then yes. If you don't check it, then he will work only with classic, not with lightning. So you need to check this. And here this is the object permissions. So what he can do with the objects? So since account I mentioned is tab hidden, so no work. Let me remove this, nothing. Here we go with say case. I didn't mention anything over there, so case I'm making it read only. I'm not going as per the HR profile because of I need to share a lot of things related to tab hidden, default on, default off, all this. Then this is, and then contacts. no delete. So he can create context CRE permissions. RE permission. Create, read, edit. And coming to leads. Delete permission, create permission I'm removing. So leads only read and edit permissions. Read and edit permission. I think I set all. CRE read only. This is R, CRE, and then here one CRED. Opportunity, let me go with CRED. Right. Okay. Like this you need to set. And about the softwares. So for the offline, okay, desktop integration, what should be done? So do you want to get the access denied? No, no updates, update without alert, update with alerts, or must update it. That is for the offline. Offline means you are not online, and when you come to online, then how the syncing should happen. That one. So this software you need to download it, and then there has to be a license given, the offline user license. Then you can go. Then session related settings. So if the HR is not doing any activity for say 30 minutes, then he should log out. If he's logging in, then what it would be? Should he ask the password and the security question or not? That is high assurance. And then password policies, password should expire in 90 days, 30 days, what it is. And then system should remember some password, what is the password complexity and how it should be. And then lockout period is important. Lockout period is for say 15 minutes, 30 minutes, 60 minutes. So if a user is typing in an incorrect password for these many number of attempts, then his account get locked for this much duration. After that, it will automatically get active. Then this is secret answer for password reset, minimum 1 day password lifetime. Don't immediately expire link for forgot password. Or if he click on the forgot password, then he is getting an email. So that has a lifetime. So you can make it indefinite lifetime by checking this. That is for the profile.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers Salesforce Administrator Certification Training. This training has been created by industry experts to help you understand Salesforce in a better way. This training is designed by experts from top MNCs who aim to make you proficient in the significant modules and techniques in Salesforce, such as capability of core CRM objects, creating encrypted fields, and more. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonies on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to a new height. So visit the course page link given in Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of Salesforce.
So let's start with Salesforce admin interview questions. And our first question is, what is Salesforce? The answer to the same question is, Salesforce is a company that makes cloud-based software designed to help businesses find more prospects, close more deals, and wow customers with amazing service. I hope so you got an answer for this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what is CRM? CRM means Customer Relationship Management. CRM is an application used to automate sales and marketing functions by using a software called CRM software. That forms a perfect answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, which architecture does Salesforce depends upon? This is also one of the most important questions. Now, the perfect answer to this question is that Salesforce architecture is a multi-layer architecture and it follows the MVC architecture, which stands for Model View Controller. Model basically contains custom objects and standard objects. View contains page layouts, screen flows, Visualforce page, Lightning Web Component, and Aura, whereas controller contains standard and custom controllers. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what are different editions of Salesforce? And the answer is the first one, Essential Edition. Then we have Professional Edition. Moving ahead, we have Enterprise Edition. Then we have Unlimited Edition. And finally, we have the Developers Edition. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, how many types of portals are available in Salesforce? And the answer is the first one, Self-Service Portal. Then we have the Customer Portal. And finally, we have the Partner Portal. This forms the perfect answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. Our next question is, what is an object in Salesforce? Now this is also one of the most fundamental questions which can be asked by the interviewer. And the answer is that an object is represented as a database table which stores organization's data. Object consists of set of fields and we store data against the field. Common businesses objects like account, contact, lead, and opportunity are all standard objects. Custom objects are objects that you create to store information that's specific to your company or industry. That forms a perfect answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what are the different objects in Salesforce? And the answer is, the different objects in Salesforce are, the first one, we have the standard object. Second, we have the custom object. And finally, the third object is the external object. This is also one of the most important questions which can be asked. So keep a mark on this one. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. Our next question is, what are standard and custom objects? The answer is that standard objects provided by Salesforce.com are called standard objects. Examples of standard objects are accounts, contacts, opportunities, leads, products, campaigns, cases, users, contracts, reports, and dashboards. Whereas the custom objects are the objects which are created by us, which are called the custom objects. Custom objects stores information that is unique and important to your organization. Custom objects provide a structure for sharing the data. I hope so you are clear with this answer. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what is profile? The answer is that a profile is a group of settings and permissions that define what a user can do in Salesforce. Types of user profiles in Salesforce are the standard profiles and the custom profiles. While a standard profile is a profile already provided by the Salesforce, whereas a custom profile can be created by the users based on their specific requirements. I hope so you got the answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what is a role? The answer is that a role is a record level access in the Salesforce that defines the visibility access of a user. Roles determine what records a user can see relative to others in the organization's hierarchy. I hope so you got the answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what are organization-wide default settings? And the answer is, it defines the default access level for an object's records with organizations' wide sharing settings. Organizational wide defaults are used to restrict access. Custom objects and many standard objects have separate organizational wide sharing settings. Internal, external, and guest users can all have different levels of access. I hope so you got answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what is sharing rule? Guys, this is also one of the most important questions which can be asked in the interview. So, the answer to the same question is, sharing rules in Salesforce is the rule that must be followed in order to grant access to the information and data to various clients in a certain company or group of areas. Users can use sharing rules to share records based on conditions. It is primarily intended for objects with organization-wide default sets to public read-only or private as sharing rules can only extend access rather than restrict it. I hope so you got answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what is manual sharing? And the answer is, in Salesforce, the manual sharing records are shared individually with other users by using the shared button on the record. Manual sharing gives other users access to certain type of records including accounts, contacts and leads. For example, if you grant another user access to an account, the user automatically has access to all the opportunities and cases associated with that account. I hope so you are clear with this answer. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what is permission set? And the answer is, a permission set is a collection of settings and various tools and functions. Permission sets extend users functional access without changing their profiles. Users can only have one profile, but they can have multiple permission sets depending on the Salesforce edition. Regardless of their profiles, you can assign permission sets to different types of users. I hope so you are clear with this answer. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what are the different types of relationships in Salesforce? And the answer is, the first one, we have the master detail relationships. Moving ahead, we have the lookup relationships. Then we have the self relationships. Then we have the external lookup relationship. Moving ahead, we also have indirect lookup relationship. Then we look for many-to-many relationships. And finally, we have the hierarchical relationships. Guys, this is also one of the most important questions, so you can keep a mark on this one. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what is a master detail relationship? And the answer is, master detail relationship is a strongly coupled relationship among Salesforce objects, which means that if a master records get deleted, then the child records associated with are also deleted. Data from these objects can be joined in one report using master detail relationships. The master object, the detail object, and the other lookup object. I hope so you are clear with it. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what is a lookup relationship? And the answer is, lookup relationship is a loosely coupled relationship among Salesforce objects, which means even if a parent records get deleted, the child records remain in the system. A lookup relationship links two objects so that you can look up one object from the related items on another. One-to-one or one-to-many lookup relationships are possible. Because a single account can have many related contacts, the account-to-contact relationship is one-to-many. I hope so you got answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. So the next question we have is, what is self-relationship? And the answer is that self-relationship is a lookup relationship to the same object. For example, we have a field on account, which is parent account, that allows us to choose any account for being a parent account of the existing one. I hope so you got answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what is roll-up summary? And the answer is, roll-up summary is a read-only field which is used to calculate the count of child records, sum, minimum, maximum of a field on the child object, and the total number of all the records listed in a related list. I hope so you got answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what is a junction object? And the answer is, in Salesforce, you can create many-to-many relationships by establishing two master detail relationships on the same object. The object on which these two master detail relationships are created is known as the junction object. I hope so you got answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what is a flow? This is also a kind of intermediate question. So guys, the answer to the same question is, flow is a tool for automating the complex business processes, which is known as flow. Flow enables you to create complex business automation using clicks rather than the code. If you need to generate a new automated business process or user-guided experience that does not reach the complexity threshold for Apex Code, then Flow is your go-to tool. I hope so. You are clear with this answer. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question we have.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, what is the significance of a Salesforce App Exchange? And your options are, it is a marketplace for Salesforce applications and components, or it is a data storage system for Salesforce users, or it is a community forum for Salesforce developers, or it is a training platforms for Salesforce administrators. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
Is what is Process Builder? And the answer is that Salesforce Process Builder is basically an automated tool that allows you to control the order of actions or evaluate the criteria for a record. Process Builder supports three types of processes for your automation needs. The first one is we have a record change process which starts when a record is created or updated. Then we have an event process which starts when a platform event message is received. Finally, we have the invocable process which starts when something else like another process invokes it. I hope so. You got the answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what is workflow? And the answer is, workflow is a Salesforce which is basically container or business logic engine which automates certain action based on particular criteria. With the exception of the first and last steps, each step in a workflow has specific step before it and a specific step after it. In a linear workflow, the first step is usually initiated by the external event. I hope so. You got answer to this question. You can also keep a mark on this question which is most likely to be asked by an interviewer. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what is the maximum number of data records that can be shared? And the answer is, a file can be shared a maximum of 2000 times. This count includes shares with records, people and groups. I hope so. You got answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. So now let's start with the next question. Our next question is, how many fields can be created in one object? And the answer is that in an unlimited edition, we can create up to 500 fields per object. And in the professional edition, we can create up to 100 custom fields per object. I hope so. You got answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. Our next question is, how many workflows can be created in one object? And the answer is, by default, each object is limited to 50 workflows. I hope so. You got answer to this question. This was pretty easy, and also you have to remember the numerical values involved in certain interview questions. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. Our next question is, what is mixed DML error? And the answer is that a mixed DML operation error comes when you try to perform the DML operations on setup and non-setup objects in a single transaction. To avoid this error, we should perform DML operation on standard or custom object records in different transactions. I hope so. You are clear with this question. Our next question is, what is Schema Builder? And the answer is, Schema Builder is a tool that lets you visualize and edit your data model. Without having to move from page to page, the Schema Builder can retrieve all fields from object, perform basic impact analysis on changes to an object, and displays all dependencies on an object. I hope so. You are clear with this. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. Now let's discuss some of the scenario-based questions. The first question is that what kind of relationships does account and contact have? The answer to the same question is the type of relationship which can exist between account and contact is cascade delete. You can create a contact without an account. It shows up there as a lookup relationship. If you have created contact with an account and if you delete the account, the contact will be deleted, and this shows the master detail relationship. I hope so you are clear with this. Guys, this is also one of the most important questions, so please have a mark on this one. Now let's move forward and discuss the next scenario-based question. Our next question is, suppose if the interviewer asks you something like this, I wanted to delete 30,000 customer records, but do not want anyone else to recover them. Then what can I do? This is also a very interesting question, and the answer to the same question is Salesforce makes it easy to bulk delete records permanently using the hard delete option. The difference between delete and hard delete is that the former sends the deleted records to the Salesforce recycle bin, where it remains for 15 days. The hard delete erases all the records permanently from the Salesforce system with no way to recover it. I hope so you are clear with this. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. Our next question is, what are the kinds of reports? And the answer is, standard report is a first predefined report where the user chooses the parameter such as the time, actuality, and the company to make the report for, but the report's content is fixed. Custom report is a report that you design is known as a custom report. You specify how they should be shown and choose the dimension and metrics like sessions, page views, and bounce rate. I hope so you are clear with this answer. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. Our next question is, what are the kinds of reports formats? And the answer to the same question is, the first one, we have the tabular report. Moving ahead, we have the summary report. The third one, we have the matrix report. And finally, we have the join report. This is also one of the most important questions, guys, so please have a mark on this one. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. Our next question is, what is bucket field? And the answer is that bucket field is a feature that allows you to rapidly categorize values for a field in a report without having to create a custom formula field at the object level. I hope so you got answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. Our next question is, what is dashboard? And the answer is, a Salesforce dashboard is a quick way to view summary data from multiple reports at once. Dashboards allow you to select data from reports through the use of charts, tables, and metrics. I hope so you are clear with this. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. Our next question is, what are the different components of dashboard? And the answer is, the first one, we have table. Then we have chart. Third, we have gauge. And fourth, we have metric. I hope so you are clear with this. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. Our next question is, what is lead? And the answer is, lead is a default object which is created when you receive new contact information in your database. Lead generation is a process that builds visibility, credibility, trust, and interest from a specific group of people. I hope so you got answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. What is trigger? Guys, this is the most frequently asked question in the Salesforce admin interview. And the answer to the same question is, trigger is a piece of code that is executed either before or after an update or addition to a record is made. Triggers enable you to carry out the following tasks. First, apply the business rules, validate the data that has been entered, create one kind of a value for a newly inserted row in a different file. I hope so you got answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. Our next question is, how many Salesforce editions are published annually? Guys, this is also a very interesting question, and the answer to the same question is, first one, we have the summer, then winter, and third, spring. I hope so you are clear with this one. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. Our next question is, what is a record type? And the answer to the same question is, the record type is a data type that you use to treat several different pieces of data as one unit. Record types allow you to classify data in contacts, accounts, deals, and custom modules, allowing users of various roles to consume and update data in the CRM in different ways. I hope so you got answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. Our next question is, what is the validation rule? And the answer is, a validation rule is one way to restrict input in a table field or control, such as text box on a form. A validation rule can contain a formula or expression that evaluates the data in one or more fields and returns a value of true or false. I hope so you got answer to this question. Guys, this is also one of the most important questions, so please have a mark on this one.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers Salesforce Administrator Certification Training. This training has been created by industry experts to help you understand Salesforce in a better way. This training is designed by experts from top MNCs who aim to make you proficient in the significant modules and techniques in Salesforce, such as capability of core CRM objects, creating encrypted fields, and more. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonies on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to a new height. So visit the course page link given in Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the field of Salesforce.